Chapter 1 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note: in the Prometheus Trust edition of this translation, it states that Chapter 1 of the translation actually contains chapters 1 to 4 of the original Greek. Chapter 1. Such, therefore, is the theology with Plato concerning the first God, as it appears to me, and so great is the transcendency which it is allotted with respect to all other discussions of divine concerns, at one and the same time venerably preserving the ineffable union of this God, exempt from the whole of things, uncircumscribed by all Gnostic comprehensions, and apart from all beings, and unfolding the anagogic paths to him, perfecting that parturient desire which souls always possess of the Father, and progenitor of all things, and enkindling that torch in them by which they are especially conjoined with the unknown transcendency of the One. But after this imparticipable, ineffable, and truly superessential cause, which is separated from all essence, power, and energy, the discussion of the gods immediately follows. For to what other thing prior to the unities is it lawful to be conjoined with the One? Or what else can be more united to the unical God than the multitude of gods? Concerning these, therefore, we shall in the next place unfold the inartificial theory of Plato, invoking the gods themselves to enkindle in us the light of truth. I wish, however, prior to entering on the particulars of this theory, to convince the reader, and to make it evident to him through demonstration, that there are necessarily as many orders of the gods as the Parmenides of Plato unfolds to us in the second hypothesis. This, therefore, is, I think, prior to all other things apparent to those whose conceptions are not perverted, that everywhere, but especially in the divine orders, second progressions are completed through the similitude of these to their proper principles. For nature and intellect, and every generative cause, are naturally adapted to produce and conjoin to themselves things similar, prior to such as are dissimilar to themselves. For if it is necessary that the progression of beings should be continued, and that no vacuum should intervene either in incorporeal natures or in bodies, it is necessary that everything which proceeds naturally should proceed through similitude. For it is by no means lawful that the thing caused should be the same with its cause, since a remission and deficiency of the union of the producing cause generates secondary natures. For again, if that which is second were the same as that which is first, each would be similarly the same, and one would not be cause, but the other the thing caused. If, however, the one by its very being, or essentially, has an exuberance of productive power, but the other falls short of the power that produced it, these are naturally separated from each other, and the generative cause precedes in excellence the thing generated, and there is not a sameness of things which so greatly differ. But if that which is second is not the same with that which is first, if indeed it is different only, they will not be conjoined to each other, nor will the one participate of the other. For contact and participation are indeed a communion of things conjoined, and a sympathy of participants with the natures they participate. But if it is at the same time the same with, and different from that which is first. If indeed the sameness is indigent and vanquished by the power which is contrary to it, the one will no longer be the leader of the progression of beings, nor will every generative cause subsist prior to things of a secondary nature, in the order of the good. For the one is not the cause of division, but of friendship, and the good converts generated natures to their causes. But the conversion and friendship of things secondary to such as are primary is through similitude, but not through a dissimilar nature. If therefore the one is the cause of the whole of things, and if the good is in an exempt manner desirable to all things, it will everywhere give subsistence to the progeny of precedaneous causes, through similitude, in order that progression may be according to the one, and that the conversion of things which have proceeded may be to the good. For without similitude there will neither be the conversion of things to their proper principles, nor the generation of effects. Let this therefore be considered as a thing admitted in this place. But the second thing besides this, and which is demonstrated through this, is that it is necessary every monad should produce a number coordinate to itself, nature indeed a natural, but soul a psychical, and intellect an intellectual number. For if everything generative generates similars prior to dissimilars, as has been before demonstrated, every cause will certainly deliver its own form and peculiarity to its own progeny, and before it gives subsistence to far distant progressions, and things which are separated from its nature, it will produce things essentially near to it, and conjoined with it through similitude. Every monad therefore gives subsistence to a multitude indeed, as generating that which is second to itself, and which divides the powers that presubsist occultly in itself. For those things which are uniformly and contractedly in the monad present themselves to the view separately in the progeny of the monad, and this indeed the wholeness of nature manifests, since it contains in one the reasons, id est, productive principles, of all things, both in the heavens and in the sublunary region, but distributes the powers of itself to the natures which are divided from it about bodies. For the nature of earth, of fire, and of the moon possesses from the wholeness of nature its peculiarity and form, and energizes together with this wholeness, and contains its own allotment. This also the monad of the mathematical sciences and of numbers manifests. For this being all things primarily, and spermatically producing in itself the forms of numbers, distributes different powers to different externally proceeding numbers. For it is not possible that what is generated should at once receive all the abundance of its generator, and it is necessary that the prolific power of everything that pre-exists in the cause itself should become apparent. The monad therefore gives subsistence to a multitude about itself, and to number which distributes the peculiarities that abide collectively in itself. Since, however, as was before observed, the similar is always more allied to cause than the dissimilar, there will be one multitude of similars to the monad, proceeding from the monad, and another of dissimilars. But again, the multitude which is similar to the monad is that in a divided manner which the monad is indivisibly. For if the monad possesses a peculiar power and hyparxis, there will be the same form of hyparxis in the multitude, together with a remission with reference to the whole. After this, however, it is necessary to consider in the third place, that of progressions, such as are nearer to their cause are indicative of a greater multitude of things, and are at the same time in a certain respect equal to their containing causes, but that such as are more remote possess a less extended power of signification, and on account of the diminution of their power, change and diminish at the same time the amplitude of production. For if, of progressions, that which subsists the first in order is more similar to its principle, and that which gives subsistence to the greatest number is both with respect to essence and power more similar to the generating principle of all things, it is necessary that of secondary natures, such as are nearer to the monad, and which receive dominion after it, should give a greater extent to their productions, but that such things as are more separated from their primary monad should neither pervade in a similar manner through all things, nor extend their efficacious energies to far distant progressions. And again, as similar to this, it is necessary that the nature which gives subsistence to the greatest number of effects should be arranged next to the monad, its principle, and that the nature generative of a more numerous progeny, because it is more similar to the supplying cause of all things than that which is generative of a few, must be arranged nearer to the monad according to hyparxis. For if it is more remote, it will be more dissimilar to the first principle, but if it is more dissimilar, it will neither possess a power comprehending the power of similar natures, nor an energy abundantly prolific. For an abundant cause is allied to the cause of all, and universally that which is generative of a more abundant is more naturally allied to its principle than that which is productive of a less numerous progeny. For the production of fewer effects is a defect of power, but a defect of power is a diminution of essence, and a diminution of essence becomes redundant on account of dissimilitude to its cause, and a departure from the first principle. Again, therefore, in addition to what has been said, we shall assert this which possesses the most indubitable truth, that prior to the causes which are participated, it is everywhere necessary that imparticipable causes should have a prior subsistence in the whole of things. For if it is necessary that a cause should have the same relation to its progeny as the one to all the nature of beings, and that it should naturally possess this order towards things secondary, but the one is imparticipable, being similarly exempt from all beings, as unically producing all things. If this be the case, it is requisite that every other cause which imitates the transcendency of the one, with respect to all things, should be exempt from the natures which are in secondary ranks, and which are participated by them. And again, as equivalent to this, it is requisite that every imparticipable and primary cause should establish monads of secondary natures similar to itself, prior to such as are dissimilar. I say, for instance, it is requisite that one soul should distribute many souls to different natures, and one intellect participated intellects to many souls. For thus the first exempt genus will everywhere have an order analogous to the one, and secondary natures, which participate kindred causes, will be analogous to these causes, and through the similitude of these will be conjoined with their imparticipable principle. Hence, prior to the forms which are in other things, those are established which subsist in themselves, exempt causes prior to such as are coordinate, and imparticipable monads prior to such as are participable. And consequently, as that which is demonstrated at the same time with this, the exempt causes are generative of the coordinate, and imparticipable natures extend participable monads to their progeny, and natures which subsist from themselves produce the powers which are resident in other things. These things therefore being discussed, let us consider how each of the divine genera subsists through analogy, and survey, following Plato himself, what are the first and most total orders of the Gods. For, having discovered and demonstrated this, we shall perhaps be able to perceive the truth concerning these several orders. It is necessary, therefore, from the before mentioned axioms, since there is one unity, the principle of the whole of things, and from which every hyparxis derives its subsistence, that this unity should produce from itself, prior to all other things, a multitude characterized by unity, and a number most allied to its cause. For if every other cause constitutes a progeny similar to itself prior to that which is dissimilar, much more must the One unfold into light after this manner things posterior to itself, since it is beyond similitude, and the One itself must produce according to union things which primarily proceed from it. For how can the One give subsistence to its progeny except unically? For nature generates things secondary to itself physically, soul psychically, and intellect intellectually. The One, therefore, is the cause of the whole of things according to union, and the progression from the One is uniform. But if that which primarily produces all things is the One, and the progression from it is unical, it is certainly necessary that the multitude thence produced should be self-perfect unities, most allied to their producing cause. Farther still, if every monad constitutes a number adapted to itself, as was before demonstrated, by a much greater priority must the One generate a number of this kind. For in the progression of things, that which is produced is frequently dissimilar to its producing cause, through the dominion of difference. For such are the last of things, and which are far distant from their proper principles. But the first number, and which is connascent with the One, is uniform, ineffable, superessential, and perfectly similar to its cause. For in the first causes, neither does difference intervening separate from the generator the things begotten, and transfer them into another order. Nor does the motion of the cause effecting a remission of power produce into dissimilitude and indefiniteness the generation of the whole of things. But the cause of all things, being unically raised above all motion and division, has established about itself a divine number, and has united it to its own simplicity. The One, therefore, prior to beings, has given subsistence to the unities of beings. For again, according to another mode of considering the subject, it is necessary that primary beings should participate of the first cause through their proximate unities. For secondary things are severally conjoined to the natures prior to them through similars. Bodies indeed to the soul, which ranks as a whole, through the several souls which they participate. But souls to universal intellect through intellectual monads, and first beings through unical hyparxes to the One. For being is in its own nature dissimilar to the One. For essence, and that which is in want of union externally derived, are unadapted to be conjoined with that which is superessential, and with the first union, and are far distant from it. But the unities of beings, since they derive their subsistence from the imparticipable unity, and which is exempt from the whole of things, are able to conjoin beings to the One, and to convert them to themselves. It appears therefore to me that Parmenides, demonstrating these things through the second hypothesis, connects the One with being, surveys all things about the One, and evinces that this proceeding nature, and which extends its progressions as far as to the last of things, is the One. For prior to true beings it was necessary to constitute the unities, since it neither was nor is lawful, says Timaeus, for that which is the best of things to effect anything else than that which is most beautiful. But this is in a remarkable degree most similar to that which is best. To the One, however, a unical multitude is most similar, since the demiurgus of the universe, also being good, constituted all things similar to himself through goodness itself. Much more, therefore, does the fountain of all good produce goodnesses naturally united to itself, and establish them in beings. Hence there is one God and many gods, one unity and many unities prior to beings, and one goodness and many after the one goodness, through which the demiurgic intellect is good, and every intellect is divine, whether it be an intellectual or intelligible intellect, and that which is primarily superessential is the One, and there are many superessentials after the One. Whether, therefore, is this multitude of unities imparticipable in the same manner as the One itself, or is it participated by beings, and is each unity of beings the flower, as it were, of a certain being, and the summit and center of it, about which each being subsists? But if these unities also are imparticipable, in what do they differ from the One? For each of them is one, and primarily subsists from the One. Or in what being more redundant than the first cause were they constituted by it? For it is everywhere necessary that what is second, being subordinate to that which is prior to itself, should fall short of the union of its producing cause, and by the addition of a certain thing should have a diminution of the monadic simplicity of the first. What addition, therefore, can we adduce, or what redundancy besides the One, if each of these also is by itself one? For if each of them is one and many, we shall appear to transfer to them the peculiarity of being. But if each is one only, in the same manner as the One itself, why does this rank as the cause which is exempt from all things? But each of these is allotted a secondary dignity. Neither, therefore, shall we preserve the transcendency of the first with reference to the things posterior to it, nor can we admit that the unities proceeding from it are unconfused, either with respect to themselves or to the one principle of them. But neither shall we be persuaded by Parmenides, who produces the One together with being, and demonstrates that there are as many parts of the One as there are of being, that each being also participates of the One, but that the One is everywhere consubsistent with being, and in short, who asserts that the One of the second hypothesis participates of being, and is participated by being, the participation in each not being the same. For the one indeed participates of being, as not being primarily one, nor exempt from being, but as illuminating truly existing essence. But being participates of the one, as that which is connected by it, and filled with divine union, and converted to the one itself, which is imparticipable. For the participated monads conjoin beings to the one, which is exempt from the whole of things, in the same manner as participated intellects conjoin souls to the intellect, which ranks as a whole, and as participated souls conjoin bodies to the soul, which ranks as a whole. For it is not possible that the dissimilar genera of secondary natures should be united without media to the cause which is exempt from multitude. But it is necessary that the contact should be effected through similars. For a similar multitude, so far indeed as it is multitude, communicates with the dissimilar, but so far as it is similar to the monad prior to itself, it is conjoined with it. Being established therefore in the middle of both, it is united to the whole, and to the one which is prior to multitude, but it contains in itself remote progressions, and which are of themselves dissimilar to the one. Through itself also it converts all things to that one, and thus all things are extended to the first cause of the whole of things, dissimilars indeed through similars, but similars through themselves. For similitude itself by itself conducts and binds the many to the one, and converts secondary natures to the monads prior to them. For the very being of similars, so far as they are similars, is derived from the one. Hence it conjoins multitude to that from which it is allotted its progression. And on this account similitude is that which it is, causing many things to be allied, to possess sympathy with themselves, and friendship with each other and the one. End of chapter 1, which is also chapters 1 to 4 of the Greek. Chapter 2 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note: in the Prometheus Trust edition of this translation, it states that chapter 2 of the translation actually contains chapters 5 and 6 of the original Greek. Chapter 2. If, however, it be requisite, not only by employing the intellectual projections of Parmenides to unfold the multitude of gods participated by beings, but also concisely to demonstrate the theory of Socrates about these particulars, we must recollect what is written in the Republic, where he says that the light proceeding from the good is unific of intellect and of beings. For through these things the good is demonstrated to be exempt from being and essence, in the same manner as the sun is exempt from visible natures. But this light being in intelligibles illuminates them, in the same manner as the solar form light which is in visible natures. For visible natures no otherwise become apparent and known to the sight, than through the light which is ingenerated in them. All intelligibles therefore become boniform through the participation of light, and through this light every true being is most similar to the good. If therefore it makes no difference to speak of this light or of the one, for this light conjoins intelligibles and causes them to be one, as deriving its subsistence from the one. If this be the case, the deity proceeding from the first is participable, and all the multitude of unities is participable. And that indeed which is truly superessential is the One. But each of the other Gods, according to his proper hyparxis, by which he is a superessential God, is similar to the first, but they are participated by essence and being. According to this reasoning, therefore, the Gods appear to us to be unities, and participable unities, binding indeed all beings to themselves, but conjoining through themselves to the One, which similarly transcends all things, the natures posterior to themselves. Since, therefore, each of the Gods is indeed a unity, but is participated by some being, whether shall we say that the same being participates of each of the unities, or that the participants of some of the unities are more, but of others less numerous? And if this be the case, either the participants of the superior unities must be more, but of the inferior must be fewer in number, or vice versa. For it is necessary that there should be an order of the unities, in the same manner as we see that of numbers some are nearer to their principle, but others more remote from it, and that some are more simple, but others more composite, and exceed indeed in quantity, but suffer a diminution in power. But it is well that we have mentioned numbers, for if it is necessary to survey the order of the first monads with respect to each other, and their progression about beings, from these as images, in these also the monads, which are nearer to the One, will be participated by things which are more simple in essence, but those which are more remote from it will be participated by more composite essences. For thus the participation will be according to the analogous, first monads being always participated by the first beings, but second monads by secondary beings. For again, if the first is exempt from all things and is imparticipable, but that which is connascent with the most simple nature and the One is more similar to the imparticipable than that which is connascent with a more various and multiform nature, and which has more powers suspended from it. If this be the case, it is perfectly obvious that the unities which are nearer to the One are necessarily participated by the first and most simple essences, but that those which are more remote are participated by more composite essences, which are less in power, but are greater in number and multitude. For in short, additions in these unities are oblations of powers, and that which is nearer to the One, which surpasses the whole of things by an admirable simplicity, is more uniform and is consubsistent with more total orders. And it happens, according to the ratio of power, that the simplicity of the first unities is transcendent. For those things which are the causes of a greater number of effects imitate as much as possible the cause of all things, but those which are the causes of fewer effects have an essence more various than the natures that are prior to them. For this variety distributes into minute parts and diminishes the power which abides in one. Moreover, in participated souls also, such as are first and most divine subsist in simple and perpetual bodies. Others again are connected with bodies that are simple, but in conjunction with these with material bodies also, and others are connected at one and the same time with simple, material, and composite bodies. For the celestial souls indeed rule over simple bodies, and such as have an immaterial and immutable subsistence. But the souls that govern the wholes of the elements are at the same time invested with ethereal garments, and at the same time through these are carried in the wholes of the elements, which as wholes indeed are perpetual and simple, but as material receive generation and corruption, and composition from dissimilar natures. And the souls that rank in the third order are those which proximately inspire with life their luciform vehicles, but also attract from the simple element material vestments, pour into these a secondary life, and through these communicate with composite and multiform bodies, and sustain through this participation another third life. If, however, you are willing to survey the intellectual orders, some of these are arranged in the souls which rank as wholes, and in the most divine of mundane souls, which also they govern in a becoming manner. But others, being arranged in the souls of the more excellent genera, are proximately participated by the rulers that are in them, and are participated secondarily by more partial essences. But again, they arrange third intellectual orders in partial souls, and according as the power which they are allotted is diminished, in such proportion is participation in them more various and far more composite than the participation of the natures that are prior to them. If therefore this is the mode of participation in all beings, it is certainly necessary that of the Gods also, those that are nearer to the One should be carried in the more simple parts of being, but that those which have proceeded to a greater distance should be carried in the more composite parts of being. For the participations of second genera are divided after this manner according to a similitude to them. Again, therefore, we may summarily say that, after the one principle of the whole of things, the Gods present themselves to our view as self-perfect monads, participated by beings. How many orders, therefore, there are of beings we shall afterwards unfold, and show what beings are allotted a more simple, and what a more various hyparxis. Of all beings, then, the last is that which is corporeal, for this derives its being and all its perfection from another more ancient cause, and is neither allotted simplicity, nor composition, nor perpetuity, nor incorruptibility from its own power. For no body is either self-subsistent or self-begotten, but everything which is so contracting in one cause, and that which proceeds from cause, is incorporeal and impartible. And in short, that which is the cause of hyparxis to itself imparts also to itself an infinite power of existence. For never deserting itself, it will never cease to be, or depart from its own subsistence. For everything that is corrupted through being separated from the power that supplied it with being. But that which imparts being to itself, as it is not separated from itself, is allotted through itself a perpetual essence. No body, however, since it is not the cause of perpetuity to itself, will be perpetual. For everything which is perpetual possesses an infinite power, but body, being finite, is not the cause of infinite power. For infinite power is incorporeal, because all power is incorporeal. But this is evident because greater powers are everywhere, but no body is capable of being wholly everywhere. If therefore no body imparts to itself power, whether the power be infinite or finite, but that which is self-subsistent imparts to itself the power of being, and of existing perpetually, no body will be self-subsistent. Whence therefore is being imparted to bodies? And what is it which is adapted proximately to supply them with being? Must we not say that the cause of being to bodies primarily is that which by being present renders the nature of body more perfect than its kindred bodies, when they are deprived of it. This indeed is obvious to every one. For it is the province of that which imparts perfection to connect also the essence of secondary natures, since perfection itself is the perfection of essence. What therefore is that of which bodies participating are said to be better than the bodies which do not participate of it? Is it not evident that it is soul? For we say that animated bodies are more perfect than such as are inanimate. Soul therefore is primarily beyond bodies, and it must be admitted that all heaven and everything corporeal is the vehicle of soul. Hence these two orders of beings present themselves to our view, the one indeed being corporeal, but the other, which is above this, psychical. With respect to soul itself, however, whether is it the same with or different from intellect? For as the body which participates of soul is perfect, thus also the soul is perfect which participates of intellect, and of the soul indeed, which is able to live according to reason, all things do not participate. But of intellect and intellectual illumination, rational souls participate, and also such things as partake of any kind of knowledge. And soul indeed energizes according to time, but intellect comprehends in eternity both its essence and at the same time its stable energy. And not every soul indeed is adapted to preserve immutably and without diminution the perfection of itself, but every intellect is always perfect and possesses a never-failing power of its own blessedness. The intellectual genus, therefore, is essentially beyond the psychical, since the former, neither in whole nor in partial intellects, admits the entrance of the nature of evil, but the latter being undefiled in whole souls, departs in partial souls from its own proper blessedness. What therefore is the first of beings? Shall we say intellect, or prior to this the extent of life? For soul indeed is self-vital, supplying itself with life, and intellect is the best and most perfect, and as we have said, an eternal life. But the life of intellect is indeed in a certain respect intellectual, and is mingled from the intellectual and vital peculiarity. It is necessary, however, that there should be life itself. Whether, therefore, is life or intellect the more excellent thing? But if Gnostic beings only participate of intellect, but such beings as are destitute of knowledge participate of life, for we say that plants live, it is certainly necessary that life should be arranged above intellect, being the cause of a greater number of effects, and imparting by illumination more gifts from itself than intellect. What then? Is life the first of beings? And is to live the same thing as to be? But this is impossible, for if life is that which is primarily being, and to be vital is the same thing as to have being, and there is the same definition of both life and being, everything which participates of life would also participate of being, and everything which participates of existence would likewise participate of life. For if each is the same thing, all things would similarly participate of being and life. All vital natures indeed have essence and being, but there are many beings that are destitute of life. Being therefore subsists prior to the first life, for that which is more universal and the cause of a greater number of effects is nearer to the one, as has been before demonstrated. Soul therefore is that which is primarily established above bodies, but intellect is beyond soul. Life is more ancient than intellect, and being which is primarily being is established above all these. Everything also which participates of soul by a much greater priority participates of intellect. But not everything which enjoys intellectual efficiency is also adapted to participate of soul. For of soul, rational animals only participate, since we say that the rational soul is truly soul. For Plato in the Republic says that the work of soul is to reason and survey beings. And every soul, id every rational soul, is immortal, as it is written in the Phaedrus. The irrational soul being mortal, according to the Demiurgus in the Timaeus. And in short, it is in many places evident that Plato considers the rational soul to be truly soul, but others to be the images of souls, so far as these also are intellectual and vital, and together with whole souls produce the lives that are distributed about bodies. Of intellect, however, we not only admit that rational animals participate, but also such other animals as possess a Gnostic power. I mean, such as possess the fantasy, memory, and sense. Since Socrates also in the Philebus refers all such animals to the intellectual series. For, taking away intellect from the life which is according to pleasure, he likewise takes away not only the rational life, but every Gnostic power of the irrational life. For all knowledge is the progeny of intellect, in the same manner as all reason is an image of soul. Moreover, all things which participate of intellect by a much greater priority participate of life. Some things indeed more obscurely, but others more manifestly. But all living beings do not participate of intellectual power, since plants indeed are animals, as Timaeus says, but they neither participate of sense or fantasy, unless some one should say that they have a co-sensation of what is pleasing and painful. And in short, the orectic powers everywhere are lives, and the images of the whole of life, and the last productions of life. But they are of themselves destitute of intellect, and without any participation of the Gnostic power. Hence also they are of themselves indefinite, and deprived of all knowledge. Again, therefore, all animals indeed receive a portion of being, and different animals a different portion according to their respective natures. But all beings are not similarly able to participate of life, since we say that qualities and all passions, and the last of bodies receive the ultimate effective energy of being. But we do not also say that they participate of life. Being, therefore, is more ancient than life, life than intellect, and intellect than soul. For it is necessary that the causes of a greater number of effects, being more ancient and according to order more principal, should preside over causes which are able to produce and adorn fewer effects. Very properly, therefore, does Plato in the Timaeus give subsistence to soul from intellect, as being secondary to it according to its own nature. But in the Laws he says that intellect is moved similarly to a sphere fashioned by a wheel. For that which is moved by participating of life, and is nothing else than real life about motion. And in the Sophista he exempts being from all the total genera of things, and from motion. For being, says he, according to its own nature, neither stands still, nor is moved. But that which neither stands still, nor is moved, is beyond eternal life. These four causes, therefore, being prior to a corporeal subsistence, videre licet, essence, life, intellect, and soul. Soul, indeed, participates of all the causes prior to itself, being allotted reason from its own peculiarity, but intellect, life, and being from more ancient causes. Hence it gives subsistence to things posterior to itself in a fourfold manner. For according to its being indeed, it produces all things as far as to bodies; according to its life, all things which are said to live, even as far as to plants; according to its intellect, all things which possess a gnostic power, even as far as to the most irrational natures; and according to its reason, the first of the natures that are able to participate of it. But intellect, being established beyond soul, and existing as the plenitude of life and being, adorns all things in a threefold manner, imparting indeed by illumination the power of the intellectual peculiarity to all gnostic beings, but supplying the participation of life to a still greater number, and of being to all those to whom primary being imparts itself. But life, being arranged above intellect, presubsists as the cause of the same things in a twofold respect, vivifying secondary natures indeed, together with intellect, and filling from itself with the rivers of life such things as are naturally adapted to live, but together with being, supernally producing essence in all things. But being itself, which is primarily being, generates all things by its very existence, all lives and intellects and souls, and is uniformly present to all things, and is exempt from the whole of things according to one cause, which gives subsistence to all things. Hence it is the most similar of all things to the One, and unites the comprehension of beings in itself to the first principle of the whole of things, through which all beings and non-being, wholes and parts, forms and the privations of forms subsist, which privations do not necessarily participate of being, but it is entirely necessary that they should participate of the One. These things, as it appears to me, persuaded the Elean guest in the Sophista, when discussing that which is perfectly being, to admit that not only being is there, but also life, intellect, and soul. For if true and real being is venerable and honorable, intellect is there in the first place, says he. For it is not lawful for that which is of itself venerable and immaterial to be without intellect. But if intellect is in that which is perfectly being, intellect will entirely be moved. For it is not possible for intellect ever to subsist either without motion or permanency. But if intellect is moved and stands still, there are in being both life and motion. Hence, from what has been said, three things become apparent: videre licet, being, life, and intellect. Moreover, soul also in the next place is discovered through these things. For it is necessary, says he, that life and intellect, which before were by themselves, should also be in soul. For every soul is a plenitude of life and intellect, participating of both, which the Elean guest indicating adds, quote, "Shall we say that both these are inherent in it, but yet it does not possess these in soul?" Close quote. For to possess, as some one says in a certain place, is secondary to existing, and soul indeed participates of each of these according to the peculiarity of itself, but it mingles the rational form of its own hyparxis with the intellectual vivific power. But both intellect and life subsist prior to soul, the former as being moved and standing still at one and the same time, and the latter as being motion and permanency. These four monads also, soul, intellect, life, and being, are not only mentioned by Plato here, but in many other places. And as in soul all things subsist according to participation, so in intellect the things which are prior to it subsist, and in life that which is prior to life. For we say that life exists or has a being, or how could it be said to be arranged in being unless it participated of being? We likewise say that intellect is and lives, for it is moved and is a portion of being. Hence it is the third of the more comprehensive monads. Prior, however, to beings which are participated, it is everywhere necessary that imparticipable causes should subsist, as was before demonstrated, conformably to the similitude of beings to the one. Being, therefore, which is primarily being, is imparticipable. But life first participates of being, yet is imparticipable, being exempt from intellect, and intellect is filled indeed from being and life, but is imparticipable in souls, and in the natures posterior to itself. Intellect also presides over soul, imparting to it by illumination the participation of life and being. But being imparticipable subsists prior to bodies. The last order of beings, therefore, is that to which bodies are annexed. Celestial bodies indeed primarily, but sublunary bodies with the addition of material vestments. This, therefore, is the progression of beings, through life, intellect, and soul, ending in a corporeal nature. If, however, it is necessary that the superessential unities of the Gods, which derive their subsistence from the imparticipable cause of all things, should be participated, some of them indeed by the first orders in beings, others by the middle, and others by the last orders, as was before demonstrated, it is evident that some of them deify the imparticipable portion of being, but that others illuminate life, others intellect, others soul, and others bodies. And of the last unities indeed, not only bodies participate, but likewise soul, intellect, life, and essence. For intellect in itself is a plenitude of life and being. But from the unities which are above this world, intellect is suspended, and the psychical power which pre-exists in intellect. From the unities above these, imparticipable and intellectual intellect is suspended. From those that are beyond these, the first and imparticipable life is suspended. And from the highest unities, the first being itself, and which is the most divine of beings, is suspended. Hence Parmenides, beginning from the one being, produces from thence the whole orders of the Gods. These things, therefore, being previously determined by us, let us speak concerning the divine dialogues, beginning from on high, and producing from the one the whole orders of the Gods. Let us also, following Plato, in the first place demonstrate the several orders from other dialogues, by arguments which cannot be confuted. Afterwards, let us thus conjoin and assimilate the conclusions of Parmenides to the divine progressions, adapting the first conclusions to the first, but the last to the last progressions. End of chapter 2 of the translation, which is also chapters 5 and 6 of the original Greek. Chapter 3 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note: in the Prometheus Trust edition of this translation, it states that chapter 3 of the translation actually contains chapters 7 and 8 of the original Greek. Chapter 3. Again, therefore, the mystic doctrine concerning the One must be resumed by us, in order that, proceeding from the first principle, we may celebrate the second and third principles of the whole of things. Of all beings, therefore, and of the Gods that produce beings, one exempt and imparticipable cause pre-exists, a cause ineffable indeed by all language, and unknown by all knowledge, and incomprehensible, unfolding all things into light from itself, subsisting ineffably prior to, and converting all things to itself, but existing as the best end of all things. This cause, therefore, which is truly exempt from all causes, and which gives subsistence unically to all the unities of divine natures, and to all the genera of beings and their progressions, Socrates in the Republic calls the good, and through its analogy to the sun, reveals its admirable and unknown transcendency with respect to all intelligibles. But again, Parmenides denominates it the One, and through negations demonstrates the exempt and ineffable hyparxis of this One which is the cause of the whole of things. But the discourse in the Epistle to Dionysius, proceeding through enigmas, celebrates it as that about which all things subsist, and as the cause of all beautiful things. In the Philebus, however, Socrates celebrates it as that which gives subsistence to the whole of things, because it is the cause of all deity. For all the Gods derive their existence as Gods from the first God. Whether, therefore, it be lawful to denominate it the fountain of deity, or the kingdom of beings, or the unity of all unities, or the goodness which is generative of truth, or an hyparxis exempt from all these things and beyond all causes, both the paternal and the generative, let it be honored by us in silence, and prior to silence by union, and of the mystic end may it impart by illumination a portion adapted to our souls. But let us survey with intellect the biformed principles proceeding from and posterior to it. For what else is it necessary to arrange after the union of the whole theory than the duad of principles? What the two principles therefore are of the divine orders after the first principle, we shall in the next place survey. For conformably to the theology of our ancestors, Plato also establishes two principles after the one. In the Philebus, therefore, Socrates says that God gives subsistence to bound and infinity, and through these mingling all beings has produced them, the nature of beings, according to Philolaus, subsisting from the connection of things bounded and things infinite. If therefore all beings subsist from these, it is evident that they themselves have a subsistence prior to beings. And if secondary natures participate of these mingled together, these will subsist unmingled prior to the whole of things. For the progression of the divine orders originates not from things coordinated and which exist in others, but from things exempt, and which are established in themselves. As therefore the one is prior to things united, and as that which is passive to the one has a second order after the imparticipable union, thus also the two principles of beings, prior to the participation of and commixture with beings, are themselves by themselves the causes of the whole of things. For it is necessary that bound should be prior to things bounded, and infinity prior to infinites, according to the similitude to the one of things which proceed from it. For again, if we should produce beings immediately after the one, we shall nowhere find the peculiarity of the one subsisting purely. For neither is being the same with the one, but it participates of the one. Nor in reality is that which is the first the one. For, as has been frequently said, it is better than the one. Where therefore is that which is most properly and entirely one? Hence, there is a certain one prior to being, which gives subsistence to being, and is primarily the cause of it, since that which is prior to it is beyond union, and is a cause without habitude with respect to all things, and imparticipable, being exempt from all things. If, however, this one is the cause of being and constitutes it, there will be a power in it generative of being. For everything which produces, produces according to its own power, which is allotted a subsistence between that which produces and the things produced, and is of the one the progression, and as it were extension, but of the other is the prearranged generative cause. For being, which is produced from these, and which is not the one itself, but uniform, possesses its progression indeed from the one, through the power which produces and unfolds it into light from the one, but its so-called union from the hyparxis of the one. This one, therefore, which subsists prior to power, and first presubsists from the imparticipable and unknown cause of the whole of things, Socrates in the Philebus calls bound, but he denominates the power of it which is generative of being, infinity. But he thus speaks in that dialogue, quote, God, we said, has exhibited the bound, and also the infinite of beings. Close quote. The first, therefore, and unical God is without any addition denominated by him God, because each of the second gods is participated by being, and has being suspended from its nature. But the first indeed, as being exempt from the whole of beings, is God, defined according to the ineffable itself, the unical alone, and superessential. But the bound and the infinite of beings unfold into light that unknown and imparticipable cause. Bound, indeed, being the cause of stable, uniform, and connective deity, but the infinite being the cause of power proceeding to all things and capable of being multiplied, and in short being the leader of every generative distribution. For all union and wholeness and communion of beings, and all the divine measures are suspended from the first bound. But all division, prolific production, and progression into multitude derive their subsistence from this most principal infinity. Hence, when we say that each of the divine orders abides, and at the same time proceeds, we must confess that it stably abides indeed according to bound, but proceeds according to infinity, and that at one and the same time it has unity and multitude. And we must suspend the former from the principle of bound, but the latter from that of infinity. And, in short, of all the opposition in the divine genera, we must prefer that which is the more excellent to bound, but that which is subordinate to infinity. For from these two principles all things have their progression into being, even as far as to the last of things. For eternity itself participates at once of bound and infinity, so far indeed as it is the intelligible measure, it participates of bound. But so far as it is the cause of a never-failing power of existing, it participates of infinity. And intellect, so far indeed as it is uniform and whole, and so far as it is connective of paradigmatical measures, so far it is the progeny of bound. But again, so far as it produces all things eternally, and subsists conformably to the whole of eternity, supplying all things with existence at once, and always possessing its own power undiminished, so far it is the progeny of infinity. And soul, indeed, in consequence of measuring its own life, by restitutions and periods, and introducing a boundary to its own motions, is referred to the cause of bound. But in consequence of having no cessation of motions, but making the end of one period the beginning of the whole of a second vital circulation, it is referred to the order of infinity. The whole of this heaven also, according to the wholeness of itself, its connection, the order of its periods, and the measures of its restitutions is bounded. But according to its prolific powers, its various evolutions, and the never-failing revolutions of its orbs, it participates of infinity. Moreover, the whole of generation, in consequence of all its forms being bounded, and always permanent after the same manner, and in consequence of its own circle, which imitates the celestial circulation, is similar to bound. But again, in consequence of the variety of the particulars of which it consists, their unceasing mutation, and the intervention of the more and the less in the participations of forms, it is the image of infinity. And in addition to these things, every natural production, according to its form indeed, is similar to bound, but according to its matter, resembles infinity. For these are suspended in the last place from the two principles posterior to the one, and as far as to these, the progression of their productive power extends. Each of these also is one, but form is the measure and boundary of matter, and is in a greater degree one. Matter, however, is all things in capacity, so far as it derives its subsistence from the first power. There, however, power is generative of all things, but the power of matter is imperfect, and is indigent of the hypostasis, which is generative of all things according to energy. Very properly, therefore, is it said by Socrates that all beings are from bound and infinity, and that these two intelligible principles primarily derive their subsistence from God. For that which congregates both of them, and perfects them, and unfolds itself into light through all beings is the one, prior to the duad. And union indeed is derived to all things through that which is first. But the division of the two orders of things is generated from these primary causes, and through these is extended to the unknown and ineffable principle. Let it therefore be manifest through these things what the two principles of beings are, which become proximately apparent from the one according to the Theology of Plato. And of chapter 3 of the translation, which is chapters 7 and 8 of the original Greek. Chapters 9 to 11 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. In the next place, let us show what the third thing is which presents itself to the view from these principles. It is everywhere therefore called that which is mixed, as deriving its subsistence from bound and infinity. But if bound is the bound of beings, and the infinite is the infinite of beings, and beings are the things which have a subsistence from both these, as Socrates himself clearly teaches us, it is evident that the first of things mingled is the first of beings. This, however, is nothing else than that which is highest in beings, which is being itself, and nothing else than being. My meaning is that this is evident through those things by which we demonstrate that what is primarily being is comprehensive of all things intelligibly, and of life and intellect. For we say that life is triadic vitally, and intellect intellectually, and also that these three things, being, life, and intellect, are everywhere. But all things presubsist primarily and essentially in being, for their essence, life, and intellect subsist, and the summit of beings. Life, however, is the middle centre of being, which is denominated and is intelligible life. But intellect is the boundary of being, and is intelligible intellect. For in the intelligible there is intellect, and in intellect the intelligible. There, however, intellect subsists intelligibly, but in intellect the intelligible subsists intellectually. And essence indeed is that which is stable in being, and which is woven together with the first principles, and does not depart from the one. But life is that which proceeds from the principles, and is connascent with infinite power. And intellect is that which converts itself to the principles, conjoins the end with the beginning, and produces one intelligible circle. The first of beings, therefore, is that which is mingled from the first principles, and is triple. One thing which it contains subsisting in it essentially, another vitally, and another intellectually, but all things presubsisting in it essentially. I mean, however, by the first of beings, essence. For essence itself is the summit of all beings, and is, as it were, the monad of the whole of things. In all things, therefore, essence is the first, and in each thing, that which is essential is the most ancient, as deriving its subsistence from the vesta of beings. For the intelligible is especially this, since intellect indeed is that which is gnostic, life is intelligence, and being is intelligible. If, however, every being is mingled, but essence is being itself, prior to all other things essence is that which subsists as mingled from the two principles proceeding from the one. Hence Socrates, indicating how the mode of generation in the two principles differs from that of the mixture, says, quote, that God has exhibited bound and infinity, close quote. For they are unities deriving their subsistence from the one, and as it were, luminous patefactions from the imparticipable and first union. But with respect to producing a mixture, and mingling through the first principles, by how much to make is subordinate to the unfolding into light, and generation to patefaction, by so much is that which is mixed allotted a progression from the one, inferior to that of the two principles. That which is mixed, therefore, is intelligible essence, and subsists primarily from the first God, from whom infinity also and bound are derived, but it subsists secondarily from the principles posterior to the unical God, I mean from bound and infinity. For the fourth cause which is effective of the mixture is again God himself, since if any other cause should be admitted besides this, there will no longer be a fourth cause, but a fifth will be introduced. For the first cause was God, who unfolds into light the two principles, but after him are the two principles bound and infinity, and the mixture is the fourth thing. If therefore the cause of the mixture is different from the first divine cause, this cause will be the fifth and not the fourth thing, as Socrates says it is. Farther still, in addition to these things, if we say that God is especially the supplier of union to beings, and the mixture itself of the principles is a union into the hypostasis of being, God is also certainly the cause of this primarily. Moreover, Socrates in the Republic clearly evinces that the good is the cause of being and essence to intelligibles, in the same manner as the sun is to visible natures. Is it not therefore necessary, if that which is mixed is primarily being, to refer it to the first God, and to say that it receives its progression from him? If also the demiurgus in the Timaeus constitutes the essence of the soul itself by itself from an impartible and a partible essence, which is the same thing as to constitute it from bound and infinity, for the soul according to bound is similar to the impartible, but according to infinity to the partible essence. If therefore the demiurgus mingles the essence of the soul from these, and again separately, from same and different, and if from these being now pre-existent, he constitutes the whole soul, must we not much more say that the first God is the cause of the first essence? That which is mixed, therefore, proceeds, as we have said, from the first God, and does not subsist from the principles alone posterior to the one, but proceeds also from these, and is triadic. And in the first place indeed, it participates from God of ineffable union, and the whole of its subsistence, but from bound it receives hyparxis, and the uniform and a stable peculiarity, and from infinity it receives power, and the occult power, which is in itself of all things. For in short, since it is one and not one, the one is inherent in it according to bound, but the non-one according to infinity. The mixture, however, of both these and its wholeness are derived from the first God. That which is mixed therefore is a monad, because it participates of the one, and it is biformed so far as it proceeds from the two principles. But it is a triad so far as in every mixture these three things are necessary according to Socrates: videre licet, beauty, truth, and symmetry. Concerning these things, however, we shall speak again. In what manner, however, essence is that which is first mixed, we shall now explain. For this is of all things the most difficult to discover. Videre licet, what that is which is primarily being, as the Elean guest also somewhere says. For it is most dubious how being is not less than non-being. In what manner, therefore, essence subsists from bound and infinity must be shown. For if bound and infinity are superessential, essence may appear to have its subsistence from non-essences. How therefore can non-essences produce essence? Or is not this the case in all other things which subsist through the mixture of each other? For that which is produced from things mingled together is not the same with things that are not mingled. For neither is soul the same with the genera, from which, being mingled together, the Father generated it, nor is a happy life the same with the life which is according to intellect, or with the life which is according to pleasure, nor is the one in bodies the same with its elements. Hence, it is not wonderful if that which is primarily being, though it is neither bound nor infinity, subsists from both these and is mixed, superessential natures themselves not being assumed in the mixture of it, but secondary progressions from them coalescing into the subsistence of essence. Thus, therefore, being consists of these as participating of both, possessing indeed the uniform from bound, but the generative, and in short, occult multitude from infinity. For it is all things occultly, and on this account is the cause of all beings, which also the Elean guest indicating to us calls being the first power, as subsisting according to the participation of the first power, and participating of hyparxis from bound, and of power from infinity. Afterwards, however, the Elean guest defines being to be power, as prolific and generative of all things, and as being all things uniformly. For power is everywhere the cause of prolific progressions, and of all multitude. Occult power indeed being the cause of occult multitude, but the power which exists in energy, and which unfolds itself into light, being the cause of all perfect multitude. Through this cause, therefore, I think that every being and every essence has connascent powers, for it participates of infinity, and derives its hyparxis indeed from bound, but its power from infinity. And being is nothing else than a monad of many powers, and a multiplied hyparxis, and on this account being is one many. The many, however, subsist occultly and without separation in the first natures, but with separation in secondary natures. For by how much being is nearer to the one, by so much the more does it conceal multitude, and is defined according to union alone. It appears to me also that Plotinus and his followers, frequently indicating these things, produce being from form and intelligible matter, arranging form as analogous to the one, and to hyparxis, but power as analogous to matter. And if indeed they say this, they speak rightly. But if they ascribe a certain formless and indefinite nature to an intelligible essence, they appear to me to wander from the conceptions of Plato on this subject. For the infinite is not the matter of bound, but the power of it, nor is bound the form of the infinite, but the hyparxis of it. But being consists of both these, as not only standing in the one, but receiving a multitude of unities and powers, which are mingled into one essence. Chapter 10. That, therefore, which is primarily being, is through these things denominated by Plato that which is mixed. And through the similitude of it, generation also is mingled from bound and infinity. And the infinite indeed in this is imperfect power, but the bound in it is form and the morphe of this power. On this account we establish this power to be matter, not possessing existence in energy, and requiring to be bounded by something else. We no longer, however, say that it is lawful to call the power of being matter, since it is generative of energies, produces all beings from itself, and is prolific of the perfect powers in beings. For the power of matter, being imperfect, dissimilarly imitates the power of being, and becoming multitude in capacity, it expresses the parturition of multitude in the power of being. Moreover, the form of matter imitates ultimately bound, since it gives limits to matter, and terminates its infinity, but it is multiplied and divided about it. It is also mingled with the privation of matter, and represents the supreme union of the hyparxis of being, by its essence always advancing to existence, and always tending to decay. For those things which subsist in the first natures according to transcendency are in such as are last according to deficiency. For that also which is primarily being is mixed, is exempt from the bound of infinite life, and is the cause of it. But that which consists of the last of forms and the first matter is in its own nature void of life, since it possesses life in capacity. For there indeed generative causes subsist prior to their progeny, and things perfect prior to such as are imperfect. But here things in capacity are prior to such as are in energy, and concauses are subject to the things which are produced from them. This, however, I think, happens naturally, because the gifts of the first principles pervade as far as to the last of things, and not only generate more perfect natures, but also such as have a more imperfect subsistence. And on this account, that which is mixed is the cause of generation, and of the nature which is mingled here. The bound and infinity, however, which are prior to being, are not only the causes of this nature, but also of the elements of it, of which that which is mixed is not the cause, so far as it is mixed. For bound and infinity are twofold, and one kind of these is exempt from the things mingled, but another kind is assumed to the completion of the mixture. For I think it is everywhere necessary that prior to things that are mingled there should be such as are unmingled; prior to things imperfect, such as are perfect; prior to parts, wholes; and prior to things that are in others, such as are in themselves. And this Socrates persuades us to admit not in one thing only, but also in beauty and symmetry, and in all forms. If therefore the second and third genera of being and forms subsist prior to their participants, how can we assert that bound and infinity, which pervade through all beings, have their first subsistence as things mingled? It must be admitted therefore that they are unmingled and separate from being, and that being is derived from them, and at the same time consists of them. It is derived from them indeed, because they have a prior subsistence, but it consists of them because they subsist in being according to a second progression. The genera of being also are twofold, some of them indeed being fabricative of beings, but others existing as the elements of the nature of each being. For some of them indeed presubsist themselves by themselves, as possessing a productive power; but others, being generated from these, constitute each particular being. Let no one therefore any longer wonder how Socrates indeed in the Philebus establishes that which is mingled prior to bound and infinity. But we, on the contrary, evince that bound and infinity are exempt from that which is mixed. For each is twofold, and the one indeed is prior to being, but the other is in being; and the one is generative, but the other is the element of the mixture. Of this kind also are the bound and infinity of the mixed life, each being the element of the whole of felicity. Hence also each is indigent of each, and neither is intellect by itself desirable, nor perfect pleasure. It is necessary, however, that the good should consist of all these, videre licet, of the desirable, the sufficient, and the perfect. Bound itself therefore, and infinity, which are separate, subsist according to cause prior to that which is mixed. but the bound and infinity which are mixed are more imperfect than the mixture. Hence, from what has been said, it is evident what the things are of which the mixture consists. Chapter 11. In the next place we must speak of the triad, which is consubsistent with this mixture. For every mixture, if it is rightly made, as Socrates says, requires these three things: beauty, truth, and symmetry. For neither will anything base, if it is introduced into the mixture, impart rectitude, since it will be the cause of error and of inordinate prerogative. Nor, if truth is at any time separated, will it suffer the mixture to consist of things that are pure, and which are in reality subdued, but it will fill the whole with an image and with non-being. Nor without symmetry will there be a communion of the elements and an elegant association. Symmetry, therefore, is necessary to the union of the things that are mingled, and to an appropriate communion. But truth is necessary to purity, and beauty to order, which also renders the whole lovely. For when each thing in the mixture has a place adapted to itself, it renders both the elements and the arrangements resulting from them beautiful. Here, therefore, in the first mixture, these three things are apparent: symmetry, truth, and beauty. And symmetry indeed is the cause to the mixture, that being is one. Truth is the cause of the reality of its existence, and beauty is the cause of its being intelligible. Hence it is intelligible and truly being. That also which is primarily being is more uniform, and intellect is conjoined to it, according to its familiarity with the beautiful. But each participates of existence because it is being derived from being. That which is mixed, however, is supreme among beings, because it is united to the good. And it appears to me that the divine Iamblichus, perceiving these three causes of being, defines the intelligible in these three, videre licet, in symmetry, truth, and beauty, and unfolds the intelligible gods through these in the Platonic theology. In what manner, indeed, the intelligible breadth consists of these will be most evident as we proceed. Now, however, from what has been said, it is perfectly manifest why Socrates says that this triad is found to be in the vestibules of the good. For that which is primarily being participates of this triad through its union with the good. For because indeed the good is the measure of all beings, the first being becomes itself commensurate. Because the former is prior to being, the latter subsists truly and really. And because the former is good and desirable, the latter presents itself to the view as the beautiful itself. Here, therefore, the first beauty also subsists. And on this account, the one is not only the cause of good, but likewise of beauty, as Plato says in his epistles. Beauty, however, subsists here occultly, since this order comprehends all things uniformly in consequence of subsisting primarily from the principles, bound and infinity. But where and how beauty is unfolded into light, we shall shortly explain. End of chapter 11. Chapters 12 to 15 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Such, therefore, is the first triad of intelligibles, according to Socrates in the Philebus, videre licet, bound, infinite, and that which is mixed from these. And of these, bound indeed is a God proceeding to the intelligible summit from the imparticipable and first God, measuring and defining all things, and giving subsistence to every paternal, connective, and undefiled genus of Gods. But infinite is the never-failing power of this God, unfolding into light all the generative orders and all infinity, both that which is prior to essence and that which is essential, and also that which proceeds as far as to the last matter. And that which is mixed is the first and highest order of the Gods, comprehending all things occultly, deriving its completion indeed through the intelligible connective triad, but unically comprehending the cause of every being, and establishing its summit in the first intelligibles, exempt from the whole of things. Chapter 13. After this first triad, subsisting from and conjoined with the One, we shall celebrate the second proceeding from this, and deriving its completion through things analogous to the triad prior to it. For in this also it is necessary that being should participate, and that the One should be participated, and likewise that this One, which is secondarily one, should be generative of that which is secondarily being. For everywhere participated deity constitutes about itself that which participates it. Thus whole souls render bodies consubsistent with their causes, and partial souls generate, in conjunction with the Gods, irrational souls. Much more therefore do the Gods produce in conjunction with the One all things. Hence, as the first of the unities generates the summit of being, so likewise the middle unity constitutes the middle being. But everything which generates, and everything which makes or produces, possesses a power prolific of the things produced, according to which it produces, corroborates, and connects its progeny. Again, therefore, there will be a second triad unfolded into light analogously to the first. And one thing indeed is the summit of it, which we call One, Deity, and hyparxis. But another thing is the middle of it, which we call Power. And another thing is the extremity of it, which we say is that which is secondarily being. This, however, is intelligible life. For all things are in the intelligible, as was before demonstrated, videre licet, to be, to live, and to energize intellectually. And the summit indeed of the intelligible order is all things according to cause, and, as we have frequently said, occultly. But the middle of it causes multitude to shine forth, and proceeds from the union of being into manifest light. And the extremity of it is now all intelligible multitude, and the order of intelligible forms. For forms have their subsistence at the extremity of the intelligible order. For it is necessary that forms should subsist first, and become apparent in intellect. If, therefore, being abides exemptly in the first mixture, but now proceeds and is generated dyadically from the monad, there will be motion about it. And if there is motion, it is also necessary that there should be intelligible life. For everywhere motion is a certain life, since some one calls even the motion of material bodies life. That which is first, therefore, in this second triad may be called bound, that which is second in it infinity, and that which is the third life. For the second triad also is a God, possessing prolific power, and unfolding into light from and about itself that which is secondarily being. Here, however, also, the triad is analogous to the first triad. But again, it is necessary to comprehend by reasoning the peculiarity of this triad. For the first triad, being all things, but intelligibly and unically, and, as I may say, speaking platonically, according to the form of bound. The second triad is indeed all things, but vitally, and, as I may say, following the philosopher, according to the form of infinity, just as the third triad proceeds according to the peculiarity of that which is mixed. For, as in the progression according to breadth, that which is mixed presents itself to the view as the third, so likewise in the progression according to depth of intelligibles, the third has the order of that which is mixed with reference to the superior triads. The middle triad, therefore, is indeed all things, but is characterized by intelligible infinity. For the three principles after the first orderly distribute for us the intelligible genus of the Gods. For bound indeed unfolds into light the first triad, but infinity the second, and that which is mixed the third. It is infinite power, therefore, according to which the second triad is characterized. For, being the middle, it subsists according to the middle of the first triad, being all things from all. For in each triad there is bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. But the peculiarity of the monads, being respectively different, evolves the intelligible order of the Gods. The middle triad, however, thus subsisting, but I say thus, because it consists of all the things of which the triad prior to it consists, yet it contains and connects the middle of intelligibles according to infinite power, and is filled indeed from a more elevated union, but fills the union posterior to itself with the powers of being. And it is measured indeed from thence uniformly, but measures the third triad by the power of itself. And it abides indeed in the first triad stably, but it establishes in itself the triad which is next in order. And in short, it binds to itself the intelligible centre, and establishes one intelligible coherence, causing indeed that which is occult and possesses the form of the one in the first triad to shine forth, but collecting the intelligible multitude of the third triad, and comprehending it on all sides. The being, however, which gives completion to this triad is mixed, in the same manner as the being of the triad prior to it, and receives the peculiarity of life, for the infinity in this generates life. It is likewise necessary that this triad should participate of the three things, symmetry, truth, and beauty. That which is primarily being, however, principally subsists according to symmetry, which unites it and conjoins it to the good. But the second triad principally subsists according to truth, for because it participates of that which is primarily being, it is being and truly being. And the third triad principally subsists according to the beautiful, for their intelligible multitude, order, and beauty first shine forth to the view. Hence this being is the most beautiful of all intelligibles. This, however, will be discussed hereafter. As there is a triad, therefore, in each of the mixtures, the first indeed, symmetry especially, comprehends and connects, the second, truth, and the third, beauty. And this induced the divine Iamblichus to say that Plato in these three defines the whole of the intelligible order. For all are in each, but one of these predominates more in one of the intelligible monads than in another. Moreover, the third triad presents itself to the view after this, for it is necessary that the extremity of being should also be deified, and should participate of an intelligible unity. For beings are not more in number than the unities, as Parmenides says, nor are the unities more numerous than beings. But each progression of being participates of the One, since this universe also, according to each part of itself, is governed by soul and intellect. By a much greater priority, therefore, must the intelligible in its first, middle, and last hypostases participate of the intelligible Gods. Chapter 14. As the first unity, therefore, after the exempt cause of all things, unfolds into light intelligible being, and the second unity, intelligible life, thus also the third constitutes about itself intelligible intellect, and fills it with divine union, constituting power as the medium between itself and being, through which it gives completion to this being, and converts it to itself. In this, therefore, every intelligible multitude shines forth to the view, for the whole of this being is intelligible intellect, life, and essence, and it is neither all things according to cause, in the same manner as that which is primarily being, nor does it cause all things to shine forth, as the second being does, but it is as it were all things according to energy, and openly. Hence also it is the boundary of all intelligibles. For since the progression of beings is accomplished according to similitude, the first being is most similar to the One. The second is parturient with multitude, and is the origin of separation. But the third is now all perfect, and unfolds into light in itself, intelligible multitude and form. Farther still, as the first triad abides occultly in bound, and fixes in itself everything that is stable in intelligibles, but the second abides and at the same time proceeds, so the third, after progression, converts the intelligible end to the beginning, and convolves the order to itself. For it is everywhere the province of intellect to convert and converge to the intelligible. All these likewise are uniform, i.e., have the form of one, and intelligible, videre licet, the abiding, the proceeding, and the returning. For each of these is not asserted after the same manner in intelligibles, and the intelligible genus of Gods is unical, simple, and occult, conjoining itself to the One itself, which is prior to beings, and unfolds into light nothing else than the transcendency of the One. For these three triads mystically announce that unknown cause, the first and perfectly imparticipable God. The first of them indeed announcing his ineffable union, the second his transcendency by which he surpasses all powers, and the third his all-perfect generation of beings. For as they are able to comprehend the principle which surpasses both the union and the powers of all beings, so they exhibit to secondary natures his admirable transcendency, receiving indeed separately the unical power and dominion of the first God, but unfolding into light intelligibly the cause which is prior to intelligibles. For these Gods, though they are allotted a simplicity which is equally exempt from all the divine orders, yet they fall short of the union of the Father. Of this triad, therefore, which converts all intelligibles to the first principle, and convolves the multitude apparent in itself to the stable union of the whole of things, one thing is bound, and unity, and hyparxis; another is infinity and power; and another is that which is mixed, essence, life, and intelligible intellect. But the whole triad subsists according to being, and is the intellect of the first triad. For the first triad is an intelligible God primarily, but the triad posterior to it is an intelligible and intellectual God, and the third triad is an intellectual God. These three deities also, and triadic monads, give completion to the intelligible genera, for they are monads according to their deities, since all other things are suspended from the Gods, and also powers and beings. But they are triads according to a separate division, for bound, infinity, and that which is mixed have a threefold subsistence. But in one place indeed all things are according to bound, in another all things are according to infinity, and in another all things are according to that which is mixed. And in one place that which is mixed is essence, in another it is intelligible life, and in another intelligible intellect. In this last, therefore, forms subsist primarily, for the separation of intelligibles unfolds the order of forms, because form is being, but is not simply being. Hence that which is primarily being is being itself, and is that which is being. But that which is the second being is power, proceeding indeed from the first being, and existing as it were a duad, generative of the multitude of beings, but not yet being multitude. And that which is the third being is itself the multitude of beings, being there existing with separation. For being is the exempt cause of those things which forms constitute divisibly, and of the things of which being is productive collectively. Of these, forms are the cause in a way attended with separation, because forms indeed are causes productive of separation in their effects, and also because forms are called the paradigms of beings. Being, however, is the cause of all things posterior to itself, but is not the paradigm of them. For paradigms are the causes of things which are separated according to existence, and which have different characters of essence. After the one, therefore, which is prior to beings, that which is one many, occultly, and the united subsists. On this account it is that which is divided into multitude, and which tends from the uniform to the splendid. But the last of intelligibles is that from which a certain distribution into parts originates, and which is comprehensive of intelligible multitude. Chapter 15. Socrates, therefore, in the Philebus, affords us such like auxiliaries to the theory of the intelligible triads. It is requisite, however, not only to abide in these conceptions, but also to demonstrate the theology of Plato about these triads from other dialogues, and from them to point out one truth adapted to the things themselves. We shall assume therefore what is written in the Timaeus, and shall follow our leader, Syrianus, who has unfolded to us the arcane mysteries of these triads, and conjoin with the end of what has been said the beginning of the following discussion. In the Timaeus, therefore, Plato, investigating what the paradigm of the whole world is, discovers that it is comprehensive of all intelligible animals, that it is all perfect, that it is the most beautiful of intelligibles, that it is only begotten, and that it is the intelligible of the demiurgus. He likewise denominates it animal itself, as being the intelligible paradigm of every animal, and of that which is the object of sense. Hence it is necessary that this animal itself, because it is all perfect and the most beautiful of intelligibles, should be established in the intelligible orders. For though there is intelligible animal in the demiurgus, yet it is rather intellectual than intelligible, and is not the most beautiful of all intelligibles, but is second to them in beauty and power. For primary beauty is in the intelligible Gods. In the demiurgus also there are not only four forms of the things contained in the world, but there is all the multitude of forms. For in him the paradigms of individual forms presubsist, but animal itself is totally constitutive of all animals by the intelligible tetrad. The demiurgus likewise is not like animal itself, only begotten among beings, but subsists in conjunction with the vivific cause, together with which he constitutes the second genera of being, mingling them in the crater or bowl, in order to the generation of souls. For of the things of which intelligible animal is effective, and at the same time generative, of these the demiurgus is allotted the cause in a divided manner, in conjunction with the crater. Hence, as I have said, animal itself is exempt from the demiurgus, and is, as Timaeus everywhere denominates it, intelligible. Nevertheless, because forms are first separated in it, and because it is all perfect, it subsists in the third order of intelligibles. For neither that which is primarily, nor that which is secondarily being is all perfect. For the former is beyond all separation, but the latter generates indeed, and is parturient with intelligibles, but is not yet the multitude of beings. If therefore neither of these is multitude, how can either of them be all perfect multitude? If however all perfect multitude shines forth in the third triad of intelligibles, as was a little before demonstrated, but animal itself is the first paradigm, for it is comprehensive of all intelligible animals, is an only begotten paradigm, and is not conjoined with any other principle, it is necessary that animal itself should be established according to this order. For either there will not be an intelligible paradigm, and in this case how will sensibles be images of intelligibles? Or how will the intelligible gods be the fathers of the whole of things? Or, if there is, it is the third in intelligibles. For the natures which are prior to the triad in intelligibles are not all perfect, since they are exempt from the division into multitude. But the natures posterior to it are not only begotten. For they proceed together with others, the male indeed with the female, and those that are of a demiurgic together with those that are of a generative characteristic. Nor are they the most beautiful of intelligibles, for beauty is in the intelligible. But animal itself is all perfect, and at the same time only begotten. The first paradigm of beings, therefore, is arranged in the third triad of intelligibles. Moreover, animal itself is eternal, as Timaeus himself says. For, says he, quote, "The nature of animal is eternal." And again, in another place he asserts, quote, "that the paradigm is through all eternity being." If therefore it is eternal, it participates of eternity. And if that which participates is everywhere secondary to that which is participated, animal itself is secondary to eternity. And if it is through all eternity being, it is filled with the whole power of eternity. If this however be the case, it subsists proximately after eternity, for that which enjoys the whole of causes is arranged proximately after them. End of chapter 15. Chapters 16 to 19 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Moreover, if eternity has the same ratio to intelligible animal, which time has to that which is sensible, but the universe proximately participates of time, for time was generated together with the universe, it is certainly necessary that animal itself should primarily participate of eternity. Eternity, therefore, is beyond the first paradigm, for eternity indeed measures the existence of animal itself, but animal itself is measured and filled with perpetuity from it, to which may be added that we assert eternity to be the cause of immortality to all things. Hence, eternity is that which is primarily immortal, for as that which is primarily being is the cause of existence to all things, but that which is effective of form is itself prior to other forms, so that which is the cause of perpetuity and immortality is itself primarily immortal. The demoniacal Aristotle also rightly calls eternity immortal and divine, and that from whence the existence and life of all things are suspended. If, however, it is that which is primarily immortal, and not according to participation, but is, as it were, immortality and perpetuity, it will be life, possessing from itself the ever, and exuberantly scattering the power of perpetuity, and extending it to other things so far as each is naturally adapted to receive it. For the immortal is in life, and subsists together with life. Hence Socrates in the Phaedo, after many and beautiful demonstrations of the psychical immortality, says, quote, "God, therefore, my dear Cebes, and the form itself of life are much more immortal." Close quote. Hence, intelligible life and the God who is connective of this life primarily possess the immortal, and are the fountain of the whole of perpetuity. But this is eternity. Eternity, therefore, has its subsistence in life, and will be established in the middle of the intelligible order. Farther still, it is necessary to assert that intelligible eternity is one of these three things, videre licet, that it subsists either according to being, or according to life, or according to intelligible intellect. But being, as the Elean guest says, according to its own nature, neither stands still, nor is moved. For if being is being to all things, and essence is a thing of this kind, much more must this be the case with intelligible essence, and that which is primarily being. For they are nothing else than essence only. But being unfolds motion and permanency, and the other genera of beings, in the second and third progressions of itself. The first being, therefore, as we have said, is at one and the same time exempt from motion and permanency. But eternity, according to Timaeus, abides in one. Hence also, time imitates in its motion the intelligible permanency of eternity. Eternity, therefore, does not subsist according to that which is primarily being, nor yet according to intelligible intellect. For neither is soul time, which is moved through the whole of time, and in short, in divine beings, that which is participated is everywhere established above that which participates. But the eternal participates of eternity, just as that which is temporal participates of time. Eternity, therefore, is prior to intelligible intellect, and posterior to being, so that it is established in the middle of the intelligible breadth. And as animal itself is eternal, so likewise eternity is that which is always being. For as animal itself participates of eternity, so eternity participates of being, and is the cause of existence, of perpetual life and intellection, and measures the essences, powers, and energies of all things. Chapter 17. Since, however, eternity subsists according to the middle centre of intelligibles, and animal itself according to the extremity of them, and the most splendid of that which is intelligible, what is that which is the first of intelligibles, and how is it denominated by Timaeus? He says, therefore, of eternity, that while it abides in one, time proceeds according to number, and that by motion it adumbrates the permanency of eternity, but by number its stable union. What therefore is that one in which Timaeus says eternity abides? For it is necessary either to say that it is the one of eternity, or the one which transcends all intelligibles, or the one of the first triad. But if indeed we say that it is the imparticipable one, how is it possible that anything can abide in that which is exempt from all things, and which neither admits the habitude nor communion of secondary natures with itself? For everything which abides in anything is in a certain respect on all sides comprehended by that in which we say it abides. It is, however, perfectly impossible that the first one should either comprehend any being, or be co-arranged with beings. But if any one should suppose that it is the one of eternity in which Timaeus says eternity abides, in this case eternity will be in itself. It is necessary, however, that it should abide in itself by having its subsistence in abiding in that which is prior to itself. For to abide in that which is prior to is better than the establishment of things in themselves, in the same manner as it is more perfect than the collocation of better in less excellent natures. If, therefore, eternity abides in itself, to what shall we primarily assign permanency in that which is prior to itself? For it is necessary that this being more divine should have its generation prior to that which is inferior to it. If therefore eternity can neither abide in itself, nor in the one which is prior to beings, it is evident that abiding in one according to Timaeus, it is established in the one of the first triad, or rather in the whole of that triad. For, as we have before observed, the first triad is the cause of stability to all beings, in the same manner as the middle triad is the cause of their progression, and the third triad of their conversion to their principle. Chapter 18. Again, therefore, three orders of intelligibles present themselves to our view according to the doctrine of Timaeus: videre licet, animal itself, eternity, and the one. And through this one, and the firm establishment in it, eternity has fixed the intelligible kingdom. But through eternity, animal itself defines the boundary of the intelligible gods, according to a perpetual and invariable sameness. And animal itself indeed, having proceeded tetratically, is suspended from the duad in eternity. For eternity is the ever in conjunction with being. But the duad in eternity participates of the intelligible monad, which Timaeus on this account denominates one, as being the monad and principle of all the intelligible breadth. Since otherwise indeed, he very properly calls the first triad one, in consequence of its being especially characterized according to bound, denominating it from bound. But he calls the middle triad dyadically eternity, connecting the names, because this triad is defined according to intelligible power. And he denominates the third triad animal itself, transferring the appellation to the whole of it from the extremity of the triad. The first triad, therefore, is the union of all the intelligibles, being in a certain respect coordinated with them. For the union is different from this which is exempt from intelligibles and imparticipable. It is also the supplier of stable power, for all things are established on account of it. But eternity is primary being, and is that which is primarily established. Hence, with respect to the permanency of the whole of things, we say that the first triad is that on account of which this permanency is affected, but that the second triad is that by which it is produced. For the firm establishment of beings is indeed according to the second triad, but is on account of the first. But the second triad is the proximate measure of all beings, and is coordinated with the things that are measured. There are also at one and the same time in it bound and infinity. Bound indeed so far as it measures intelligibles, but infinity so far as it is the cause of perpetuity and the ever. For according to the oracle, eternity is the cause of never failing life, of unwearied power and unsluggish energy. Nevertheless, eternity is more characterized by infinity than by bound, for it comprehends in itself infinite time, and time indeed has bound and infinity in a divided manner. For according to its continuity it is infinite, but according to the now it is bounded. For the now is a bound, but eternity establishes bound and infinity in the same. For it is a unity and power, and according to the one indeed it is bound, but according to power infinite, which time also demonstrates as from images. Because the middle triad of intelligibles has bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. For whence is the bound of time derived, except from eternal bound? For the temporal bound also is impartible in the same manner as the bound of eternity is one. For the impartible is the image of the one. Whence likewise is the infinity of the continuity of time derived, except from the power of the infinite. For the latter is a stable infinity, but the former an infinity which is moved. And as the latter stands still according to the one, so the former is moved according to number. Since whence is the alliance of time with lives, except from the first principle of life, eternity? But time proceeds through all temporal life. Again, therefore, from these things it is evident that eternity subsists according to the middle of the intelligible gods. For here there is infinite life, and the cause of all life, intellectual, psychical, and that which subsists partibly in bodies. But eternity is the father and supplier of infinite life, since eternity is also the cause of all immortality and perpetuity. And Plotinus, exhibiting in a most divinely inspired manner the peculiarity of eternity, according to the Theology of Plato, defines it to be infinite life, at once unfolding into light the whole of itself and its own being. For establishing its life in the intelligible centre, and through the one indeed measuring its being, and fixing it in that which is prior to itself, but through power causing it to be infinite, it unfolds indeed the uniform transcendency of the first triad, but defines the termination of the gods, and extends from the middle on all sides, and to all the intelligible breadth. Moreover, the third triad is filled indeed with intelligible life, and on this account is an intelligible animal, and the first animal, For it primarily participates of the whole nature of this life, but unfolds into light in itself the first of forms, to which also the demiurgic intellect extending itself constitutes the whole world, and is itself the intelligible universe, and the apparent world the sensible universe. Hence also Plato denominates animal itself all perfect, or rather, if you are willing, we will speak thus, that in this third triad there are bound infinity and that which is mixed, which we have called intelligible intellect. Hence the whole triad is denominated only begotten from the Father which is in it, for the cause of bound imparts that which is uncoordinated with other things, and an exempt transcendency. For that which comprehends, says Timaeus, all such animals as are intelligible, will not be the second with any other, since again it would be requisite that there should be another animal about it. Hence that which comprehends in one all intelligible animals is a whole. But everywhere whole is referred to bound, and parts to infinity. So that if on this account animal itself is only begotten, it will possess this peculiarity according to bound. But again, it is denominated eternal according to the power of it. For this power especially pertains to that which is eternal. For eternity is infinite power abiding in one, and proceeding stably. Animal itself, however, is all perfect according to intellect. For that which unfolds in itself all the intelligible separation of being is intelligible intellect. And that intellect, according to the decision of Plato, will be all perfect, which comprehends all intelligibles, and defines the boundary of the intelligible order. The only begotten, therefore, the eternal, the all-perfect, bound, infinity, and that which is mixed, manifests the nature of intelligible animal. On this account, Timaeus also, in these three conclusions, reminds us of the paradigm, videre licet, in the conclusion which shows that the universe is only begotten, and again in the generation of time, and in the all-perfect comprehension of all animals. If likewise Timaeus says that animal itself is the most beautiful of all intelligibles, and that this has the third order in intelligibles, it will not be wonderful, for it has been before asserted by us that everywhere the cause of the best mixture is the triad, symmetry, truth, and beauty. But beauty principally shines forth in the third progression of being, and exhibits its luminous nature together with intelligible forms, just as truth shines forth in the second, and symmetry in the first progression of being. If, however, truth is indeed the first, beauty the second, and symmetry the third, it is by no means wonderful that according to order, truth and beauty should be prior to symmetry, but that symmetry being more apparent in the first triad than the other two, should shine forth as the third in the secondary progressions. For these three subsist occultly in the first triad, and truth indeed, so far as it is intelligible knowledge, is in the second triad, but beauty, so far as it is the form of forms, is in the third triad. For that this triad subsists there first is evident from this, that truth is primarily in that which is especially being, prior to knowledge, but beauty, which pervades as far as to the last of beings, is necessarily in the first being, from which the last of beings are derived. And the first symmetry is in that which is primarily mixed. For every mixture requires symmetry, in order that what is produced from it may be one certain thing. Though these three things, therefore, presubsist there, for we assume as acknowledged universally that symmetry is there, and the most beautiful of intelligible animals, as Timaeus says, yet at present we shall dismiss the further consideration of them, as we have elsewhere precedenteously discussed them, and have especially endeavored to enforce what we conceive to be the opinion of Plato concerning their order. For we have spoken of these things in a treatise consisting of one book, in which we demonstrate that truth is coordinate to the philosopher, beauty to the lover, and symmetry to the musician, and that such as is the order of these lives, such also is the relation of truth, beauty, and symmetry to each other. Animal itself, therefore, may with the greatest justice be called most beautiful, so far as it is eminently contained in intelligible beauty. For beauty is wont to be carried in forms, and is, as it were, the form of forms, unfolding that which is occult in the good, causing its loveliness to shine forth, and attracting to its own splendor the desire which is concealed about it. And to the good indeed, all things possess a silent and arcane tendency. But we are excited to the beautiful with astonishment and motion. For the illumination from it, and its efficacy, acutely pervade through every soul, and as being the most similar of all things to the good, it converts every soul that surveys it. The soul also, beholding that which is arcane shining forth as it were to the view, rejoices in and admires that which it sees, and is astonished about it. And as in the most holy of the mysteries, prior to the mystic spectacles, those that are initiated are seized with astonishment, so in intelligibles, prior to the participation of the good, beauty shining forth astonishes those that behold it, converts the soul to itself, and being established in the vestibules of the good, shows what that is which is in the adyta, and what the transcendency is of occult good. Through these things, therefore, let it be apparent whence beauty originates, and how it first shines forth, and also that animal itself is the most beautiful of all intelligibles. Chapter 19. Since, however, Timaeus says that the primary and intelligible paradigms have their subsistence in intelligible animal, and that all these are four, unfolding themselves first into light according to the all-perfect tetrad, this being the case, in the first place it deserves to be considered that as species or forms present themselves to the view in the intelligible, it is necessary by a much greater priority that the genera of beings should presubsist in intelligibles. For it is not possible to admit that forms are intelligible, but that genera are intellectual only. But as forms exist intelligibly indeed according to their first subsistence, but the pleroma or plenitude of them shines forth in the intellectual gods, and divides that which is total into more partial decrements, produces the uniform into multitude, and expands that which is exempt into coordinate causes, thus also the genera of being are occultly and indivisibly in intelligibles, but are accompanied with separation in intellectuals. And on this account, the first triad indeed has essence for that which is mixed, but the second has life, where there was motion and permanency, life both abiding and proceeding. And in the third there are sameness and difference. For the all-perfect multitude indeed is through intelligible difference, but the united and that which is comprehensive in common of parts according to genera and according to one is through intelligible sameness. And all these subsist intelligibly, essentially and uniformly in these triads. In the first place, therefore, this deserves to be inferred by those who love to survey the nature of things, and it is also fit that they should attribute coordinate genera to intelligible forms. For it neither was nor will be lawful for genera to shine forth secondarily after forms. Hence, much more must it be admitted that genera subsist in the intelligible after the above mentioned manner, by those who admit that there are intelligible forms. In the next place, in addition to these things, we must survey how this tetrad of forms subsists, and how it shines forth in intelligible intellect analogous to the principles. For it is divided into a monad and triad, for so far as the idea of the celestial Gods is arranged prior to the others, it is defined according to a divine cause. It appears, however, to me, that intelligible intellect, returning to the principles of the whole of things, according to the conversion of itself, it becomes the plenitude of forms, and is all things intellectually, and at the same time intelligibly, comprehending in itself the causes of beings, and being full of the ineffable and exempt cause of all things, constitutes the monad of the Gods. Whence also Plato, I think, calls it the idea of the Gods. But receiving the intellectual causes of the three principles posterior to the One, it exhibits three ideas after this, one of them indeed being the cause of air wandering and volant animals, this cause proceeding analogous to bound. Hence also it constitutes Gods that are uniform, elevating, undefiled, united to the celestial Gods, and which receive measures second in dignity to theirs, and have the same relation to those Gods that govern generation coordinately, as the celestial Gods have to these according to exempt transcendency. But it exhibits the cause of the aquatic Gods coordinate with generative and infinite power, and which produces Gods that are the suppliers of motion and prolific abundance, and that are the inspective guardians of life. Since also this water itself, which is the object of sense, is under the dominion of effusion, infinite lation, and indefiniteness. Hence likewise it is attributed to vivific powers, and intelligible intellect exhibits the precedaneous cause of terrestrial and pedestrious Gods, in a manner adapted to the nature of that which is mixed. It also generates Gods who contain the end of the whole of things, who are stable, who subdue the formless nature of matter by the last forms, and fix the seat of mundane natures in the one centre of the universe. For deriving their subsistence from the first Vesta, as it were, or seat of beings, they stably define this mundane seat. Thus therefore forms first unfold themselves into light in intelligible intellect, possessing their progression and order according to the first principles. It is necessary, however, in addition to these things, to infer this in the third place, following Timaeus, that according to this triad, the multitude of intelligible parts shines forth, and the whole is divided into an all-perfect order of parts. For that, says he, of which other intelligible animals, both according to one and according to genera are parts, is the first and most beautiful paradigm of the universe. But if other intelligible animals are parts of this, it is evident that it is a whole, comprehending in itself the multitude of intelligible parts, and that it is connective of all intelligible parts. It must be inferred, therefore, that this triad is the first cause of production and fabrication. For if it contains the primary paradigms of things, it is evident that the orderly distribution of secondary natures originates from it. And if it is an animal constitutive of all animals, every psychical extent, and all the extent of bodies, have their progression from thence, and it will also comprehend the intelligible causes of all the vivific and demiurgic orders. End of chapter 19. Chapters 20 to 22 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Such conceptions, therefore, as these may be assumed from what is written in the Timaeus concerning the three intelligible triads, conformably to what is said of them in the Philebus, surveying in each bound infinity and that which is mixed. If you are willing also, we will show from what is scattered in the Sophista that Plato had the same conception as we have concerning the first principles. The Elean guest, therefore, in that dialogue, doubting against the assertion of Parmenides that the universe is one, unfolding intelligible multitude, and showing how it is suspended from the one, at first, indeed, he argues from the one being, or being characterized by the one, and reminds us that this is passive to the one, and participates of the one, but is not the one itself, nor that which is primarily one. But afterwards he produces the conception of the distinction between the imparticipable one and being from whole. For if the one being is a whole, as Parmenides testifies, but that which is a whole has parts, and that which has parts is not the one itself, the one being will not be the same as the one. In the third place, therefore, he argues from the all-perfect. For that which is perfectly divided and is connective of many parts can never have the same subsistence as that which is entirely one. And, having proceeded thus far, he shows that what is void of multitude is in its own nature exempt from the one being, proceeding in the demonstration of this through three arguments, and at one time indeed he begins from the one being, at another time from whole, and at another from all. It is better, however, to hear the words themselves of Plato. That the one, therefore, is not the same with the one being, he proves through the following words, quote, "But what with respect to those who assert that the universe is one, must we not enquire to the utmost of our power what they say being is?" Certainly. To this question, therefore, they may answer, do you say there is one thing alone? We do say so. Or will they not speak in this manner? They will. What then? Do you call being anything? Yes. Do you call it the one, employing two names respecting the same thing? Or how do you say? What will be their answer after this, O guest? Close quote. Through this, therefore, Plato, separating the one and being from each other, and showing that the conception of the one is different from that of being, and that these are not the same with each other, evinces that the most proper and primary one is exempt from the one being. For the one being does not abide purely in an hyparxis, void of multitude, and possessing the form of one, but the one itself is exempt from every addition. For by whatever you may add to it, you will diminish its supreme and ineffable union. Hence it is necessary to arrange the One prior to the One being, and to suspend the One being from that which is one alone. For if the One and the One being were the same, and it made no difference to say One and being, since if they differed, the One would again be changed from the One being. If therefore the One differs in no respect from the One being, all things will be one, and there will not be multitude in beings, nor will it be possible to denominate things, lest there should be two things, the thing and the name. For being exempt from all multitude and all division, there will neither be a name of anything, nor any discourse about it, but the name will appear to be the same with the thing. And neither will a name be the name of a thing, but a name will be the name of a name, if a thing is the same with a name, and a name is the same with a thing, and a thing will be the thing of a thing. For all things will exist about a thing the same as about a name, through the union of the thing and the name. If therefore these things are absurd, and the One is, and also being, and being participates of the One and the One being are not the same. But that whole also is not the same with the One, Plato afterwards demonstrates in the same dialogue, beginning as follows. Quote, "What then? Will they say that whole is different from the One being, or that it is the same with it? Undoubtedly they will and do say so. If therefore whole is, as Parmenides says, quote, that which is everywhere similar to the bulk of a perfect sphere, entirely possessing equal powers from the middle, for nothing is greater or more stable than this, close quote. If this be the case, it is necessary that being should have a middle and extremities, and having these, there is every necessity that it should have parts. Or, how shall we say? Just so. Nothing, however, hinders, but that when it is divided, it may have the passion of the One in all its parts, and that thus the all and whole may be one. Undoubtedly. But is it not impossible that that which suffers these things should be the One? Why? Because, according to right reason, that which is truly one should be said to be entirely without parts. It must indeed necessarily be so. But such a thing as we have just now mentioned, in consequence of consisting of many parts, would not accord with the One. Close quote. Through these things, therefore, the alien guest, arguing from wholeness after the One being, and also from the division of the parts of wholeness, demonstrates that the all is not one. For if whole is in beings, as Parmenides in his verses testifies it is, all things will not be the One. For the One is impartible, but whole possesses parts. Whole, therefore, is not the One itself, for that transcends all things and wholeness, but whole is passive to the One. Hence also it is denominated whole, for it is not the One itself. Hence all things are not one, void of separation and multiplication. Moreover, the all is comprehensive of many parts, for whole indeed consists at first of two parts, but the all possesses a multitude of parts, and participating of wholeness at the same time is all, as being perfectly distributed into parts. This therefore is not the One itself, but is passive to the One. For the One itself is impartible, but it is impartible in such a manner as to be exempt from all parts. Hence, the all is not the same with the one. We therefore have divided whole and the all, but Plato conjoins them when he says, quote, "Nothing, however, hinders but that when it is divided, it may have the passion of the one in all its parts, and that thus the all and whole may be one." Close quote. At the same time, however, they are divided after the above-mentioned manner. From these three arguments, therefore, the Elean guest separates the one from the participants of the one, and doubts against those who assert all things to be one, videre licet, the one being, whole and the all, of which the all indeed participates of whole, and is a self-perfect multitude consisting of many parts. But whole participates of being, for being is not whole, as Parmenides testifies. These, therefore, having such an order as this, is it not necessary that the arguments of Plato should be made conformably to the three intelligible triads? For it was requisite, since Parmenides defined the one being in intelligibles, that Plato should from thence derive his demonstrations of the distinction between the one prior to intelligibles, and the one which is in intelligibles. For the doubts against Parmenides evince in many places that the one which is participated derives its subsistence from the imparticipable union. The one, therefore, is not in these triads, but the one being and whole. But with respect to the all, it is evident that it is in the extremity of the intelligible order. For that which is in every respect perfect, and all intelligible multitude, have their subsistence in that extremity. But whole is in the middle centre, and in the bond of the intelligible breadth. For whole is adapted to have a subsistence prior to the all, since the all is a whole, but whole is not necessarily all. For the all is divided multitude, but that which contains multitude in itself, and which is not yet separated, is whole. And this especially pertains to eternity. For eternity is the measure of all intelligible multitude, just as whole is the coherence and union of the all. But the one being is in the first triad, for the one is especially the peculiarity of this triad, as Timaeus also has demonstrated. And being, which is occultly and intelligibly being, and which is the cause of essence to all other things, primarily shines forth there. Again, therefore, following the Elean guest, three triads present themselves to our view. The first indeed according to the one being, the second according to whole, and the third according to the all, to which also the Demiurgus of the universe looking adorns the sensible universe, defining the visible nature with reference to that intelligible all, but time with reference to the intelligible wholeness. On which account also time is continued. And as the intelligible whole comprehends two parts, but contains the parts in one boundary, after the same manner, time also is bounded by the now, but by its twofold parts is infinite. These things, therefore, we shall shortly after more fully discuss when we speak concerning the Parmenides. For the conceptions of the Elean guest are the protelia of the mysteries of the Parmenides. Before, however, we turn to the Parmenides, let us discuss, if it is agreeable to you, the three triads from the beginning, collecting the conception of Plato from his assertions that are scattered in many places. Chapter 21. There are three triads, therefore, as we have frequently observed, and they are divided after this manner into bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. Hence there are triple intelligible bounds, triple infinities, and triple mixtures. But of every intelligible triad, the bound in each is denominated Father, the infinite, Power, and that which is mixed, Intellect. And let not any one apprehend that these names are foreign from the philosophy of Plato, for it will appear that he uses these appellations in the before mentioned triads more than any one. For he denominates the first God Father and Lord in his epistles. It is evident, however, that as the first God surpasses even the paternal order, the first paternal is in the intelligible gods, for these are they that are most eminently allied to the One, and that intelligibly unfold his ineffable and unknown union. If therefore the first God is denominated One and Father from the natures that proximately proceed from him, if this be the case, as the intelligible gods are primarily unities, so likewise they are primarily fathers. For Plato gives names to the ineffable in a twofold respect, either from the summits of beings, or from all beings. For through these the transcendency of the One is known. Moreover, the Elean guest calls being that which is powerful and power. The first power therefore exists prior to being, and is united to the Father, but it particularly accords with being, which also it fills. Hence being, as participating of power, is denominated powerful, but as united to it and producing all beings according to it, it is called power. If, however, both Plato himself and his most genuine disciples frequently call all true beings intellect, on which account in many places they make three principles, the good, intellect, and soul, denominating every true being intellect, you will also have the third in these, intellect. But it is necessary not to be ignorant of the difference, for with respect to intellect, one kind is intellect, as with reference to hyparxis. For when we denominate the unity in each triad intelligible, as the object of desire to being, and as filling being, then we call that which ranks as the third in the triad intellect. For it is intelligible as essence and intellect, but not as the intellect of essence, but of Father and Deity. For every participated deity is intelligible, as being the plenitude of its participant. But another kind is intellect, which is the intellect of essence, according to which we say that the being of the third triad is the intellect of that which is primarily being. For this is essential intellect, being allotted its own essence by energizing, for all things are essentially in it, and both the more simple genera and the primary paradigms. For it is intelligible intellect. But the third kind is intellectual intellect, which subsists analogous to intelligible intellect, is conjoined with it, and is filled from it, possessing intellectually those things which are in the other intelligibly. And in short, it is necessary everywhere that such things as are first, according to each series, should have the form of the things that are prior to them. Hence also they are called things first, and possess a certain transcendency of essence towards coordinate natures. Since therefore that which is prior to intelligibles is God, the first intelligibles are gods and unities. And since the intelligible is essential, the first intellects are essences. Since also intellect is everywhere according to its own nature intellectual, the first souls are intellectual. Because likewise souls are the plenitudes of life, the first of bodies are most vital. And because the bodies that are perpetual are moved in a circle, the summits of material bodies are moved in conjunction with those bodies that are perpetual. This therefore is the cause why the unities are frequently called intelligibles, and beings intelligible intellects. That Plato, however, knew this triad, I mean father, power, and intellect, we shall learn by looking to the demiurgic order, for in this the triad is most remarkably apparent. Hence, on account of its union with the intelligible, it is filled with this triad, and possesses these things in a more divided manner than animal itself, or intelligible eternity. Immediately, therefore, in the beginning of the fabrication in the Timaeus, the Demiurgus calls himself father, quote, "Of which works I am the Demiurgus and father," close quote. But shortly after he unfolds his power, quote, "Imitating my power in your generation," close quote. This therefore is also wonderful, that he has delivered to us the most theological conception concerning power. For in the first place indeed he calls it the power of the Father when he says, quote, "Of which works I am the Demiurgus and father," close quote. And that the power is his is evident from the words, quote, "Imitating my power," close quote. So that according to Plato, power is of the Father. And in the next place, he ascribes to this power a peculiarity generative of the whole of things. For this is evident from the words, quote, "In your generation," close quote. Power, therefore, is the cause of generation and of the progression of beings. And in the last place he delivers the intellectual peculiarity of the Demiurgus, quote, "Having thus spoke, again into the former crater, in which he had tempered the soul of the universe, he poured, mingling the remainder of the former mixture," close quote. For to pour, to mingle, mixture, and to be productive of soul pertain to intellect. Though what necessity is there for asserting these things, since prior to this he calls the Demiurgus intellect? Quote, "Whatever ideas, therefore, intellect perceived by the dianoetic energy in animal itself, such and so many he conceived it necessary for this universe to contain," close quote. Hence the Demiurgus is father and power and intellect, and he possesses these things as much as possible on account of intelligibles, for he is a god as father on account of them. He is also power and the generator of wholes, and knows beings intellectually on account of them, for in them intelligible knowledge first subsists. Much more therefore are father, power, and intellect in intelligibles, from which also the Demiurgus, being filled, participates of this triad, for Plato assumes each of these analogously. For as the paternal triad in intelligibles gives subsistence to intelligible eternity, so the Demiurgus makes those works to be indissoluble of which he is the father. And as in intelligibles, eternity proceeding according to all power generates intelligible animal itself, so the demiurgic power gives subsistence to mundane animals that are perpetual and divine, and imparts to the junior gods another power which is generative of mortal animals. That any one, therefore, may assume these names from Plato is evident from what has been said. Since, however, being has an hypostasis triply in intelligibles, one is primarily being and prior to the eternal, but another is secondarily being, and the first eternity, and another is being ultimately, and is intelligible and eternal intellect. And here indeed there is being, but there eternity, and there intellect. And eternity is more comprehensive than intellect, but being than eternity. For every intellect is eternal, but not everything eternal is intellect. For soul, according to its essence, is eternal, and everything which participates of eternity participates also by a much greater priority of being. For with perpetuity of existence, existence is entirely consubsistent. But that which participates of existence is not universally, eternally being. For bodies also participate in a certain respect of the nature of existence, but they are not eternal. Intellect therefore constitutes an intellectual essence only, so far as it is intellect, since so far as it is also life and being, it constitutes all things. But eternity constitutes both the intellectual and psychical essence. For the mixture in the second triad was intelligible life, but being constitutes the intellectual, the psychical, and the corporeal life. For matter also is being most obscurely, and is capacity indeed, but formless being and non-being, falling off from the participation of being. If, however, some one should say that it is being in power or capacity, yet it has this power from being, for capacity is the forerunning participation of energy, and thus much concerning these things. But what sufficient argument of division does Socrates afford us in the Phaedrus concerning these intelligible triads? And how, from what is delivered by him, may we recur to the conception of the hypostasis of the most principal gods? Socrates, therefore, in that dialogue, being inspired by the nymphs, celebrates everything divine as beautiful, wise, and good, and says that by these the soul is nourished. But if everything divine is a thing of this kind, this is the case with the intelligible by a much greater priority. And all these indeed are everywhere, but in the first triad, the good principally subsists, in the second, the wise, and in the third, the beautiful. For in this there is the most beautiful of intelligibles. But in the second triad, truth and the first intelligence subsist. And in the first, there is the commensurate, which we say is the same as the good. But Socrates in the Philebus says that the element of the good is the desirable, the sufficient, and the perfect. The desirable therefore pertains indeed to bound, for it is the union and goodness of all the triad, and the triad converges about it. But the sufficient pertains to infinity, for sufficiency is a power capable of pervading to all things, and of being present to all things without impediment. And the perfect pertains to that which is mixed, for this is that which is primarily triadic, since every mixture has its coalition from the triad. The elements therefore of the good unfold to us the first triad, and the elements of intelligible wisdom the second triad. But everything wise is full of being, is generative of truth, and is convertive of imperfect natures to their perfection. The full therefore pertains to the second bound, for this is uniformly filled with the participation of the natures prior to itself. For the full is everywhere adapted to bound, just as that which cannot be filled is adapted to the infinite. But the prolific pertains to the second power and to infinity. For that which does not abide in the fullness of itself, but is prolific and generative of other things, is especially indicative of divine infinity. And the convertive pertains to that which is mixed. For this, as being allotted the end of the triad, converts everything imperfect to the full, and unites itself prior to other things to the bound of the whole triad. Chapter 22. Moreover, the elements of beauty are the peculiarities of the third triad of intelligibles. But these are, as we have before observed, the lovely, the delicate, and the splendid. The lovely, therefore, being arranged analogous to the desirable, pertains to bound, But the delicate being coordinate to the sufficient pertains to the infinite power which is in the beautiful. And the splendid is of an intellectual peculiarity. For this is the beautiful of beauty, is that which illuminates all things, and astonishes those that are able to behold it. And as apparent beauty shining most manifestly is seen through the clearest of the senses, for the objects of this sense have many differences according to Aristotle, and this sense pervades farther than the rest, so likewise intelligible beauty appears to the intellect of the soul shining intelligibly. For it is an intelligible form, and on this account the splendor of beauty is apparent to intellect. Splendid beauty, therefore, as Socrates calls it, shines forth at the extremity of the intelligible order. For this is the most splendid of intelligibles, is intelligible intellect, and is that which emits the intelligible light, that, when it appeared, astonished the intellectual gods, and made them admire their father, as Orpheus says. Such therefore is the preparation to the science of the intelligible gods, which may from these things be assumed. And now it will appear how beauty is indeed occultly in the end of the first intelligible triad, but subsists in the third triad, so as to have manifestly proceeded into light. For in the former it subsists according to one form only, but in the latter it subsists triadically. It is also evident how each of the triads is at one and the same time a monad and a triad. For the first triad, being characterized according to the good, derives its completion from the three elements of the good. But the second, being characterized by the wise, is contained in the triad of wisdom. And the third, subsisting according to the beautiful, is all perfect through the triad of beauty. If, however, the beautiful is occultly in the first triad, and shines forth triadically in the third, it is evident that intelligible intellect loves the first triad, and has love conjoined with its beauty. And this is the intelligible love of the first beauty. From these, therefore, intellectual love proceeds together with faith and truth, as we have before observed. For the three intelligible monads, the good, the wise, and the beautiful, constitute three powers which lead upwards all other things, and prior to other things the intellectual gods. Concerning these things, however, we shall speak hereafter. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 to 26 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Let us now then direct our attention to the theory of the Parmenides. But I wish again to remind the reader of what we have before demonstrated. It has been shown, therefore, that it is necessary to divide the second hypothesis into the whole progressions of the one being, and that this hypothesis is nothing else than the generation and progression of the gods, proceeding supernally from the supreme union of intelligibles as far as to a deified essence. For the discussion is not, as some say it is, in the first hypothesis concerning God and the gods. For it was not lawful to Parmenides to conjoin multitude with the one, and the one with multitude. For the first God is perfectly exempt from the whole of things. But in the first hypothesis essence, and even the one itself, are taken away from the first God. That such an oblation, however, as this is not adapted to the other Gods is evident to every one. Moreover, neither does Parmenides in the first hypothesis speak about the intelligible Gods, as they say he does. For they assert that the negations are of these Gods, because they are conjoined with the One, and in simplicity and union precede all the divine genera. For how can the similar, or the dissimilar, or contact, and the privation of contact, and all the other particulars which are denied of the One, be inherent in the intelligible Gods? They appear indeed to me to be right in asserting that the things which are taken away are similitudes of the Gods. But they do not speak rightly when they say that all of them are similitudes of the intelligible Gods. To which it may be added, in opposition to this assertion, that the discussion is again concerning the intelligible Gods in the second hypothesis. For the things which are denied in the first are affirmed in the second hypothesis. This, therefore, as I have said, is demonstrated that the conclusions with reference to each other have the order of prior and posterior, of causes and effects. It is necessary, therefore, that proceeding from the beginning, we should adapt the first conclusions to the first orders, the middle conclusions to the middle orders, and the last conclusions to the last orders, and should demonstrate that as many questions are asked as there are progressions of the divine orders. And in the first place we must deliver the doctrine of Parmenides concerning the intelligible Gods, of whom we have proposed to speak, since Plato speaks about these in many places, partly indicating and partly clearly unfolding his meaning. It is necessary, however, that we should collect into one the elaborate and synoptical theory about each order, since it would not be proper now to repeat the exposition which we have given in our commentaries on that dialogue. But assuming each of the conclusions itself by itself, I will endeavor to refer it to an appropriate order of the Gods, following in so doing the divine inspirations of our leader Surianus. For we also, through his assistance, have with a divine head pursued these sacred paths about the theory of the Parmenides, being agitated with a divine fury, and wakened as from a profound sleep to this arcane mystic discipline. And thus much concerning the mode of the whole of the conclusions. But from hence I shall pass to the narration of the things proposed. The first and imparticipable One, therefore, which pre-exists beyond the whole of things, and not only beyond the unities that participate, but also those that are participated, is celebrated through the first hypothesis, being demonstrated to be the cause of all things ineffably, but not being defined itself in any one of all things, nor having any power or peculiarity of a kindred nature with the other Gods. But after this imparticipable One, that which is alone superessential and surpassing and unmingled with all hyparxes, is a unity participated by being, and constituting about itself the first essence, and by the addition of this participation becoming more redundant than that which is primarily one. This, however, is a superessential hyparxis, and the hyparxis of the first intelligible triad. As there are therefore these two things in the first triad, videre licet, the One, and being, and the former generates, but the latter is generated, and the former perfects, but the latter is perfected, it is necessary that the middle of both should be power, through which and together with which the one constitutes and is perfective of being. For the progression of being from the one, and its conversion to the one, is through power. For what else conjoins being to the one, or causes the one to be participated by being except power? For it is the progression of the one, and its extension to being. Hence, in all the divine genera, powers precede progressions and generations. This triad, therefore, the one, power, and being, is the summit of intelligibles. The first of these indeed producing, the third being produced, and the second being suspended from the one, but coalescing with being. Chapter 24. This triad, therefore, Parmenides delivers immediately in the beginning of the second hypothesis, adjoining to the one the most simple participation of essence. But he calls it the one being, and says that being participates of the one, and the one of being. The participation, however, of these is different. For the one, indeed, so participates of being, as illuminating and filling and deifying being. But being so participates of the one, as suspended from the one, and deified by it. But the habitude, which is the middle of both, is not with them void of essence. For neither is the habitude which is among sensibles in no respect being, and much more is this the case with the habitude which is there. But this habitude is biformed, for it is of the one, and is connascent with being. For it is the motion of the one, and its progression into being. Parmenides delivers this triad, beginning what he says about it as follows. Quote, "See therefore from the beginning if the one is. Is it possible then for it to be, and yet not to participate of essence? It is not possible." Close quote. But he ends speaking about it in the following words. Quote, "Will therefore that which is said be anything else than this, that the one participates of essence, when it is summarily asserted by any one that the one is? It will not." Close quote. This therefore is the first intelligible triad, the one, being, and the habitude of both, through which being is of the one, and the one of being, in a manner perfectly admirable. Plato indicating through these things that the Father is the Father of intellect, and that intellect is the intellect of the Father, and that power is concealed between the extremes. For deity is the father of the triad, and being is the intellect of this deity. Yet it is not intellect in the same way as we are accustomed to call the intellect of essence. For every such intellect stands still and is moved, as the Elean guest says. But that which is primarily being neither stands still nor is moved, as he also teaches. The first triad, therefore, is called one being, since power is here occultly. For the triad does not proceed from itself, but subsists without separation and uniformly, being primarily defined according to divine union. Hence, this is the first participation of essence, which participates of the one, through power as the middle, which collects together and separates both the one and being. And it is superessential indeed, but is conjoined with essence. We must never think, therefore, that all power is the progeny of essence. For the powers of the Gods are superessential, and are consubsistent with the unities themselves of the Gods, and through this power the Gods are generative of beings. Rightly therefore does poetry everywhere assert that the Gods are able to do all things. For essential powers indeed are not capable of affecting all things, since they are not constitutive of superessential natures. The first triad, therefore, is through these things unfolded to us by Parmenides. Chapter 25. But immediately after this, the second triad is allotted a progression, which Parmenides characterizes by intelligible wholeness, as we have shown in the Sophista. For the first triad being uniform, and possessing all things intelligibly and occultly, videre licet hyparxis, power and being, so that power, which is the cause of division, subsisting between the one and being, is concealed, and becomes apparent through the communion of the extremes with each other. The second triad proceeds, being characterized by the first intelligible power, and having the monads in itself distinguished from each other. For all things being united and without distinction in the first triad, distinction and separation shine forth in this triad. Being also and power are more divided from each other, and that which consists of these is no longer one being, or being characterized by the one, but is a whole, so that it has the one and being in itself as parts. For above indeed, i.e. in the first triad, all things are prior to parts and wholeness. But in this triad there are both parts and a whole, power unfolding itself into light. For as there is separation here, there are parts and the whole consisting of these. The second triad therefore is called intelligible wholeness, but the parts of it, the one and being, I call the extremes, and power being here the middle, connects the one and being, and does not cause them to be one in the same manner as in the first triad. Since also it is the middle of both, through its communion indeed with being, it renders the one being, but through its communion with the one, it perfectly causes being to be one, and thus the one being consists of two parts, videre licet, of being, which is characterized by the one, and of the one which is characterized by being, as Parmenides himself says. He begins therefore to speak about this triad as follows. Quote, "Again therefore, let us say if the one is what will happen. Consider then, if it is not necessary that this hypothesis should signify the one to be a thing of such a kind as to have parts." Close quote. But he ends in the following words. Quote, "That which is one therefore is a whole and has a part." Close quote. Through these things therefore Parmenides defines the second order of intelligibles to be a wholeness. For as existence is derived to all things from the first triad, so whole from the second, and an all-perfect division from the third. This however will be considered by us hereafter. Wholeness therefore is triple, being either prior to parts, or consisting of parts, or subsisting in a part according to the doctrine of Plato. For in the Politicus, indeed, he calls genus a whole, but species a part. Not that genus derives its completion from species, but exists prior to it. And in the Timaeus he says that the world is a whole of wholes, and all the world indeed derives its completion from parts that are wholes. But each of the parts is a whole, not as the universe is, but partially. Wholeness therefore being triple, as we have said, according to Plato, the unity and the intelligible and occult cause of these is now delivered, unically comprehending and constituting three wholenesses, according to the hyparxis indeed of itself, the wholeness prior to parts, but according to its power, the wholeness which is from parts, and according to its being, the wholeness which is in a part. For the one is prior to all multitude, but power communicates in a certain respect with both the extremes, and comprehends in itself the peculiarities of them, and being in a certain respect participates of the one. Hence the first of the wholenesses, or that which is prior to parts, is derived from a unical hyparxis, for it is a monad, and is itself constitutive of parts, and of the multitude which is in them. But the second wholeness is from power, for it derives its completion from parts, just as in the power which is collective of the one and being, the extremes in a certain respect shine forth to the view. And the third wholeness is from being, for being is a part, and is the progeny both of power and the one, and possesses each of these partially. After the intelligible, therefore, three wholenesses are divided according to the different orders of beings. But the intelligible wholeness comprehends the three unically, and is the intelligibly connective monad of this triad, every way extending the powers of itself from the middle of the intelligible and occult order. Chapter 26. Immediately after this triad, we may see another proceeding, in which all intelligible multitude shines forth, and which Parmenides indeed constitutes a wholeness, but a wholeness consisting of many parts. For after the occult union of the first triad, and the dyadic separation of the second, the progression of the third is generated, which has indeed its subsistence from parts, but the parts are many, with the multitude of which the triad prior to it is parturient. For in this triad there is a unity, and power and being. But the one is multiplied, and also being and power, and thus all the triad indeed is a wholeness, but each of its extremes, videre licet the one and being, as it is multitude conjoined through collective power, is again divided and multiplied. For this power conjoining unical multitude to the multitude of beings, of some of these it causes each through progression to be being characterized by the one, but of others each according to participation to be the one characterized by being. For here indeed there are two parts of the wholeness, the one and being, but the one participates of being, for it is conjoined with it, and being participates of the one. The one of being therefore is again divided, so that the one and being generate a second unity conjoined with the part of being. But being participating of the one is again separated into being and the one, for it generates a more partial being suspended from a more partial unity, and being consists of more partial deified beings, and is a more specific monad. The cause, however, of this progression is power, for power is effective of two things, and is the operator of multitude. For the one, indeed, calls forth into multitude, but being converts to the participation of the divine unities. Whence therefore does Parmenides begin to teach us concerning this triad, and where does he conclude his discourse about it? The beginning, therefore, of what he says on this subject is as follows. Quote, "What then can each of these parts of the one being, videre licet the one and being, desert each other, so that the one shall not be a part of being, or being shall not be a part of the one? it cannot be. Close quote. But he ends thus, quote, will not therefore the one being after this manner be an infinite multitude? It seems so. Close quote. In the first place, therefore, it is proper to understand the manner of the progression of the divine genera, and that conformably to the intelligible monad, which we arrange according to the one being, the duad posterior to it, which we call a wholeness, proceeds. But we say that it consists of two parts which are separated by power, and that intelligible multitude presents itself to the view from the monad and the duad. For when all things are said to be parts of the one being, videre licet, secondary things, and such as become apparent through the separating cause of power, then Parmenides delivers the union which pervades from the monad to the third triad. But when power, separating and conjoining the unities and beings, gives completion to multitude, then the participation of the duad becomes perfectly apparent, as I think Parmenides demonstrates when he says, quote, so that it is necessary two things should always be generated, and that there should never be one thing only. Close quote. This triad, therefore, proceeds according to both the pre-existent triads, flowing according to the oracle, and proceeding to all intelligible multitude. For infinite multitude is indicative of this flux, and of the incomprehensible nature of power. Hence, in the first place, I have said that the hypostasis of this triad is through these things demonstrated to be suspended from the triads prior to it. And in the next place I say that this triad, according to Parmenides, is primogenial. For this first imparts the power of being generated, and Parmenides calls the multitude which is in it, in generation, i.e., becoming to be, or rising into existence. For he says, quote, and the part will be generated from two parts at least. Close quote. And again, quote, whatever part is generated will always have these parts. Close quote. And in what follows, quote, so that it is necessary it should always be generated two things, and should never be one. Close quote. Does not he, therefore, who frequently uses the word generation in teaching concerning the progression of the intelligible multitude, proclaim that the natures prior to this order are more united to each other? But this order proceeds to a greater extent, unfolds the occult nature of the triads prior to itself, and is primogenial, unfolding in itself prolific power. In addition to these things also, it is necessary to consider the infinity of multitude, not as those think fit to speak who assume the infinite in quantity, but since in the principles of the whole of things there are bound and infinity, the former being the cause of the union, but the latter of the separation of multitude. Parmenides calls the first and intelligible multitude infinite, because all multitude indeed, according to its own nature, is infinite as being the progeny of the first infinity. All intelligible multitude, however, is a thing of this kind, for it is the first multitude and multitude itself. But multitude itself is the first progeny of intelligible infinity. Intelligible multitude, therefore, is on this account infinite, as unfolding into light the first infinity, and this infinity is the same with the all perfect. For that which has proceeded to the all, and as far as it is requisite an intelligible nature should proceed, through the power which is generative of the whole of things, is infinite. For it cannot be comprehended by any other thing. But intelligible multitude is comprehensive of all intelligible multitude. For if indeed that which is primarily infinite was infinite according to quantity, it would be requisite to admit that the intelligible is infinite multitude of this kind. Since, however, the intelligible is infinite power, it is necessary that the participant of the primarily infinite should cause infinity to shine forth according to the power which is comprehensive of all prior natures. And if it be requisite to relate my own opinion, as that which is primarily one is primarily bound, so that which is primarily multitude is infinite multitude. For it receives the whole power of infinity, and producing all unities and all beings, as far as to the most individual natures it possesses never failing power. It is therefore more total than all multitude, and is an incomprehensible infinite. Hence, unfolding into light all multitude, it bounds and measures it by infinite power, and through wholeness introduces bound to all things. These things therefore may be assumed from Parmenides concerning the third intelligible triad. End of chapter 26. Chapters 27 and 28 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Let us, in the next place, speak in common about all the intelligible triads. With respect to the first triad, therefore, which is occult, and is allotted the intelligible summit in intelligibles, Plato at one time, proceeding from the union which is in it, and its exempt transcendency with respect to the other triads, denominates it one, as in the Timaeus. For eternity, says he, abides in one. But reason evinces that this one is the first triad of intelligibles. But at another time, proceeding from the extremities which are in it, videre licet that which is participated, and that which participates, he calls it the one being, considering the power which is comprehended in these as ineffable, in consequence of its subsisting uniformly and occultly. And at another time he unfolds the whole of it, according to the monads which are in it, bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. Bound, indeed, indicating its divine hyparxis, infinity, its generative power, and that which is mixed, the essence proceeding from this power. Plato, therefore, as I have said, teaches us through these names the first intelligible triad, at one time indeed through one name, but at another through two names, and at another again through three names, unfolding it to our view. For there is a triad in it, according to which the whole is characterized, and a duad, according to which the extremes communicate with each other, and a monad, which exhibits the ineffable, occult, and unical nature of the first through its own monads. But the second triad after this, Plato denominates in the Timaeus indeed eternity, but in the Parmenides the first wholeness. How these, however, are allotted the same peculiarity, we may learn by considering that everything eternal is indeed a whole. Videre licet, if it is perfectly eternal, and has the whole of its essence and energy at once present. For every intellect is a thing of this kind, perfectly establishing at once in itself the whole of intellectual perception. It likewise does not possess one part of being, but is deprived of another part, nor does it partially participate of energy, but it summarily comprehends the whole of being and the whole of intelligence. If, however, In its energies, it proceeded according to time, but had an eternal essence, it would be allotted the whole of the latter, and this always stably the same, but would possess the former variably, so as to exert different energies at different times. Eternity, therefore, is everywhere the cause of wholeness to the natures to which it is primarily present, but whole also is everywhere comprehensive of perpetuity. For no whole abandons either its essence or its proper perfection, but that which is primarily corrupted and vitiated is a partial nature. For on this account also the whole world is perpetual, videre licet, because it is a whole, and this is likewise the case with all that the heavens contain, and with each of the elements. For everywhere wholeness is connective of subjects. Hence eternity is consubsistent with wholeness, and whole and eternity are the same. Each also is a measure, the one of things eternal and of all perpetual natures, but the other of parts and of all multitude. Since, however, there are three wholenesses, one indeed being prior to parts, another subsisting from parts, and another in a part, through the wholeness which is prior to parts, eternity measures those unities of divine natures which are exempt from beings. But through the wholeness which derives its subsistence from parts, it measures the unities that are coordinate with beings. And through the wholeness which is in a part, it measures all beings and whole essences. For these wholenesses, being parts of the divine unities, they possess partably what pre-exists unically in the unities. And, moreover, eternity is nothing else than the ever shining forth from the unity which is connected with being. But whole consists of two parts, videre licet, of the one and being, power existing as the collector of the parts. According to both these conceptions, therefore, the duad pertaining to the middle intelligible triad unfolds the uniform and occult hypostasis of the first triad. Moreover, in the Timaeus, Plato calls the third triad of intelligibles, animal itself, intelligible, all perfect, and only begotten. But in the Parmenides he denominates it infinite multitude, and a wholeness comprehensive of many parts. And in the Sophista he perpetually calls it the intelligible distributed into many beings. All these assertions therefore are the progeny of one science, and tend to one intelligible truth. For when Timaeus calls this triad intelligible animal, he also asserts it to be all perfect and comprehensive of intelligible animals as its parts, both according to one and according to parts. Hence animal itself is according to this a whole, comprehensive of intelligible animals as its parts. And Parmenides, when he shows that the one being is all perfect multitude, demonstrates that it is consubsistent with this order. For the infinite will be all powerful and all perfect, as we have before observed, comprehending in itself an intelligible multitude of parts, which also it generates, some of these being more total, but others more partial, and as Timaeus says, both according to one and according to genera. Farther still, as he calls animal itself eternal and only begotten, so Parmenides first attributes the ever and to be generated to infinite multitude, when he says, quote, "And thus, according to the same reasoning, whatever part is generated will always possess these two parts, for the one will always contain being, and being the one, so that two things will necessarily always be generated, and no part will ever be one." Who, therefore, so clearly reminds us of eternal animal and the primogenial triad as Parmenides, first assuming in this order generation and the ever, and so continually using each of these. The same thing, therefore, is both an all-perfect animal and all-powerful intelligible multitude. For the first infinity being power, and every intelligible subsisting according to it, and receiving from it a division into parts, I think it proper to call it all-powerful, thus avoiding the appellation of the infinite, which disturbs the multitude. That, however, which in these things is both difficult to understand, and for which Plato especially deserves to be admired, we must not omit, but demonstrate to the genuine lovers of truth. For intelligible animal comprehends four intelligible ideas, according to which it not only constitutes the genera of gods, but also the more excellent kind of beings after the gods, and also mortal animals themselves. For generating, it extends the idea of air-wandering, the idea of aquatic, and the idea of terrestrial animals, from the gods as far as to mortal animals. Since animal itself, therefore, comprehends four ideas, and through the same paradigms produces totally divine, demoniacal, and mortal animals, this deservedly produces a doubt in those who love the contemplation of truth. How the causes being the same, and the same primary paradigms pre-existing, some of the natures which are constituted are gods, others demons, and others mortal animals. For all these being generated with reference to one form, how is it possible they should not have the same form and nature, since it is requisite that one idea should everywhere be generative of things that have a similar form? For on this account we admit the hypothesis of ideas, in order that the intelligible genus of gods may possess and contain prior to multitude monads productive of similar natures. This doubt, therefore, being so difficult, some one may solve it logically by saying that all things which subsist according to one form are not synonymous, and that they do not similarly participate of their common cause, but some things primarily and others ultimately. For each form is the leader of a certain series, beginning supernally and subsiding as far as to the last of things. For according to the oracle, all things begin supernally to extend their admirable rays to the downward place. Hence, it will not be wonderful that the same idea should pre-exist as the cause of gods, demons, and mortal animals, producing all things totally, and delivering the more partial separation of things to the demiurgic order, in the same manner as this order delivers the production of individuals to the junior gods. For intelligibles are the causes of whole series, but intellectuals of divisions according to common genera. Supermundane forms are the causes of specific differences, but mundane of things which are now individuals. For they are causes which are moved, and are the leaders of mutation to their progeny. If, however, it be requisite to survey the thing itself by itself, and how one intelligible form is the cause of gods, and demons, and mortals, Parmenides alone is able to satisfy us about the parts which are contained in the intelligible multitude. For he characterizes some things according to being, but others according to the one. For the one being, indeed, is absorbed by the one, but being, which is one, is rather absorbed by being, and the one being, and being, which is one, contain in themselves each of the intelligible animals. According to the one being, therefore, Parmenides constitutes the divine genera together with an appropriate peculiarity. But according to being which is one, he constitutes the genera posterior to the Gods, and according to the one being indeed of being, which is one, he constitutes the genera of demons, but according to being which is one, the mortal genera. And again, according to the one being of the one being, he constitutes the first and highest genera of the Gods, but according to the being which is one of it, the second genera, and which have an angelic order. And thus all things are full of Gods, angels, demons, animals, and mortal natures. And you see how the medium is preserved of the more excellent genera. For being which is one is the angelic boundary of the one being which produces the Gods, but the one being is the demoniacal summit of being which is one, and which adorns secondary natures. As to the unions, however, of secondary natures, it is not immanifest that they approximate to multitude and to the progression of the natures placed above them. Nor must you wonder if being which is one is the cause of angels, but the one being of demons. For in one place being which is one is a part of the one being, but in another the one being is a part of being which is one. And here indeed the union is essential, but there essence has the form of the one. For the summit of being which is one is a thing of this kind. Deservedly therefore is intelligible multitude all powerful, and intelligible animal all perfect, as being at once the cause of all things, and this as far as to the last of things, Plato all but exclaiming, in the words of the Chaldean oracle, quote, "Thence a fiery whirlwind sweeping along obscures the flower of fire, leaping at the same time into the cavities of the worlds." Close quote. For the divine unities, proceeding gradually, generate the multitude of all mundane natures. This triad, therefore, is the fountain and cause of all things, and from it all the life, and all the progression of the Gods, and the genera superior to us, and of mortal animals subsist. For it produces totally and uniformly all things, and binds to itself the whole principles of the divisible rivers of vivification, and the production of forms. Chapter 28. Again, therefore, let us recur from the divided theory of intelligibles to the all-perfect and one science of them, and let us say to ourselves that this intelligible genus of the Gods is unically exempt from all the other divine orders, and is neither called intelligible as known by a partial intellect, nor as comprehended by intelligence in conjunction with reason, nor yet as pre-existing in all perfect intellect. For it transcends both total and partial intelligibles, and exists prior to all intellectual objects, being an imparticipable and divine intelligible. Hence also it is allotted the same transcendency with respect to all the intelligible orders, as the one with respect to every genus of the Gods. For this intelligible is imparticipable, and supernally fills the divine and intellectual orders. For if every intellect is intelligible to itself, it possesses this property through the intelligible Gods. For plenitude is derived to all things from thence, and thus the intelligible is at the same time exempt from intellect, existing itself by itself, and at the same time the intelligible is not external to intellect. For there is an intelligible which is conjoined with intellect, the coordinate being derived from that which is exempt. the participated from that which is imparticipable, that which is inherent from that which is pre-existent, and that which is multiplied from that which is uniform. Intelligible simplicity, therefore, must not be defined to be such as that which we are accustomed to assert of intelligibles, for in these the one becomes equal to multitude, and separation to the uniform sameness of essence. But intelligible simplicity is uniform, without separation and occult, excelling every divisible form of life and intellectual multitude. Hence, I do not place intelligible simplicity in the order of idea, for this form is partial, and is subordinate to intelligible union, but I consider it as the hyparxis of divine natures, and as generative of the whole of the good which is distributed to all divine natures, and in which the Gods themselves subsist. For the goodness of the Gods is neither form nor habit, but the plenitude of divine self-sufficiency and divine power, according to which the Gods fill all things with good. In a much greater degree, therefore, are the intelligible Gods, because they are united to the good, wholly full of superessential goodness, and being established in this, they contain in it the supreme hyparxis of themselves. Very properly, therefore, do we say that the intelligible Gods unfold the ineffable principle of all things, and his admirable transcendency and union, subsisting themselves indeed occultly, but comprehending multitude uniformly and unically, reigning over the whole of things exemptly, and being uncoordinated with all the other Gods. For as the good illuminates all things with superessential light, and exhibits the Gods, who are the fathers of all things, so likewise the intelligible genus of Gods, according to a similitude to the good, imparts from itself to all the secondary Gods intelligible plenitude. Hence, according to each distribution of the Gods, there is an appropriate intelligible multitude, just as a monad analogous to the good exists prior to each of the divine orders. And this monad indeed is the pre-existent leader of union to secondary natures. But intelligible multitude is the pre-existent source of beauty, self-sufficiency, power, essence, and all intelligible goods. For the Gods antecedently and intelligibly comprehend all intellectual natures, and contain in themselves all things according to supreme union. End of chapter 28, and end of book 3. Chapters 1 to 3 of book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Let the discussion, therefore, of the intelligible Gods, unfolding the mystic doctrine of Plato concerning them, be here terminated by us. But it entirely follows in the next place that we should consider after the same manner the narration concerning the intellectual Gods. Since, however, of intellectuals some are both intelligible and intellectual, videre licet, such as, according to the oracle, perceiving intellectually, are at the same time intellectually perceived, but others are intellectual only. This being the case, beginning from those that are intellectual, and at the same time intelligible, we will in the first place determine what pertains to them in common, from which we shall render the doctrine concerning each order of them more perspicuous. Again, therefore, let us recall to our memory those things which we a little before demonstrated, videre licet, that there are three total monads which are entirely beyond the Gods, that are divided according to parts, videre licet, essence, life, and intellect, and these, prior to the partial participate of the superessential unities. Essence, however, is exempt from the rest. Life is allotted the middle order, but intellect converts the end of this triad to the beginning, and all these are indeed intelligibly in essence, but intelligibly and intellectually in life, and intellectually in intellect. And as secondary natures always participate of the natures placed above them, but these prior to participation presubsist themselves by themselves, and as in each order there are these three things, the cause of abiding, the cause of proceeding, and the cause of conversion, though intellect is more formalized according to conversion, but life according to progression, and essence according to permanency. This being the case, it is certainly necessary that the first intellectual Gods, being essentialized according to life, should conjoin imparticipable intellect, and the intelligible genus of Gods, and that they should uniformly connect the various progressions of secondary, but unfold and expand the stable hyparxis of precedaneous causes. For imparticipable life is a thing of this kind, circumscribing that which is primarily being and intellect, and participating indeed of being, but participated by intellect. But this is the same thing as to assert that intelligence is filled indeed from the intelligible, but fills intellect from itself. For being is the intelligible, but life is intelligence, and being indeed is characterized according to a divine hyparxis, but life according to power, and intellect according to intelligible intellect. For as being is to hyparxis, so is intellect to being, and as intelligible power is to each of the extremes, so is life to the intelligible and to intellect. And as power is generated from the one and hyparxis, but constitutes in conjunction with the one the nature of being, so life proceeds indeed from being, and gives subsistence to a power different from that which is in being. As also the one itself, which exists prior to being, imparts to being from itself a second unity, so likewise life, being allotted an hypostasis prior to intellect, generates intellectual life. For true being and the intelligible, which precede the rest, supply both life and intellect with union. Imparticipable life, therefore, but which participates of the intelligible monads, is the second after being, is generative of imparticipable intellect, and giving completion to this medium, and containing the bond of intelligibles and intellectuals, is illuminated by Gods, who are allotted a union secondary to the occult subsistence of intelligibles, but preceding, according to cause, the separation of intellectual natures. For the unical, indivisible, simple and primary nature of intelligibles subsides through the medium of these Gods into multitude and separation, and the inexplicable evolution of the divine orders. Whence also, I think, the Gods who connectedly contain life which is infinite, being the middle of the intelligible and intellectual Gods, and carried in the divisions of themselves as in a vehicle, are called intelligible, and at the same time intellectual, being filled indeed from the first intelligibles, but filling the intellectual Gods. For we call the intelligible gods intelligible, not as coordinate with intellect. For the intelligible which is in intellect is one thing, and that which produces the intellectual gods another. And we denominate the gods that subsist according to life intelligible, and at the same time intellectual, not as giving completion to intellect, nor as being established according to intellectual intelligence, and imparting to intellect the power of intellectual perception, but to the intelligible the power of being intellectually perceived. But we give them this appellation, as deriving their subsistence from the intelligible monads, but generating all the intellectual hebdomads. And because they are illuminated indeed with intelligible life, but subsist prior to intellectuals, according to a generative cause, we think fit to denominate them in common, connecting their names from the extremes, in the same manner as they also are allotted a peculiarity collective of wholes in the divine orders. It is evident, therefore, that they subsist according to this medium, and that they are proximate to the intelligible gods, who are both monadic and triadic. For the intelligible triads, with reference indeed to the highest union, and which is exempt from all things, are triads. But with reference to the divided essence of triads, they are monads, unfolding into light from themselves total triads. Since intelligibles, therefore, in their triadic progression, do not depart from a unical hyparxis, the intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods subsist triadically, exhibiting in themselves the separation of the monads, and through divine difference proceeding into multitude, and a variety of powers and essences. For the natures which subsist more remote from the one principle of all things, are more multiplied than the natures which are prior to them, and are diminished indeed in powers, and the comprehensions of secondary natures, but are divided into more numbers, and such as are more distant from the monad. They likewise relinquish the union which is the cause of primarily efficient natures, and variety is assumed by them in exchange for the occult hyparxis of those primary essences. According to this reasoning, therefore, the intelligible and intellectual separation is greater than the separation which is only intelligible. And of these again, the partial orders are allotted a much greater division, so as to unfold to us a multitude of gods, which cannot be comprehended in the numbers within the decad. Their peculiarities also are indescribable and inexplicable by our conceptions, and are manifest only to the gods themselves, and to the causes of them. Such, therefore, are the intelligible and intellectual gods, and such is the peculiarity which they are allotted, a peculiarity connective of extremes, and which unfolds into light precedaneous, but converts secondary natures. For they intellectually perceive the gods prior to them, but are objects of intellection to the gods posterior to them. Hence also Timaeus establishes all perfect animal to be the most beautiful of intelligibles, because there are intelligibles posterior to it, which it surpasses in beauty, as being superior to them, and because it is the boundary of the first intelligibles, the natures posterior to it subsisting intellectually. According to this reasoning, therefore, the first intellectual gods are also intelligible, and we do not, deriving these things from a foreign source, ascribe them to Plato, but they are asserted by us in consequence of receiving auxiliaries from him. This, however, will be more manifest through what follows. Chapter 2. In the next place, therefore, we shall discuss the manner in which the Gods, who illuminate the breadth of imparticipable life, proceed from the intelligible Gods. Since then the intelligible Gods establish in themselves uniformly things multiplied, occultly such as are divided, and according to a certain admirable transcendency of simplicity, the various genera of beings. Hence, the first intellectual Gods, unfolding their indistinct union, and the unknown nature of their hypostasis, and being filled through intelligible power and essential life with the prolific abundance of wholes, are allotted a kingdom which ranks as the second after them. And they always indeed produce, perfect, and connect themselves, but receive from the intelligible Gods an occult generation, from intelligible power indeed, receiving a peculiarity generative of all things, but from intelligible life which pre-exists according to cause in the intelligible, receiving the nature which is spread under them. For life is primarily indeed in intelligibles, but secondarily in intelligibles and intellectuals, and in a third degree in intellectuals, existing indeed according to cause in the first, but according to essence in the second, and according to participation in the last of these. The first intellectual, therefore, proceed from the intelligible Gods, multiplying indeed their union, and their unical powers, unfolding their occult hyparxis, and through prolific, connective, and perfective causes, assimilating themselves to the essential entire and all perfect transcendencies of intelligibles. For in intelligibles there were three primarily effective powers. One indeed constituting the essence of wholes, another measuring things which are multiplied, and another being productive of the forms of all generated natures. And conformably to these, the intelligible and intellectual powers subsist, one indeed by its very essence producing the life of secondary natures, according to a certain intelligible comprehension, but another being connective of everything which is divided, and imparting by illumination the intelligible measure to those natures that relinquish the one union of all things, and another supplying all things with figure and form and perfection. The intelligible and intellectual orders of the Gods, therefore, are generated according to all the intelligible causes. From power, indeed, being allotted the peculiarity of progression, but from life receiving the portion of being which is suspended from them. For life is conjoined with power, since life is of itself infinite, all motion having infinity consubsistent with its nature, and the power of infinity is generative of the whole of things. But from the triadic hypostasis of intelligibles they receive a distribution into first, middle, and last. For it is necessary that all things should be detained by a triadic progression, and that this should be the case prior to all other things with the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual genera of Gods. For because they subsist as the middle of wholes, and to give completion to the bond of the first orders, according to their summit indeed, they are assimilated to intelligibles, but according to their extremity to intellectuals. And they are partly indeed intelligible, and partly intellectual. For everywhere the progressions of the divine genera are effected through continued similitude, and the first of subordinate are united to the ends of pre-existent causes. As however the first and the last in the middle of wholes are both intelligible and intellectual, it is necessary there should be a connective medium of these, according to which medium the peculiarity of these Gods is principally apparent. For that which is intelligible and at the same time intellectual in one part indeed is more abundant than, but in another equally communicates with both these. From these things, therefore, the continuity of the progression of the divine orders appears to be admirable. For the extremity of intelligibles indeed was intellectual, yet as in intelligibles; but the summit of intelligibles, and at the same time intellectuals, is intelligible indeed, yet it possesses this peculiarity vitally. And again, the end of intelligibles, and at the same time intellectuals, is intellectual, but it is vitally so. But the beginning of intellectuals is intelligible, and presides over the intellectual gods, yet it has the intelligible intellectually. And thus all the divine genera are allotted an indissoluble connection and communion, an admirable friendship, and well-ordered diminution, and a transcendency, partly coordinate and partly exempt. That which proceeds too is always in continuity with its producing cause, and secondary natures together with a firm establishment in their causes make a progression from them. There is likewise one series and alliance of all things, secondary natures always subsisting from those prior to them through similitude. After what manner, therefore, the intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods unfold themselves into light from the intelligible gods, may through these things be recollected. Chapter 3. In the next place, let us show how they are divided in their progressions, and what difference the triads of these gods are allotted with respect to the intelligible triads. These gods, therefore, are also divided triply after the above-mentioned manner, being conjoined indeed to the intelligible through their summit, but to the intellectual through their end, and through the middle bond of the extremes, being allotted the peculiarity of each equally, and extending to both the intelligible and intellectual genera of gods, as the centre of these twofold orders, uniformly containing the communion of wholes. They are likewise divided triply, because in these all things, videre licet, essence, life, and intellect are vitally in the same manner as they are intelligibly in the gods prior to them, and intellectually in the gods that derive their subsistence from these. And essence indeed is the intelligible of life, but life is the middle, and at the same time the peculiarity of this order, and intellect is the extremity, and that which is proximately carried in intellectuals as in a vehicle. All things therefore subsisting in these gods, there will be a division of them into first, middle, and last genera. And in the third place, they are divided triply, because it is necessary that life should abide, proceed, and be converted to its principles, since of beings, the first triad was said to establish all things, and prior to other things the second triad. Eternity therefore abides stably in the first triad, but the triad posterior to this is the supplier to wholes, and therefore to all things, of progression, motion, and life according to energy, and the third triad is the supplier of conversion to the one, and of perfection which convolves all secondary natures to their principles. Hence it is necessary that the intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods should primarily participate of these three powers, and should abide indeed in the summit of themselves, but proceeding from thence and extending themselves to all things, should again be converted to the intelligible place of survey, and conjoin to the beginning of their generation the end of their whole progression. The intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods therefore are, as I have said, triply divided, and essence indeed is that which ranks as first in them, but life is the middle, and intellect the extremity of them. Since, however, each of these three is perfect and participates of the intelligible monads, I mean of the essence which is there, of intelligible life, and of intelligible intellect, they are tripled according to the participation of primarily efficient causes. And the intelligible of life indeed possesses essence, intellect, and life intelligibly. But the intelligible and intellectual of it possesses essence, life, and intellect intelligibly, and at the same time intellectually. And the intellectual of it possesses these intellectually and intelligibly. And everywhere indeed there is a triad in each of the sections, but in conjunction with an appropriate peculiarity. Hence, three intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads present themselves to our view, which are indeed illuminated by the divine unities, but each of them contains an all-various multitude. For since in intelligibles there was an all-powerful and all-perfect multitude, how is it possible that this multitude should not in a much greater degree be evolved and multiplied in the Gods secondary to the intelligible order, according to the prolific cause of them? Each triad therefore comprehends in itself a multitude of powers, and a variety of forms, producing intelligible multitude into energy, and unfolding into light the generative infinity of intelligibles. And we indeed, being impelled from the participants, discover the peculiarity of the participated superessential Gods. But according to the order of things, the intelligible and intellectual monads generate about themselves essences, and all lives, and the intellectual genera. And through these they unfold the unknown transcendency of themselves, preserving by itself the pre-existent cause of the whole of things. There are, however, as we have said, three intelligible triads, and there are also three triads posterior to these, which appear to be tripled from them according to their prolific perfection. But it is necessary that the peculiarity of the intelligible, and also of the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triad, should be defined according to another mode. For in the intelligible order indeed, each triad had only the third part of being, for it consisted of bound and infinity, and from both these. But this was essence indeed in the first triad, intelligible life in the second, and intelligible intellect in the third. The natures, however, prior to these were unities, and superessential powers, which give completion to the whole triads. But in the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual order, each triad has essence, life, and intellect, one indeed intelligibly, and at the same time intellectually, but more intelligibly, so far as it is in continuity with the first intelligibles, but another intellectually and intelligibly, but more intellectually, because it is proximately carried in intellectuals, and another according to an equal part, as it comprehends in itself both the peculiarities. Hence the first triad, that we may speak of each, was in intelligibles, bound, infinity, and essence. For essence was that which was primarily mixed. But here the first triad is essence, life, and intellect, with appropriate unities. For essence is suspended from the first deity of this triad, life from the second, and intellect from the third. And these three superessential monads unfold the monads of the first triad. But again, the second triad after this was in the intelligible order a superessential unity, power, and intelligible and occult life. Here, however, essence, life, and intellect are all vital, and are suspended from the Gods who contain the one bond of the whole of this order. For as the first unities were allotted a power unific of the middle genera, so the second unities after them exhibit the connective peculiarity of primarily efficient causes. After these, therefore, succeeds the third triad, which in the intelligible order indeed was unity, power, and intelligible intellect. But here it consists of three superessential Gods, who close the termination of the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods, and begird all things intellectually, I mean essence, life, and intellect. They are likewise the suppliers of divine perfection, imitating the all-perfect intelligible triad, just as the connectedly containing gods imitate the intelligible measure, and the gods prior to these the generative cause of intelligibles. The three intelligible, therefore, and at the same time intellectual triads are thus generated, and are allotted such a difference as this with respect to the intelligible triads. End of chapter 3. Chapters 4 to 9 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Again, however, returning to Plato, let us accord with him and exhibit the science which pre-exists with him concerning each of these triads. And, in the first place, let us assume what is written in the Phaedrus, and survey from the words themselves of Socrates how he unfolds to us the whole of the orderly distinction of these triads, and the differences which it contains. In the Phaedrus, therefore, there are said to be 12 leaders who preside over the whole of mundane concerns, and who conduct all the mundane gods, and all the herds of demons, and convert them to the intelligible nature. It is also said that Jupiter is the leader of all these 12 gods, that he drives a winged chariot, adorns and takes care of all things, and brings all the army of gods that follow him, first indeed to the place of survey within the heaven, and to the blessed spectacles, and discursive energies of the intelligibles which are there. But in the next place Jupiter brings them to the sub-celestial arch, which proximately begirds the heaven, and is contained in it. And after this to the heaven itself, and the back of heaven, where also divine souls stand, and being borne along together with the heaven, survey all the essence that is beyond it. Socrates further adds that prior to the heaven there is what is called the supercelestial place, in which true and real essence, the plane of truth, the kingdom of Adrastia, and the divine choir of virtue subsist, and that souls, being nourished through the intellection of these monads, are happily affected, following in their contemplation the circulation of the heaven. These things, therefore, are asserted in the Phaedrus, Socrates being clearly inspired by divinity, and discussing mystic concerns. It is necessary, however, prior to other things, to consider what the heaven is of which Socrates speaks, and in what order of beings it is established. For having discovered this, we may also survey the subcelestial arch, and the supercelestial place. For each of these is assumed according to habitude towards the heaven, the one indeed being primarily placed above it, but the other being primarily arranged under it. Chapter 5. What therefore is the heaven to which Jupiter leads the gods? For if we should say that it is the sensible heaven, as certain other persons say it is, it will be necessary that the more excellent genera should be converted to things naturally subordinate to themselves. For if Jupiter, the mighty leader in the heaven, proceeds to this sensible heaven, and leads to it all the gods that follow him, he will have a conversion to things subordinate and posterior to himself, and together with Jupiter, this will also be the case with all the leaders and the gods and demons suspended from these. Though the same Socrates in the Phaedrus says that even a partial soul, when perfected, is conversant with sublime concerns, and governs the whole world. How is it possible, therefore, that the leaders of whole souls should be converted to the sensible heaven, and exchange the intelligible place of survey for an inferior allotment, when, through these souls, they preside over the universe, in order that they may illuminate mundane natures with a liberated and unrestrained power? In addition to these things also, what are the blessed intellections of the gods within this sensible heaven? And what are the evolutions of all the knowledge of sensibles? For in short, the gods know sensibles, not by a conversion to them, but by containing in themselves the causes of them. Hence, intellectually perceiving themselves, they know sensibles causally, and rule over them, not by looking to them and verging to the subjects of their government, but by converting through love inferior natures to themselves. Neither, therefore, is it lawful for the gods, who adorn the whole of heaven, and think it worthy their providential care, to be ever situated under the circulation of this heaven. Nor is there any blessedness in the contemplation of the things which exist under it. Nor are the souls that are converted to this contemplation among the number of those that are happy, and that follow the gods, but they rank among those that exchange intelligible for doxastic nutriment, such as Socrates says the souls are that are lame, that have broken their wings, and are in a merged condition. Since, therefore, passions of this kind belong to partial souls, and these not such as are happy, how can we refer a conversion to the sensible heaven to the ruling and leading gods? Farther still, Socrates says that souls standing on the back of the heaven are carried round by the circumvolution itself of the heaven. But Timaeus and the Athenian guest say that souls lead everything in the heavens by their own motions, externally cover bodies with their motions, and, living their own life through the whole of time, impart to bodies secondarily efficient powers of motion. How, therefore, do these things accord with those who make this heaven to be sensible? For souls do not contemplate and dance round intelligibles through the circulation of the heavens, but through the unapparent convolution of souls, bodies revolve in a circle, and about these perform their circulations. If, therefore, any one should say that the sensible heaven circumvolves souls, and that it is divided according to the back, the profundity, and the subcelestial arch, many absurdities must necessarily be admitted. But if some one should say that the heaven is intelligible, to which Jupiter is the leader, but all the gods, and together with these demons follow him, he will unfold the divinely inspired narrations of Plato consentaneously to the nature of things, and will follow the most celebrated of his interpreters. For Plotinus and Iamblichus are of opinion that this heaven is a certain intelligible, and prior to these, Plato himself in the Cratylus, following the Orphic Theogonies, calls the father indeed of Jupiter Saturn, but of Saturn heaven, and he evinces that Jupiter is the demiurgus of the whole of things through the names by which he is called, investigating for this purpose the truth concerning them. But he shows that Saturn is connective of a divine intellect, and that heaven is the intelligence or intellectual perception of the first intelligibles. For sight, says he, looking to the things above is heaven. Hence heaven subsists prior to every divine intellect, with which the mighty Saturn is replete. But it intellectually perceives the things above, and such as are beyond the celestial order. The mighty heaven, therefore, is allotted a kingdom which is between the intelligible and intellectual orders. For the circulation mentioned in the Phaedrus is intelligence, through which all the gods and souls obtain the contemplation of intelligibles. But intelligence is a medium between intellect and the intelligible. It must be said, therefore, that the whole of heaven is established according to this medium, and that it contains the one bond of the divine orders, being the father indeed of the intellectual genus, but being generated from the kings prior to it, which also it is said to see. But on one side of it the supercelestial place, and on the other the subcelestial arch, must be arranged. Chapter 6. Again, therefore, if indeed the supercelestial place is the imparticipable and occult genus of the intelligible gods, how can we establish so great a divine multitude there, and this accompanied with separation, videre licet, truth, science, justice, temperance, the meadow, and adrastia? For neither do the fountains of the virtues, nor the separation and variety of forms pertain to the intelligible gods. For the first and most unical of forms extend the demiurgic intellect of wholes to the intelligible paradigm, and the comprehension of forms which is there. But Socrates in the Phaedrus says that a partial intellect contemplates the supercelestial place. For this intellect is the governor of the soul, as it is well said by the philosophers prior to us. If therefore it be necessary from this analogy to investigate the difference of intelligibles, as the demiurgic intellect indeed is imparticipable, but a partial intellect is participable, so with respect to the intelligible, one indeed, which is the first paradigm of the demiurgus, pertains to the first intelligibles, but another, which is the first paradigm of a partial intellect, pertains to the second intelligibles, which are indeed intelligibles, but are allotted an intelligible transcendency, as subsisting at the summit of intellectuals. But if the supercelestial place is beyond the celestial circulation, but is inferior to those intelligible triads, because it is more expanded, for it is the plane of truth, and is not unknown, is divided according to a multitude of forms, and possesses a variety of powers, and the meadow which is there nourishes souls, and is visible to them, the first intelligibles illuminating souls with ineffable union, but not being known by them through intelligence. If this be the case, it is certainly necessary that the supercelestial place should subsist between the intelligible nature and the celestial circulation. If Plato himself also admits that essence which truly exists in this place, how is it possible that he should not also admit it to be intelligible, and to participate of the first intelligibles? For because indeed it is essence, it is intelligible, but because it truly is, it participates of being. Moreover, possessing in itself a multitude of intelligibles, it will not be arranged according to the first triad. For the one being is there, and not the multitude of beings, but possessing a various life which the meadow indicates, it is subordinate to the second triad. For intelligible life is one and without separation, and again, since it shines forth to the view with divided forms, all various orders, and prolific powers, it falls short of the all-perfect triad in intelligibles. If, therefore, it is the second to these in dignity and power, but is established above the celestial order, it is intelligible indeed, but is the summit of the intellectual Gods. On this account also, nutriment is derived to souls from thence. For the intelligible is nutriment, since the first intelligibles also, videre licet, the beautiful, the wise, and the good, are said to nourish souls. For by these, says Socrates, the wing of the soul is nourished, but by the contraries to these it is corrupted and destroyed. These things, however, are indeed effected by the first intelligibles exemptly, and through union and silence. But the supercelestial place is said to nourish through intelligence and energy, and to fill the happy choir of souls with intelligible light, and the prolific rivers of life. Chapter 7. After the supercelestial place, however, and the heaven itself, is the subcelestial arch, which it is obvious to every one ought to be arranged under the heaven, and not in the heaven. For it is not called by Plato the celestial, but the subcelestial arch. That it is also proximately situated under the celestial circulation is evident from what is written concerning it. But if it be necessary to make the subcelestial arch, being such, the same with the summit of intellectuals, and not with the end of the intelligible and intellectual Gods, it will be now necessary to contemplate what remains. For the summit of intellectuals separates itself from the kingdom of the heaven, but the subcelestial arch is on all sides comprehended by it. And the former indeed constitutes the whole of intellect, intellectual multitude, and, as Socrates says, the blessed discursive energies of the Gods. But the latter only bounds the celestial series, and supplies the Gods with the means of ascending to the heaven. For when the Gods are elevated to the banquet and the delicious food, and are filled with intelligible goods, then they proceed ascending to the subcelestial arch, and through it are raised to the celestial circulation. Hence, if you say that the subcelestial arch is perfective of the Gods, and converts them to the whole of the heaven, and the supercelestial place, you will not wander from the meaning of Plato. For the Gods are indeed nourished by the intelligible, by the meadow, and by the divine forms, which the place above the heaven comprehends. But they are filled with this nutriment through the subcelestial arch. For through this they also participate of the celestial circulation. Hence they are converted indeed through the subcelestial arch, but they receive a vigorous intellectual perception from the celestial order, and they are filled with intelligible goods from the supercelestial place. It is evident, therefore, that the supercelestial place is allotted an intelligible summit, but the circulation of the heaven the middle breadth, and the arch the intelligible extremity. For all things are in it, and intellect indeed is convertive, but the intelligible is the object of desire. But divine intelligence gives completion to the middle, perfecting indeed the conversions of divine natures, and binding them to such as are first, but unfolding the tendencies to intelligibles, and filling secondary natures with precedaneous goods. I think, however, that through these things we have sufficiently reminded the reader of the order of these three. Chapter 8. Perhaps, however, some one may ask us, why we here characterize the whole progression of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, according to the middle, and why we call one of the extremes supercelestial, but the other subcelestial, from their habitude to the middle, indicating the exempt transcendency of the one, but the proximate and connected diminution of the other. Perhaps, therefore, we may concisely answer such a one, that this whole genus of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, binds together both the extremes, being to the one the cause of conversion, but to the other of becoming unfolded into light, and being present with secondary natures. As therefore we denominate all the intelligible gods paternal and unical, characterizing them from the summit, and as we say that they are the boundaries of the whole of things, viz. Those that are effective of essence, those that are the causes of perpetuity, and those that are the sources of the production of forms. After the same manner, we unfold these middle gods as the leaders of all bonds, from the middle which is in them. For the whole of this middle order is vivific, connective, and perfective, but the summit of it indeed unfolds the impressions of intelligibles, and their ineffable union. The termination of it converts intellectuals, and conjoins them to intelligibles, and the middle collects into and fixes in itself as in a centre the whole genera of the gods. For to the extremes also, through reference to the middle, we attribute the habitude of transcendency and diminution, calling the one above, but the other under the middle. Chapter 9. Through these things, therefore, we may concisely answer him, as I have said, who doubts concerning these names. Here, however, it is fit that we should admire the divine science of Plato, because he has narrated the mode of the ascent of the whole of things to the intelligible, conformably to the highest of initiators. For, in the first place, he elevates souls and the gods themselves to the fountains, through the liberated leaders. For the blessed and most abundant spectacles and discursive energies are particularly in these fountains, in which also theurgists place all their hope of salvation. They are therefore blessed through the unpolluted monads, but they are most abundant through the cause of divine difference, and they are spectacles and discursive energies through the intellectual and paternal powers. But in the second place, Plato elevates souls and gods from the fountains, and through the fountains to the leaders of perfection. For after many and divided intellections, the good of the perfective gods shines forth, being supernally expanded from the intellectual gods themselves, and illuminating us, and prior to our souls, whole souls, and prior to these, the gods themselves. But from the perfective gods, Plato elevates souls and gods to the divinities, who are connective of all the intellectual orders. For the perfective gods are suspended from these divinities, subsist together with them, and are comprehended by them. Such also is the communion and union of these gods, that some of the most celebrated interpreters of Plato have supposed that there is an all-perfect and indivisible sameness among them, in consequence of not being able to apprehend by a reasoning process the separation which is in them. For here also it may appear to some one that Plato calls the extremity of the celestial circulation the arch. This, however, is not the case, for he does not denominate the arch celestial, but subcelestial. As therefore the supercelestial is essentially exempt from the heaven, thus also the subcelestial is inferior to the kingdom of the heaven. For the former indeed is indicative of transcendency, but the latter of a proximately arranged diminution. After this circulation, however, which is connective of the whole of things, Plato elevates souls and the gods to the supercelestial place, and the intelligible union of intellectuals, where also the gods abiding are nourished, are in a happy condition, and are filled with ineffable and unical goods. For with theurgists also, the ascent to the ineffable and intelligible powers, which are the summits of all intellectuals, is through the connective gods. In what manner, however, the gods are here conjoined to the first intelligibles, Plato no longer unfolds through words. For the contact with them is ineffable, and through ineffables, as he also teaches in what he says about them in the Phaedrus. And through this order, the mystic union with the intelligible and first producing causes is effected. With us, therefore, there is also the same mode of conjunction, and through this, the mode of theurgic ascent is more credible. For as wholes ascend to exempt principles, through the natures proximately placed above them, thus also parts, imitating the ascent of wholes, are conjoined through middle steps of ascent, with the most simple and ineffable causes. For what Plato has delivered in this dialogue concerning whole souls, he afterwards unfolds concerning ours. And in the first place indeed, he conjoins them with the liberated gods. Afterwards, through these he elevates them to the perfective gods. Afterwards, through these, to the connective gods, and in a similar manner as far as to the intelligible gods. Socrates, therefore, narrating the mode of ascent to intelligible beauty, and how following the gods, prior to bodies and generation, we were partakers of that blessed spectacle, says, quote, "For it was then lawful to see splendid beauty, when we obtained together with that happy choir this blessed vision and spectacle, we indeed following Jupiter, but others in conjunction with some other god, perceiving and being initiated in those mysteries, which it is lawful to call the most blessed of mysteries." Close quote. How then were we once conjoined with intelligible beauty? Through being initiated, says he, in the most blessed of mysteries. What else, therefore, does this assert than that we were conjoined with the perfective leaders, and were initiated by them in order to our being replenished with beauty? Of what goods, therefore, is the initiation the procurer? Quote, "Which orgies," close quote, says he, quote, "were celebrated by us, when we were entire and impassive, and were initiated in, and became spectators of entire, simple, and quietly stable visions." Close quote. The entire, therefore, is derived to souls from the celestial circulation, for this contains and is connective of all the divine genera, and also of our souls. Everything, however, which in the whole contains parts, comprehends also that which is divided, and collects that which is various into union and simplicity. But the entire, quietly stable and simple visions are unfolded to souls supernally from the supercelestial place, through the connectedly containing gods. For the mystic impressions of intelligibles shine forth in that place, and also the unknown and ineffable beauty of characters. For muesis and epopteia are symbols of ineffable silence, and of union with mystic natures through intelligible visions. And that which is the most admirable of all is this, that as theurgists order the whole body to be buried except the head in the most mystic of initiations, Plato also has anticipated this, being moved by the gods themselves. "For being pure," says he, "and liberated from this surrounding vestment, which we now denominate body, we obtained this most blessed muesis and epopteia, being full of intelligible light." For the pure splendor which he mentions symbolically unfolds to us intelligible light. Hence, when we are situated in the intelligible, we shall have a life perfectly liberated from the body. But elevating the head of the charioteer to the place beyond the heaven, we shall be filled with the mysteries which are there, and with intelligible silence. It also appears to me that Plato sufficiently unfolds the three elevating causes, love, truth, and faith, to those who do not negligently read what he has written. For what besides love conjoins with beauty? Where is the plane of truth except in this place? And what else than faith is the cause of this ineffable muesis? For muesis, in short, is neither through intelligence nor judgment, but through the unical silence imparted by faith, which is better than every Gnostic energy, and which establishes both whole souls and ours in the ineffable and unknown nature of the gods. These things, however, have proceeded to this length from my sympathy about such like concerns. End of chapter 9. Chapters 10 to 14 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. But again, returning to the proposed theology, let us unfold the conceptions which Plato indicates to us concerning each order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods. The supercelestial place therefore is intelligible. Hence also Plato says that it is essence which truly is, and that it is visible to the intellect of the soul. It is likewise the one comprehension and union of the intellectual gods. For it is not intelligible after such a manner as animal itself, nor as the first eternity, nor as that which is itself primarily the one being. For as these are primarily intelligibles, they are exempt from all other intelligibles, and presubsist by themselves. But the supercelestial place is proximately established above the celestial circulation, and of this is the intelligible, yet it is not simply intelligible. And that we assert these things rightly, Socrates also testifies, imparting the intellection of this intelligible to souls likewise through the heaven. For in this period, according to which they are carried round together with the circulation of the heaven, they behold indeed justice, they behold temperance, and they also behold science, and each of the beings which have a true and real existence, so that if the supercelestial place is intelligible and real being, yet it is intelligible as being above the heaven. The first intelligibles, however, are intelligible according to their own essence, and according to the exempt and first efficient cause of all intellectual natures. For the mighty Saturn, likewise, though he is an intellectual God, and the fullness of intellect, is intelligible, as with reference to the Demiurgus, for he is the summit of the intellectual triad. Thus therefore the place also, which is above the heaven, is allotted an intelligible transcendency with respect to the celestial circulation, and is intelligible as in the first intellectuals. Hence also it subsists analogous to the first triad of intelligibles. That triad, however, was simply intelligible, for the intelligible which is in intelligibles at once exists prior to all second and third intelligibles. But the supercelestial place is not simply intelligible, for it is the summit of intellectuals, and not of intelligibles. Hence Plato calls the first triad of intelligibles the one being, but he denominates the supercelestial place truly existing essence. For the former indeed antecedes all beings in an admirable simplicity, and in the occult unity of being. For that being is the intelligible itself, and is not in one respect intelligible, but in another intellectual. Nor is it that which is passive to videre licet participates of being, but it is the seat and the most ancient monad of being. This order, however, videre licet, the supercelestial place, falls short of the union of that triad, and participates of being, but is not simply being. Hence also Plato calls it essence, and essence which truly is, as receiving this intelligible and essential according to the essence of that which is primarily being. And the first triad indeed of intelligibles was paternal, for it subsists according to divine union and bound, and is the occult and highest boundary of all intelligibles. But the supercelestial place is maternal, subsisting according to infinity, and the power of infinity. For this order is feminine and prolific, and produces all things by intelligible powers. Hence also Plato calls it a place, as being the receptacle of the paternal causes, and bringing forth and producing the generative powers of the gods into the hypostasis of secondary natures. For having denominated matter also a place, he calls it the mother and nurse of the reasons, i.e., of the productive principles, which proceed into it from being and the paternal cause. According to this analogy, therefore, Plato thus denominates the supercelestial place as feminine, and as being the cause of those things maternally, of which the intelligible father is the cause paternally. Matter, however, receives forms alone, but the mother and nurse of the gods not only receives, but also constitutes and generates secondary natures together with the father. Nor does this generative deity produce from herself into an external place her progeny, and separate them from her own comprehension, in the same manner as the natures which generate here, deliver their offspring into light external to themselves. But she generates, comprehends, and establishes all things in herself. Hence also she is the place of them, as being a seat which on all sides contains them, and as by her prolific and primarily efficient powers, preoccupying and containing in herself all the progressions, multitude, and variety of secondary natures. For all beings subsist in the Gods, and are comprehended and saved by them. For where can they recede from the Gods, and from the comprehension which is in them? And how, if they depart from them, can they remain even for the smallest portion of time? In a particular manner, however, the powers which are generative of divine natures are said to comprehend their progeny, so far as they are the proximate causes of them, and constitute their essence with a more abundant division, and a more particular providence. For paternal causes produce secondary natures uniformly, exemptly, and without coordination, and comprehend, but unically, their own progeny. And in simplicity indeed, they preoccupy the variety of them, but in union their multitude. It is evident, therefore, from what has been said, that the supercelestial place is intelligible, and after what manner it is intelligible. In addition to these things also, it is evident how it is feminine. For place is adapted to the generative Gods through the above-mentioned causes, and the meadow is the fountain of a vivific nature, as will be shortly demonstrated. Socrates likewise assumes all the divine natures that are in this place to be of this kind, viz. to be of the feminine genus, I mean science herself, justice herself, temperance herself, truth herself, and adrastia, which may especially be considered as a certain indication that Plato particularly attributes the feminine to this order, and not only other theologists. Chapter 11. What therefore is the cause through which Plato, in the first place, celebrates this deity negatively, analogous to the One? And what are the negations? For he denominates it without colour, without figure, and without contact, and he takes away from it these three hyparxes: colour, figure, and contact. I say, therefore, that this order, being the summit of the intellectual Gods, is unknown and ineffable, according to its peculiarity, and is only to be known through intelligible impressions. For, being the summit of intellectuals, it conjoins itself with intelligibles. For how could intellectuals be conjoined with intelligibles, unless they antecedently constituted an intelligible transcendency of themselves? But what connection and communion could be surveyed of the whole orders of things, unless the extremities of such as are first possessed a certain similitude to the beginnings of such as are second? For on account of this similitude, these are connascent with each other, and all things subsist according to one series. As therefore the end of intelligibles was intellectual, so likewise the beginning of intellectuals is allotted an intelligible hyparxis, and each of these indeed is intelligible, but the one is intelligible simply, and the other is not intelligible without the addition of the intellectual. These therefore are consubsistent with each other, and the one indeed is the paternal cause of the whole of things, so far as it is intelligible, and the intellectual which is in it is extended intelligibly, but the other is generatively constitutive of the same things, because it is intellectual, and intelligible good presides in the intellectual genus. All things therefore are from both, exemptly indeed from the intellectual of intelligibles, but coordinately from the intelligible of intellectuals, and both indeed rejoice in unknown hyparxes, and are alone, as Plato says, known by intelligible, mystic, and ineffable impressions. Hence also he calls the attempt boldness, which endeavors to unfold the arcana concerning them, and to explain by words their unknown union. From the end of the intelligible order, however, the summit of intellectuals possesses its unknown peculiarity. For so far as it conjoins itself to the first intelligibles, and is filled with their unical, ineffable, and paternal hyparxis, so far also it exists in an unknown manner prior to intellectuals. Hence it is incomprehensible by the natures posterior to it. But it is known by those prior to it, being superexpanded into a continued union with them. It likewise knows the natures prior to itself intelligibly. But this does not at all differ from uniform and ineffable knowledge. For intelligible knowledge is the union, cause, summit, and unknown and occult hyparxis of all knowledge. Since therefore the one and united triad is, if it be lawful so to speak, the intellectual image of the unknown union of intelligibles, and presides over the same uniform and unknown power in intellectuals, as its own cause does, hence Plato mystically unfolds it through negations. For everywhere that which is highest and that which is unknown are analogous to the unical God. As therefore we are taught to celebrate this God through negations, after the same manner we endeavor to unfold negatively the uniform and unknown summits of secondary orders. And in short, since Socrates in the Phaedrus makes the ascent as far as to the supercelestial place, arranging it analogous to the first, as in this order, and in the ascent of souls, he celebrates it by negations. For in the Timaeus, Plato contends that the one Demiurgus, through whom every demiurgic genus of gods subsists, is ineffable and unknown, and everywhere that which is highest has this transcendency with respect to secondary natures. For it imitates the cause which is at once unically exempt from all beings. We celebrate this cause, however, through negations alone, as existing prior to all things. But we unfold the summits, which proceed analogous to it, affirmatively, and at the same time negatively. As participating indeed the natures prior to themselves, we celebrate them affirmatively. For Plato calls the supercelestial place essence, which truly is the plain of truth, the meadow, and the intelligible place of survey of the gods. And he does not only call it without color, without figure, and without contact, thus mingling affirmations with negations. For this order is a medium between the intelligible gods and the first intellectual divine orders, containing the bond of both, and it guards indeed intellectually according to a uniform and unknown transcendency, but transmits the plenitudes of intelligibles as far as to the last of things. It likewise elevates all things at once according to one common union, as far as to the intelligible Father, and generates and produces them as far as to matter. Being therefore established between the unical and the multiplied gods, it is unfolded, negatively indeed through the unknown manner in which it transcends secondary natures, but affirmatively through its participation of the first natures. For the first Demiurgus is called in the Timaeus fabricator and father, and good, and all such names, so far as he participates of pre-existent causes. But so far as he is the monad of all fabrication, Plato leaves him unknown and ineffable, exempt from all the fabricators of things. For he says, quote, "It is difficult to discover him, and when found it is impossible to speak of him to all men." Close quote. Thus, therefore, Plato unfolds the supercelestial place, affirmatively indeed, as being filled from the first causes, at one time indeed calling it essence, which truly is, at another the plane of truth, and at another something else of this kind. But so far as it transcends the intellectual gods, and so far as it is supreme and unical, he celebrates it negatively, in the same manner as the principle which is exempt from all things. Chapter 12. It follows therefore, in the next place, that we should consider what the negations are, and from what orders they are generated. In the Parmenides, then, the negations of the One are produced from all the divine orders, because the One is the cause of all of them, and everything divine, according to the hyparxis of itself, participates of the first principle, and the One, in consequence of transcending these, is in a much greater degree exempt from the natures posterior to these. For from these all things proceed, since they receive partably the peculiarities of these. This, however, is evident from the other hypotheses, in which the same conclusions are again circulated, at one time being connected together negatively, and at another affirmatively. For what is there which could be able to subsist, unless it was antecedently comprehended according to cause in wholes? But in the Phaedrus, the things which are denied of the intelligible summit of all intellectuals are the natures which are proximately established after this summit, videre licet, the sacred genera, the connective, the perfective, and the paternal of what are properly called intellectuals. For this summit, being exempt from these, it also transcends all the intellectual gods. For what every genus of the gods is to the One, that the three orders posterior to this summit are to it. Plato therefore denominates the celestial order which connectedly contains wholes, and illuminates them with intelligible light, color, because likewise the apparent beauty of this sensible heaven is resplendent with all various colors, and with light. Hence he calls that heaven intellectual color and light. For the light proceeding from the good is, in the orders above the heaven, unknown and occult, abiding in the addita of the gods. But it shines forth in this order, and from being unapparent becomes manifest. Hence it is assimilated to color, the offspring of light. Farther still, if the heaven is sight beholding the things above, the intelligible of it may very properly be called color, which is conjoined with the sight. The cause therefore of the intelligibles in the heaven is without colour, but is exempt from them. For sensible colour is the offspring of the solar light, but Plato denominates the order which proximately subsists after the celestial order, and which we have called the subcelestial arch, figure. For the arch itself is the name of a figure. And in short, in this order, Parmenides also places intellectual figure. But Plato first attributes contact to the summit of intellectuals, as is evident from the conclusions of the Parmenides. For in the first hypothesis, taking away figure from the One, he uses this as a medium, videre licet, that the One does not touch itself. Quote, but the One, close quote, says he, quote, does not touch itself, close quote. And the conclusion is evident. Here therefore, contact first subsists, and subsists according to cause. For of those things of which the demiurgus is proximately the cause, the Father who is prior to him is paradigmatically the cause. In this order therefore, contact is the paradigm of the liberated gods. Hence, these three orders are successive, videre licet, colour, figure, and contact. And from these, the supercelestial place is essentially exempt. Hence it is without colour, without figure, and without contact. Nor does it transcend these three privatively, but according to causal excellence. For it imparts to colour from intelligibles the participation of light. On figure it confers by illumination intellectual bound. And in contact it supernally inserts union and continuity, and perfects all things by its power. Things which are touched indeed through union, those that are figured through the participation of bound, and those that are coloured through the illumination of light. But it draws upward and allures to itself everything ineffably, and through intelligible impressions, and fills everything with unical goods. If therefore we assert these things rightly, we must not admit the interpretation of those who are busily occupied in sensible colours, and contacts, and figures, and to assert that the supercelestial place is exempt from these. For these are trifling, and by no means adapted to that place. For even nature, not only that which exists as a whole, but that also which is partial, is exempt from sensible colours, from apparent figures, and from corporeal contact. What therefore is there venerable in this, if it is also present to natures themselves? But it is necessary to extend colours and figures, and contacts from on high as far as to the last of things, and to evince that the supercelestial place is similarly exempt from all these. For soul also and intellect participate of figure, and contact is frequently in incorporeal natures, according to the communion of first with secondary beings. And it is usual to call these communications contacts, and to denominate the touchings of intellectual perceptions adhesions. We should not therefore be carried from things first to things last, nor compare the highest order of intellectuals with the last of beings, above which both soul and nature are established. For in so doing we shall err, and shall not attend to Plato, who exclaims that it is boldness to assert these things concerning it. For where is the boldness, and what the unknown power transcending our conceptions, in contemplating the truth of sensible colours, figures and context. For an hypostasis of this kind is known by physiologists, and not by the sons of theologists. Such, therefore, is the power possessed by the negations through which Plato celebrates the supercelestial place. Chapter 13. Again then, let us in the next place survey the affirmations, how they exist according to the participation of the first intelligibles themselves. The supercelestial place, therefore, is said to be essence, which truly is, because it participates of that which is primarily being. For to be and truly to be are present to all things, as the progeny of the intelligible essence. For as the one is from the first principle which is prior to intelligibles, so the nature of being is from intelligibles. For there the one being subsists, as Parmenides a little before taught us. But the supercelestial place is beheld by the governor of the soul, because it is allotted an intelligible transcendency with respect to the other intellectual gods. Hence, the intelligible good of it is rendered manifest from its being known by intellect. This intelligible, therefore, in the same manner as that which is truly being, arrives to it from the unical gods. For they are primarily and imparticipably intelligibles, and the first efficient causes of all intelligibles. These things also concur with each other, videre licet, that which is truly being and the intelligible. For every intelligible is truly being, and everything which is truly being is intelligible. For intellect is intelligible according to the being which is in it, but according to its Gnostic power it is intellect. Hence also every intellect is the supplier of knowledge, but every intelligible is the supplier of essence. For that which each is primarily, it imparts by illumination to the secondary orders. Chapter 14. In the third place, therefore, the genus of true science is said to be established about the supercelestial place. For these two things ascend to the contemplation of that essence, videre licet, intellect the governor of the soul. But this is a partial intellect established indeed above souls, and elevating them to their paternal port. And true science, which is the perfection of the soul. This therefore energizes about that place, as transitively revolving in harmonic measures about being. But intellect contemplates it as employing simple intellection. Farther still, the science which is in us is one thing, but that which is in the supercelestial place another. And the former indeed is true, but the latter is truth itself. What therefore is it, and whence does it subsist? It is indeed a deity which is the fountain of all intellectual knowledge, and the first efficient cause of undefiled and stable intelligence. But it shines forth in the first triad of intellectuals, because this is perfective of all other things, and likewise of divine souls. For these, ascending to this uniform power of all knowledge, perfect their own knowledge. For each of the undefiled souls, says Socrates, revolving together with Jupiter and the heaven, surveys justice, temperance, and science. Hence, these three fountains are there, being intelligible deities, and the fountains of the intellectual virtues, and not being as some think they are, intellectual forms. For Plato is accustomed to characterize these by the term itself, as for instance, science itself, and justice itself. And this Socrates says somewhere in the Phaedo. But here, when he says justice herself, temperance herself, and science herself, he appears to unfold to us certain self-perfect and intelligible deities, which have a triadic subsistence. And of these, science indeed is the monad, but temperance has the second order, and justice the third. And science indeed is the supplier of undefiled, firm, and immutable intelligence, but temperance imparts to all the gods the cause of conversion to themselves, and justice imparts to them the cause of the distribution of the whole of good according to desert. And through science indeed, each of the gods intellectually perceives the natures prior to himself, and is filled with intelligible intelligence. But through temperance he is converted to himself, and enjoys a second union, and a good coordinate to the conversion to himself. And through justice he rules over the natures posterior to himself, in a silent path, as they say, measures their desert, and supplies a distribution adapted to each. These three fountains, therefore, contain all the energies of the gods. And science indeed proceeds analogous to the first triad of intelligibles. And as that triad imparts essence to all things, so this illuminates the gods with knowledge. But temperance proceeds analogous to the second triad of intelligibles. For temperance imitates the connective and measuring power of that triad, since it measures the energies of the gods, and converts each of them to itself. And justice proceeds analogous to the third triad of intelligibles. For it also separates secondary natures according to appropriate desert, in the same manner as that triad separates them intelligibly by the first paradigms. End of chapter 14. Chapters 15 to 19 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. After these things, therefore, we may survey another triad pre-existing in this place, which also Socrates celebrates. Videre licet, the plain of truth, the meadow, and the nutriment of the gods. The plain of truth, therefore, is intellectually expanded to intelligible light, and is splendid with the illuminations that proceed from thence. For as the one emits by illumination intelligible light, so the intelligible imparts to secondary natures a participation productive of essence. But the meadow is the prolific power of life, and of all various reasons, is the comprehension of the first efficient causes of life, and is the cause of the variety and generation of forms. For the meadows also, which are here, are productive of all various forms and reasons, and bear water, which is the symbol of vivification. And the nourishing cause of the gods is a certain intelligible union, comprehending in itself the whole perfection of the gods, and filling the gods with acme and power, in order that they may bestow a providential attention to secondary natures, and may possess an immutable intellectual perception of such natures as are first. Above, however, the gods participate of these uniformly, but in a divided manner in their progressions. With respect to the nutriment likewise, one kind is called by Plato ambrosia, but the other nectar. "For the charioteer," says he, "stopping the horses at the manger, places before them ambrosia, and afterwards gives them nectar to drink." The charioteer, therefore, being nourished with intelligibles, unically participates of the perfection which is imparted through illumination by the Gods. But the horses participate of this divisibly, first indeed of ambrosia, and afterwards of nectar. For it is necessary that from ambrosia they should stably and undeviatingly abide in more excellent natures, but that through nectar they should immutably provide for secondary natures. For they say that ambrosia is solid, but nectar liquid nutriment, which Plato also indicates when he says that the charioteer places before the horses ambrosia, and afterwards gives them nectar to drink. Hence the nutriment of nectar manifests the unrestrained and indissoluble nature of providence, and its proceeding to all things in an unpolluted manner. But the nutriment of ambrosia manifests stability and a firm settlement in more excellent natures. From both these, however, it is evident that the Gods both abide and proceed to all things, and that neither their undeviating nature, and which is without conversion to subordinate beings, is unprolific, nor their prolific power and progression is unstable. But abiding they proceed, and being established in the divinities prior to themselves, they provide for secondary natures without being contaminated. Nectar and ambrosia, therefore, are the perfections of the Gods, so far as they are Gods. But other things are the perfections of intellect, nature, and bodies. Hence Plato, having assumed these in souls, calls the souls which are nourished with these Gods. For so far as they also participate of the Gods, so far they are filled with nectar and ambrosia. These, however, in their progressions have a bipartite division, the one indeed being the supplier to the Gods of stable and firm perfection, but the other of undeviating providence, of liberated administration, and of an unenvying and abundant communication of good, according to the two principles of the whole of things, which preside over a distribution of this kind. For it must be admitted that ambrosia is indeed analogous to bound, but nectar to infinity. Hence the one is as it were humid and not bounded from itself, but the other is as it were solid, and has a boundary from itself. Nectar therefore is prolific, and is perfective of the secondary presence of the Gods, and is the cause of power, of a vigour which provides for the whole of things, and of infinite and never failing supply. But ambrosia is stable perfection, is similar to bound, is the cause to the Gods of an establishment in themselves, and is the supplier of firm and undeviating intellection. Prior to both these, however, is the one fountain of perfection and seat to all the Gods, which Plato calls nutriment, and the banquet, and delicious food, is unically perfecting indeed the divided multitude of the Gods, but converting all things to itself through divine intelligence. For Dice, the banquet, indeed, manifests the divided distribution of divine nutriment, but thoine, delicious food, the united conversion of the whole of things to it. For it is the intellectual perception of the Gods, so far as they are Gods, but nutriment connectedly contains both these powers, being the plenitude of intelligible goods, and the uniform perfection of divine self-sufficiency. Chapter 16. Concerning these things, therefore, thus much may suffice as to the present theory. But it follows that we should discuss the division of the supercelestial place into three parts. For the intelligible summit of intellectuals is, as we have before observed, a triad. Immediately, therefore, according to the first conception of this place, Plato unfolds its triadic nature, assuming indeed three negatives: the uncolored, the unfigured, and the untangible. Having likewise established three divinities in it, videre licet, science, temperance, and justice, our preceptor and leader, Surianus, thinks fit to divide this triad into three monads, and also demonstrates this conformably to the Orphic theologies. If, however, it be requisite to discover the definite peculiarities of these three goddesses, from what has been already laid down, we must understand that the plane of truth, the meadow, and the nourishing cause of the gods are posited there. To nourish, therefore, is the province of intelligible perfection. Hence, the elevating impulse is given to the wing of the soul, and also intellectual perfection, according to the nourishment which flows from thence into the soul. But the peculiarity of the meadow is to possess a power generative of reasons and forms, and of the causes of the production of animals. Hence also souls are fed about the meadow, and the pablum, nome, is indeed nutriment, but in a divided manner. The plane, however, of truth is the expansion and manifestation of intelligible light, the evolution of inward reasons, and perfection proceeding everywhere. This, therefore, is the peculiarity of the third monad, but fecundity is the peculiarity of the second, and intelligible plenitude of the first. For all the supercelestial place is indeed illuminated with the light of truth. Hence, all the natures that are contained in it are called true. And Socrates says, quote, that whatever soul attending on divinity has beheld anything of reality shall be free from damage till another period takes place. Close quote. For everything in that place is truly being and intelligible, and is full of divine union. In the first monads, however, i.e., in the plane of truth and the meadow, this intelligible light subsists contractedly, and is occultly established as it were in the adyta. But in the third monad, videre licet, in the nourishing cause of the gods, it shines forth and is co-expanded and is co-divided with the multitude of powers. We may therefore from these things survey the differences of the three monads in a manner conformable to the Platonic hypotheses. But if indeed science pertains to the first monad, temperance to the second, and justice to the third, from these things also the triad will be perfectly apparent. And does not science, which is stable, and the uniform intelligence of wholes, and which at the same time is consubsistent with intelligibles, pertain to the power which is united to the intelligible Father, and which does not proceed nor separate its union from the deity of that Father? But does not the genus of justice pertain to the power which is divided, which separates the intellectual genera, leads the intelligible multitude into order, and imparts by illumination distribution according to desert? And does not the genus of temperance pertain to the power which is the medium of both these, which is converted to itself, and possesses the common bond of this triad? For the harmonic and a communication with the extremes, according to reason, are the illustrious good of this middle power. That we may not therefore be prolix, what has been said being sufficient to remind us of the meaning of Plato, those three deities are celebrated by us, which, dividing the supercelestial place, are indeed all of them intelligible, as in intellectuals, and are likewise summits, and collective of all things into one intelligible union. One of these, however, is so stably, another generatively, and another convertively, possessing a primary effective power in intellectuals. For one of them indeed unites the monads of all the gods and collects them about the intelligible, but another affects this about the progressions of the gods, and another about their conversions. All of them, however, at the same time collect into one the whole of an hyparxis, which always abides, proceeds and returns. Hence also Plato elevates the gods that are distributed in the world to this one place, and converts them, energizing about this as collective of the whole orders of the gods to the participation of intelligibles. These monads therefore educe intelligible forms, fill them with the participation of divine union, and again recall the natures that have proceeded and conjoin them to intelligibles. Concerning this whole triad, however, what has been said may suffice. Chapter 17. It remains therefore that we should pass to the discussion of Adrastia, Socrates indicating that she possesses her kingdom in this place. For that which defines the measures of a blameless life to souls, from the vision of these intelligible goods, is certainly there allotted its first evolution into light. For the elevating cause, being secondary to the objects of desire, may be able to raise both itself and other things to the supercelestial place through conversion. But that which defines and measures the fruits of the vision of the intelligible to souls, since it has its hyparxis in the intelligible, imparts by illumination beatitude to them from thence. It is established therefore, as I have said, in that place, but it rules over all the divine laws uniformly from on high, as far as to the last of things. It likewise binds to the one sacred law of itself all the sacred laws, videre licet, the intellectual, the supermundane, and the mundane. Whether therefore there are certain Saturnian laws, as Socrates in the Gorgias indicates there are, when he says, quote, "The law, therefore, which was in the time of Saturn, is now also among the gods," close quote. Or whether there are Jovian laws, as the Athenian guest asserts there are, when he says, quote, "But justice follows Jupiter, which is the avenger of those that desert the divine law," close quote. Or whether there are fatal laws, as Timaeus teaches there are, when he says, quote, "That the Demiurgus announced to souls the laws of fate," close quote. Of all these, the sacred law of Adrastia is connective according to one intelligible simplicity, and at the same time imparts existence to all of them, and the measures of power. And if it be requisite to relate my own opinion, the inevitable guardian power of this triad, and the immutable comprehension of order pervading everywhere, pre-subsist in this goddess. For these three deities not only unfold and collect all things, but they are also guardians according to the oracle of the works of the Father, and of one intelligible intellect. This guardian power therefore, the sacred law of Adrastia indicates, which nothing is able to escape. For with respect to the laws of fate, not only the gods are superior to them, but also partial souls, when they live according to intellect, and give themselves up to the light of providence. And the Saturnian gods are essentially exempt from the Jovian laws, and the connective and perfective gods from the Saturnian laws. But all things are obedient to the sacred law of Adrastia, and all the distributions of the gods, and all measures and guardianships subsist on account of this. By Orpheus also she is said to guard the demiurgus of the universe, and receiving brazen drumsticks and a drum made from the skin of a goat, to produce so loud a sound as to convert all the gods to herself. And Socrates, imitating this fabulous sound, which extends a certain proclamation to all things, in a similar manner produces the sacred law of Adrastia to all souls. For he says, quote, "This is the sacred law of Adrastia, that whatever soul has perceived anything of truth shall be free from harm till another period." Close quote. All but expressing the Orphic sound through this proclamation, and uttering this as a certain hymn of Adrastia. For in the first place indeed he calls it thesmos, a sacred law, and not nomos, a law, as he does the Saturnian and Jovian laws. For thesmos is connected with deity, and pertains more to intelligibles than to the intellectuals. But nomos, indicating intellectual distribution, is adapted to the intellectual fathers. And in the second place he speaks of it in the singular, and not in the plural number, as Timaeus does of the fatal laws. In the third place, therefore, he extends it to all the genera of souls, and evinces that it is the common measure of their happy and blessed life, and the true guard of those souls that are able to abide on high, free from all passivity. For such is the meaning of the words, quote, "And the soul that is able to do this always shall always be free from harm." Close quote. This sacred law therefore comprehends all the undefiled life of divine souls, and the temporal blessedness of partial souls, and it guards the former indeed intelligibly, but measures the latter by the vision of intelligible goods. And thus much concerning Adrastia. Chapter 18. With respect to what remains, therefore, we shall summarily say that the supercelestial place is the first triad of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, possessing three peculiarities: the unfolding into light, the collective, and the defensive. It likewise comprehends all these intelligibly, and in an unknown manner, conjoining indeed intellectuals to intelligibles, but calling forth the prolific powers of intelligibles, receiving in itself the plenitude of forms from the intelligible paradigms, and producing its own meadow from the fontal summit which is there. But from the one intellect it gives subsistence to the three virtues, perfects all itself by intelligible impressions, and in its ineffable bosoms receives the whole of intelligible light. At one and the same time also it abides in the occult nature of the intelligible gods, and proceeds intelligibly from thence, shines forth to the view of intellectuals, and converts and draws upward by ineffable powers all the images of its proper union, which it has disseminated in every thing. To this place likewise it is necessary that we should mystically approach, leaving in the earth all the generation producing life, and the corporeal nature, with which, on coming hither, we were surrounded as with a wall, but exciting alone the summit of the soul to the participation of total truth, and the plenitude of intelligible nutriment. Chapter 19. After this intelligible and unknown triad, however, which presides over all the intellectual genera, let us survey the triad which connectedly contains the bond of them, intelligibly and at the same time intellectually. For it is necessary that prior to intellect and the intellectual Gods, the cause of connectedly containing should be in these Gods, and that this being established in the middle of the intelligible and intellectual order should extend to all the divine multitudes, all the genera of beings, and all the divisions of the world. For what is it which primarily connects things? If, as some say, the nature of spirit and local motion, body itself, which is connective of other things, will require connection. For every body, according to its own composition, is dissipable and divisible, which also the Elean guest, indicating to those who make corporeal principles, says that the essence which is so much celebrated by them is broken and dissipated. Body, therefore, is not naturally adapted to be connective of other things, nor even if a power of this kind pertained to bodies, would spirit be able to afford us this power, because it is always defluous and dissipated, and diffusing itself beyond that which bounds it. But if we suppose that habits and connective forms which are divided about bodies illuminate their subjects with connection, it is perfectly necessary that they should effect this by being present with them. But how will these habits and forms connect themselves? For it is difficult to devise how this can be effected. For these, being distributed about material bulks and divided together with their subjects, require a boundary and connection. But they are not naturally adapted to be bounded or connected from themselves, because they have not an essence self-begotten and self-subsistent. That, however, which neither produces nor perfects itself, cannot connect itself. And moreover, every habit and every material form is altermotive, and depends on another more ancient cause, and on this account is inseparable from subjects, not being able to verge to itself. But if abandoning these, we should assert that souls which are incorporeal and self-begotten are the first efficient causes of connection, where shall we place the partible and at the same time impartible nature of souls, that which is mixed from the partible and impartible, that which participates of the genera of being, and that which is divided into harmonic reasons? For souls indeed connect bodies and natures, because they participate of an impartible peculiarity, but they are in want of another connective nature, which may impart the first principle of mixture to the genera, and of connection to divided reasons. For the self-motive nature of souls, being transitive and extended to time, requires that which may connect its one life, and may render it total and indivisible. For the whole which is connective of parts exists prior to parts, since the whole which consists of parts receives connection introduced from something different from itself. But if proceeding with the reasoning power beyond souls, we survey intellect, whether the intellect which is participated, or, if you are willing, that which is imparticipable and divine, and in short, if we survey at once the intellectual genus of the Gods, if this is primarily connective of beings, we shall find also in this all various multitude, divisions of genera, and, as Socrates says, many and blessed visions, and discussive energies. For the separation of divine natures, and the variety of forms, present themselves to the view in intellectuals, and also fabulous sections and generative powers. How therefore can that which connects be primarily here, where the divisive genus shines forth? And how is it possible that intellectual multitude should not refer to another, more ancient cause, the participation of its proper connection? For intellectual multitude is that which is primarily connected, since it is that which is primarily divided, and that which requires connection is divisible. But the indivisible itself is beyond the connective hyparxis. But it is not that which primarily connects. For everything which is connected by another thing which primarily possesses the power of connection. It is evident, therefore, from what has been said, that the connective order of beings is established prior to the intellectual gods. The intelligible, indeed, and occult hyparxis is the supplier of union to all things, as proximately subsisting after the One, and being indivisible and uniform. But connection is the contraction of multitude into impartible communion, on which account it subsists as secondary to intelligibles. For the medium which was there was intelligible, and the united primarily efficient cause of connection. The connective, however, of intelligibles and intellectuals imitates the unific power of intelligibles. For there, the three triadic monads were the unions of wholes. One of them, indeed, according to transcendency, another according to the middle center, and another according to conversion. But in the intelligible and at the same time intellectual orders, these three triads are the second after those unions, and are connascent with multitude. Hence, one of these triads is collective, another is connective of multitude, and another is of a perfective nature. For that which is collected, that which is connected, and that which is perfected is multitude. Whether, therefore, it is intellectual, or supermundane, or mundane, or any other multitude, it is collected, connected, and perfected through these three triads. And when collected indeed, it is elevated to the union of intelligibles, and is firmly established in them. When it is connected, it abides impartible and undissipated in its progeny. And when it is perfected, it receives completion from its proper parts or powers. Since, however, it is necessary that beings abiding, proceeding, and returning should enjoy this triple providence, there are indeed three pre-existent collective monads, three connective, and three perfective monads. And we do not say this, that on account of the good of secondary natures, first natures are thus divided, and preside over so many orders and powers. But they indeed are always the primary causes of good to things subordinate, while we from inferior natures recur to the causes of wholes. The intelligible, therefore, and intellectual triads perfect things triadically, and always connect and collect them into union. But the intelligible monads generate without separation, and unically, their permanencies, progressions, and conversions. With respect to other things, however, we have partly spoken, and shall again partly speak concerning them. End of chapter 19. Chapters 20 to 22 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Let us therefore speak at present concerning the connective triad. This then Socrates in the Phaedrus calls the celestial circulation, because indeed it possesses the middle center of imparticipable life, and is that which is most vital itself of life. He calls it circulation, as comprehending circularly, and on all sides all other lives, and divine intellections. For on account of this, Souls also which are elevated to it are perfected according to intellection, and are conjoined with intelligible spectacles. The circulation of the heaven, however, is always established after the same manner, for it is an eternal, whole, one, and united intelligence. But the circulation of souls is effected through time, subsists in a more partial manner, and is not an at once collected comprehension of intelligibles. Souls, therefore, are carried round in a circle, and are restored to their pristine state, the celestial circulation always remaining the same. Because, however, it gives completion to the bond of the intelligible and intellectual gods, and connects all the orders in their abiding, proceeding, and returning, Socrates calls it celestial. For Timaeus says that this sensible heaven also compresses on all sides the elements that are under it, and that on this account no place is left for a vacuum. As therefore the apparent heaven is connective of all things that are under it, and is the cause of continuity, coherence, and sympathy, for the intervention of a vacuum would interrupt the continuity of things, and the subversion of this continuity would destroy the sympathy of bodies. Thus also that intellectual heaven binds all the multitudes of beings into an impartible communion, illuminating each with an appropriate portion of connection. For intellect participates of the connective cause in one way, the nature of soul in another, and a corporeal state of being in another. For through the highest participation of connection, intellect is impartible, but through second measures of participation, soul is partible and impartible, according to one mixture. And through an ultimate diminution, bodies possessing a partible hypostasis at the same time remain connected, and do not in consequence of being dissipated perish, but enjoy their own division and imbecility. The whole of the connective triad therefore is denominated heaven according to the hyparxis of itself. But the breadth of life which is spread under it is called circulation. For in things apparent to sense, the period of the heavens is motion, and is, as it were, the life of body. Chapter 21. If, however, it be requisite to discover the triadic nature of it from what has been laid down, we must employ the mode of analogy. Since therefore Plato himself calls the back of the heaven one thing, and its profundity another, it is evident that the celestial arch is the third thing, for the arch which is under this he directly calls subcelestial. But as we say that the supercelestial place is established above the back of the heaven, so likewise we must grant that the subcelestial is different from the celestial arch. For the heaven is bounded, supernally indeed by the back, but beneath by the arch, and it is comprehended indeed by the supercelestial place, but it comprehends the subcelestial arch. It is evident therefore from these things that the heaven presents itself to our view as triadic according to its back indeed, connectedly containing all things in one simplicity, but according to its arch bounding the whole triad, and according to its profundity, itself proceeding into itself, and constituting the middle breadth of connection and coherence. The back, however, of the whole celestial order is an intelligible deity, being perhaps allotted from hence this appellation. But it is intelligible, as in the connective triad, externally compressing, and connectedly comprehending all the kingdom of the heaven. It likewise imparts to all the gods by illumination a uniform and simple comprehension of secondary natures, and is supernally filled with intelligible union. Hence also divine souls being led through all the celestial profundity, stand indeed on the back of the heaven, but the circulation carries them round as they stand, and thus they survey what is called the supercelestial place. The station, therefore, is the establishment of souls in the intelligible watchtower of the heaven, extending to souls sameness, undefiled power, and undeviating intellection. But the circumduction is the participation of a life full of vigor and the most acute energy. And the common presence of both these comprehends the prolific energy, the quiet motion, and the stable intellection of intelligibles. But the celestial profundity is the one continuity of the whole triad, and the middle deity which conjoins the whole celestial order, proceeding indeed from the intelligible comprehension, but ending in the celestial arch, which defines the boundary of the whole of the heaven. There is therefore one union and connection of all this triad, and an indissoluble progression from the back as far as to the arch, through this middle deity, which is connascent with both the extremes, and which unfolds indeed the connective multitude, but on each side is bounded by the extremes, one of which comprehends it supernally, but the other from beneath bounds its progression. The celestial arch, therefore, remains, which is the boundary beneath of the triad, and this is also the case with the intellect which is in it, being filled indeed by life, but united by the intelligible, and converting all the triad to its principle. For the arch also is similar to the back of the heaven, though according to interval it is less. Through subjection, therefore, it is diminished, but through similitude it is converted to the celestial summit. And this is the celestial intellect, which is the proximate synochius of the subcelestial arch. Hence, each arch is called the intellectual boundary of the intelligible and intellectual gods. The whole connective triad, therefore, is allotted such a division as this: the back, ta noton, according to the intelligible, kata ta noiton, the profundity according to life, and the arch according to intellect. But the whole of it is one and continued, because that which connects all other things ought much more to be connective of itself. For each peculiarity of the gods begins its energy from itself, the peculiarity indeed which is collective, fixing itself collectively in the highest union, that which is convertive of wholes converting itself to the principle, and that which is undefiled preserving itself prior to other things pure from matter. Hence the connective peculiarity also, prior to its participants, connects itself intelligibly and intellectually, and through this connection the nature of the heaven is asserted to be one and continued. For all the triad converges to itself, and preserves its proper wholeness united, and most similar to itself according to nature. And the arch indeed proximately connects all intellectuals, and compresses them on all sides. But prior to this, the celestial profundity itself, which also comprehends the arch, binds together the whole orders. And prior to these, the celestial back uniformly comprehends, according to one ambit of simplicity, all the celestial kingdom itself, and all things that are contained under it, and binds them to themselves by connective power and hyparxis. For in the things also that are apparent to sense, the concave circumference of the heavens proximately compresses the elements, and does not suffer them in their indefinite motions on all sides to be dissipated and blown away. And still prior to these, the celestial bulk strongly compresses and impels all things to the middle, and leaves no void place. But there is one comprehension of all these, videre licet, the back of the heavens, which is the cause to the heavens of similitude, and to the elements of contact with the heavens. For the smooth and equable nature of the back of the heavens, as Timaeus says, makes the whole of heaven similar to itself, and always the natures which comprehend are connective of the natures that are comprehended. It is necessary, therefore, from things that are apparent, to transfer the similitude to the father of the intellectual gods, heaven, and to survey how he is both one and triple, supernally indeed and beneath, possessing the intelligible and intellect, but according to the middle possessing life, which being the cause of progressions and intervals, and generative powers, we have properly arranged according to interval under the celestial profundity, since Plato himself also calls the summit the back. For those, says he, that are called immortals, when proceeding beyond the heaven, they arrive at the summit, stand on the back of the heaven. He calls therefore the summit of the celestial order and beyond the back of the heaven, which things are in a remarkable manner the prerogatives of the first of the Synonches. For, connectedly containing all things in the one summit of his hyparxis, according to the oracle, he wholly exists beyond, and is united to the supercelestial place, and to the ineffable power of it, being enclosed on all sides by it, and shutting himself in the uniform comprehension of intelligibles. For what difference is there between saying that the first of the Synonches is shut in the intelligible place of survey, and evincing that it is proximately comprehended by the supercelestial place which was intelligible, but expanded in intellectuals? If, however, that which is beyond is the first, the summit is evidently co-arranged with the rest, and is exempt from them. But if the first is a thing of this kind, being established according to the intelligible summit, and imparting by illumination to the other gods contact with the intelligible, and with the paternal port, it is indeed necessary that there should be a middle and an extremity, the one according to the celestial profundity, but the other according to the termination of the whole circulation. If, however, the circulation of the whole of the heaven is one and continued, the peculiarity of this order must be assigned as the cause of this. For being connective of the whole orders of the gods, and prior to other things of itself, and being as it were the centre and bond of the divine genera, it in the first place binds and connects itself, and extends itself to one life. The heaven therefore is one, and at the same time triple, and proceeds into three monads, being both unapparent and apparent, and that which is between these, and imitating the intelligible gods who subside into intelligible triads. Chapter 22. If you are willing, however, from what is written in the Cratylus to see the peculiarity of this order, in the first place, let this be considered by you as an argument of the Synonche, established in the middle, that a twofold habitude of it is delivered, one towards intelligibles, but the other towards intellectuals. For it is said to see the things above, and to generate a pure intellect. Hence, of intelligibles it is the intelligence, but of intellectuals the intelligible. For the cause of intellect subsists prior to an intellectual cause, and that which is at once both these, especially gives completion to the middle order of intelligibles and intellectuals. For the collective deity, perceiving intelligibles, or rather being united to them, does not primarily give subsistence to a divine intellect, and the perfective deity, producing together with the middle divinity intellectuals, proximately perceives intellectually the celestial order, and not the intelligibles prior to the heaven. But the middle divinity alone, occupying the intelligible and intellectual centre, equally indeed extends to both. But perceiving intelligibles intellectually, it is the cause of intellectuals intelligibly. Since, however, habitude to its causes precedes the power in it which is generative of intellectuals, Socrates, beginning from this habitude, delivers also a second power as suspended from it. But sight, directed to things above, is very properly assigned the appellation of celestial, as seeing the things above. This therefore perfectly defines for us a habitude more ancient than the connectedly containing order, jointly assuming it to be intellectual as with reference to intelligibles, and sight as with reference to the objects of sight, though it intellectually perceives itself, and is intelligible in itself. But the intelligible of it, as with reference to that which is primarily intelligible, is allotted an intellectual order. What follows, however, unfolds the habitude of this middle to intellectuals. For Socrates adds, quote, "Whence also, O Hermogenes, those who are conversant with things on high say that heaven generates a pure intellect, and that this name is properly assigned to it." Close quote. The order, therefore, of the heaven is expanded as a middle in the middle intellectual and intelligible gods, comprehending at once the intelligible and intellectual in one impartible connection, subsisting similarly with respect to each of these, and being equally distant from the first intellectuals and the unical intelligibles. Hence it is said to perceive intellectually the things above, and thus to produce a pure intellect. Assuming this, therefore, in the first place from what has been laid down, in the next place we should attend to this, that the celestial order being triple, and the whole of it intellectually perceiving intelligibles, and producing intellectuals, the first monad indeed in an eminent manner intellectually perceives intelligibles, for it mingles itself with intelligibles, knows intelligible intellect, is united to the natures prior to itself, and is impartible as in impartibles, super-expanding itself towards intelligible simplicity. But the third monad is especially generative of intellectuals, since it is the intellect of the whole connective triad. And with the Orphic theologists also, heaven, the father of Saturn, is the third. But the middle monad produces together with the third the intellectual order of the gods, but is conjoined together with the first two intelligibles, and is filled indeed with intelligible union from the first, but fills the third with prolific powers. Do you not see therefore how Plato, through the peculiarity of the extremes, unfolds to us the whole celestial order, conjoining indeed the intelligible hyparxis of it to intelligibles, but its intellectual hyparxis to intellectuals, and affording us the means of collecting its hyparxis, which is the middle of both these, and which proceeds according to a common peculiarity. For if you likewise wish to assume this from what has been said, the celestial light is conjoined to the light of intelligibles, for sight is nothing else than light. The middle order, therefore, by its own light, and by the divine summit of itself, is conjoined to the first natures. But by an intellectual nature and the boundary of the whole triad, it generates intellect, and all the unpolluted deity of intellectuals. For it does not produce intellect by itself, but in conjunction with purity. For this Socrates himself asserts, quote, "Whence also they say that a pure intellect is generated by it." Close quote. Hence the celestial order is the first efficient cause of the intellectual hyparxis, and of undefiled power. If, however, it is necessary that purity should not be inherent in intellect from accident, it is the deity of those beings that are exempt from secondary natures, and is the supplier of immutable power, which the mighty heaven, producing in conjunction with intellect, is at the same time the efficient cause of the gods, who are the sources of purity and of the intellectual fathers. These indications, therefore, of the truth concerning the connective gods may also be assumed from the Cratylus. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 to 26 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. It remains, therefore, that in conformity to what is written in the Phaedrus, we should survey the subcelestial arch and the peculiarity of the gods that are there. Before, however, we begin the doctrine concerning it, I wish to premise thus much, that some of the most celebrated of the interpreters, prior to us, conceiving that this subcelestial arch is a divine order arranged under the heaven, have thought fit to rank it immediately after the first God, calling the first God heaven. But others have arranged both the heaven and the subcelestial arch in the breadth of intelligibles. For the Athenian philosopher, indeed, Theodorus, being persuaded by Plotinus, calls that which proximately proceeds from the ineffable the subcelestial arch, as in his treatise concerning names he philosophizes about these things. But the great Iamblichus, conceiving the mighty heaven to be a certain order of the intelligible gods, and in one place he considers it to be the same with the Demiurgus, asserts that the order proximately established under the heaven, and as it were begirding it, is the subcelestial arch. And these things he has written in his commentaries on the Phaedrus. Let no one therefore think that we make any innovation concerning the theology of this order, and that we are the first who divide the subcelestial arch from the heaven, but that we are principally persuaded by Plato, who distinguishes these three orders: the supercelestial place, the celestial circulation, and the subcelestial arch, and that after Plato we are persuaded by those who investigate his theory in a divinely inspired manner, videre licet, by Iamblichus and Theodorus. For why is it necessary to speak of our leader, Syrianus, who was truly a Bacchus, the rest, one agitated with divine fury, and who in a remarkable manner was full of deity about Plato, and caused as far as to us the admirable nature of the Platonic theory, and the astonishment with which it is attended to shine forth. He therefore, in his treatise on the concord of Orpheus, Pythagoras, and Plato, has most perfectly unfolded the peculiarity of this order, the subcelestial arch. The two above-mentioned wise men, however, differ very much from each other in their theory. For Theodorus, in calling the first cause heaven, does not any longer permit heaven to be sight perceiving the things above, as Socrates in the Cratylus etymologizes it to be. For the first God neither sees, nor is sight, nor is inferior to anything. Neither therefore does Theodorus admit this explanation of the name, nor does he celebrate the supercelestial place, as Socrates does under the influence of divine inspiration. For there is neither any place nor intelligible of the one, nor any multitude of forms, nor does the genus of souls ascend beyond the first God, since there is not anything beyond him. But the divine Iamblichus, as he supposes that heaven subsists indefinitely after the first cause, and as he has not delivered the peculiarity of its hyparxis, he is indeed pure from the above-mentioned doubts, but he should teach us what the celestial order is, how it subsists, and what genus of gods prior to the Demiurgus gives completion to it. He, however, who has perfected everything on this subject, and has confirmed all that he has said by invincible arguments, is our preceptor, Syrianus, who has surveyed all the orders between the first God and the kingdom of the heaven, and who has intellectually beheld the peculiarity of this order, and has delivered to us his mystics the accurate truth concerning it. In this way, therefore, our fathers and grandfathers differ from each other, but all of them in common distinguish the subcelestial arch from the celestial circulation. Chapter 24. This therefore must also be supposed by us, and likewise in addition to this, that this order of gods, the subcelestial arch, is proximately arranged under the heaven. Hence, since the heaven, being one and triple, is allotted the connective order, but the supercelestial place is allotted the highest order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, it is undoubtedly necessary that the subcelestial arch should terminate the middle progression of the gods, should close this whole order, and convert it to its principle, and that it should receive an order which is secondary indeed to the heaven, but which it convolves to the highest union, and should be connascently conjoined with the middle genera, but exist prior to intellectuals. For these indeed separate their kingdom from the celestial power, but the subcelestial arch is united to the heaven, and is comprehended by the celestial order. Whence also it is denominated subcelestial, as it is conjoined therefore to the celestial circulation, and subsists proximately from it. It converts all secondary natures to intelligibles, and perfects them according to the intellectual place of survey. For since the intellectual gods are generated according to conversion, and are convolved to themselves according to one spherical union, it is necessary that the perfective empire should be proximately established above them. Hence I am led to wonder at those who are ignorant of this divine order, and do not maintain the whole fountain of perfection. But some of them betake themselves to entelechias, of whom we admit thus much alone, that they also conjoin the perfect with the form of connection. They are ignorant, therefore, of the perfection which is separate from subjects, willingly embrace the resemblances of true perfections, and are conversant with these. Others again assign soul as the cause of perfection, who are ignorant that they do not vindicate to themselves a perfection pre-existing in eternity, and who begin from the life which energizes according to time, and possesses its perfection in periods. It is necessary, however, that a perfection, the whole of which subsists at once, should be prior to that which is divided, and that stable perfection should be prior to that which is moved. For the motion itself, which is according to time, is indigent of end, and of the desirable, and is evolved about it according to parts. In the third place after these, others recur to intellect, and suppose the first perfection to be intellectual. For intellect indeed is energy and intellectual perfection, but it aspires after divine perfection, subsists about it, and is converted to itself through it. It is necessary, therefore, that the cause of conversion should exist prior to the intellectual genera, which are converted to divine perfection, and that the leader of the perfection which is one should be expanded above the natures which are perfected. Deservedly, therefore, does the subcelestial arch, prior to all intellectual natures, pre-establish an order of gods convertive and perfective of all the secondary divine genera. And on this account, Plato elevates the gods and demons that follow Jupiter to this arch, and through this to the heaven, and the supercelestial place. For when they proceed to the banquet and delicious food, they ascend to the subcelestial arch. Hence, through this they are perfected, participate of the circulation of the heaven, and are extended to the intelligible. For the intelligible is that which nourishes and fills all things. The perfective therefore is established under the connective order, and it perfects indeed all the natures that ascend to the intelligible, dilates souls to the reception of divine goods, and illuminates intellectual light. But comprehending in the bosoms of itself the second genera of the gods, it establishes all things in the connective circulation of wholes. Through these things, therefore, Socrates also shortly after says, that the souls that are elevated together with the 12 gods to intelligible beauty are initiated, videre licet, rendered perfect in the most blessed of the mysteries, and through this initiation receive the mysteries with a pure soul, and become established in and spectators of things ineffable. Hence the initiation of the gods is there. The first mysteries are there. Nor is it at all wonderful if Plato also tolerates us in calling the gods of this order teletarchs, since he says that the souls that are there are initiated, the gods themselves indeed initiating them. But how is it possible otherwise to denominate those who are the primary sources of telete, or initiation, than teletarchs? For I indeed, perceiving so great an energy, even as far as to the names themselves, do not see how they can be called differently. Initiation, however, being one and triple, for the perfective are co-divided with the connective gods, Plato calls the one union of it the subcelestial arch, in the same manner as he calls the connective order heaven. But the depth which is in it is indicated by his admitting that there is in it an extreme subjection and a steep path to the summit of the arch. As therefore, in the order prior to this, we thought it proper to arrange the intelligible according to the summit, the vital according to the profundity, and the intellectual according to the extremity, which defines the whole celestial circulation, so likewise in this perfective order we must consider the intelligible of the arch as its summit, denominating it after the same manner as the back of the heaven, because these are coordinate to each other. But we must consider the profundity as coordinate to life, through which souls proceed to the summit, and the extremity which closes the whole arch as coordinate to intellect. Chapter 25. This whole order, however, which is united to the order prior to it, we must analogously divide. For the perfective gods are spread under all the connective triad, and one of these indeed is the supplier to the gods of stable perfection, establishing all the gods in, and uniting them to themselves. But another is the primary source of a perfection, generative of wholes, exciting things which precede according to essence, to the providence of secondary natures. And a third is the leader of conversion to causes, convolving everything which has proceeded to its proper principle. For through this triad, everything which is perfect is self-sufficient and subsists in itself. Everything which generates is perfect, and generates full of vigor, and everything which aspires after its proper principle is conjoined to it, through its own perfection. Whether therefore you assume the power of nature, which is perfective of things that are generated, or the perfect number of the restitutions of the soul to its pristine state, or the perfection of intellect, which is established according to energy in one, all these are suspended from the one perfection of the Gods, and being referred to it, some are allotted a greater, but others a less portion of a perfect hyparxis, and every perfection proceeds from thence. But, in short, perfection is triple, one indeed being prior to parts, such as is the perfection of the Gods. For this has its subsistence in unity, pre-existing self-perfectly, prior to all multitude. For such indeed is the one of the Gods, not being such as the one of souls, or of bodies, since these indeed are in a kindred manner conjoined with multitude, and are commingled with essences. But the unities of the Gods are self-perfect, and subsist prior to essences, generating multitudes, and not being generated together with them. But another perfection is that which consists of parts, and which derives its completion through parts, such as is the perfection of the world. For it possesses the all-perfect from its plenitudes. And a third other perfection is that which is in parts. But thus also each part of the world is perfect. For as this universe is a whole consisting of wholes, so likewise it is perfect from the perfect parts that are in it, according to Timaeus. And in short, perfection is divided after the same manner as wholeness. For, as Timaeus says, they are conjoined with each other. Hence also the perfective genus is connascent with the connective, and the perfective monad is arranged under all the connective genera. And as the wholeness of the heaven, which connectedly contains parts, is triple, so likewise perfection is triple. And if it be requisite to deliver my own opinion, all the perfections are derived from all the leaders, but the perfection which is prior to parts pertains in a greater degree to the first leader, that which consists of parts to the middle, and that which is in a part to the third leader. But prior to this triad is the intelligible triad, which is uniform perfection, and an all-perfect hyparxis, and which Timaeus also denominates perfect according to all things. There, however, the three perfections pre-existed unitedly, or rather, there was one fountain of every perfection. As therefore the connective triad is the evolution of the intelligible connection, and the collective triad of the unific, and that which is the first in intelligibles, so likewise the perfective triad is the image of the all-perfect triad. For the intelligible and intellectual proceed analogous to the intelligible triads. Perfection therefore is triple, prior to parts, from parts, in a part. According to another mode also, perfection is stable, generative, convertive. And according to another conception, there is one perfection of intellectual and imparticipable essences, another of psychical essences, and another of the natures which are divisible about bodies. Very properly, therefore, there are three leaders of perfection prior to the intellectual Gods, who constitute one order under the celestial circulation, who elevate through themselves all secondary natures to the intelligible, perfect them by intelligible light, convert and conjoin them to the kingdom of the heaven, impart an unsluggish energy to the natures that are perfected, and are the guardians of their undefiled perfection. Chapter 26. Such are the conceptions which may be assumed from Plato concerning the third triad of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual orders, which at one time he denominates the subcelestial arch, possessing a summit, middle, and extremity, but at another a blessed mystery, and of all mysteries the most ancient and august, through which he elevates souls and conjoins them to the mystic plenitude of intelligibles. For this triad opens the celestial paths, being established under the celestial circulation, and exhibits the self-splendid appearances of the gods, which are both entire and firm, and expand to the mystic inspection of intelligible spectacles, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus. For telete precedes moesis, and moesis epopteia. Hence we are initiated, teleumetha, in ascending by the perfective gods. But we view with closed eyes, idest, with the pure soul itself, mometha, entire and stable appearances, through the connective gods, with whom there is the intellectual wholeness and the firm establishment of souls. And we become fixed in and spectators of epopteuomon, the intelligible watchtower, through the gods who are the collectors of wholes. We speak indeed of all these things as with reference to the intelligible, but we obtain a different thing according to a different order. For the perfective gods initiate us in the intelligible through themselves, and the collective monads are through themselves the leaders of the inspection of intelligibles. And there are indeed many steps of ascent, but all of them extend to the paternal port, and the paternal initiation, in which may the teletarchs, who are the leaders of all good, likewise establish us, illuminating us not by words, but by deeds. May they also think us worthy of being filled with intelligible beauty under the mighty Jupiter, and perfectly free us from those evils about generation with which we are now surrounded as with a wall. May they likewise impart to us by illumination this most beautiful fruit of the present theory, which, following the divine Plato, we have sufficiently delivered to those who love the contemplation of truth. End of chapter 26. Chapters 27 to 30 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Let us now therefore again follow Parmenides in another way, who, after the intelligible triads, generates the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual orders, and unfolds the continued progression of divine natures through successive conclusions. For the connection of the words and their dependence on each other imitates the indissoluble order of things, which always conjoins middles to extremes, and proceeds through middle genera to the last progressions of beings. This therefore we must survey prior to the several intellectual conceptions, how the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual triads, proceed analogous to the intelligible triads, that we may comprehend by a reasoning process the well-arranged order of things. There were three intelligible triads therefore, videre licet, the one being, whole, and infinite multitude, and three intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads have also presented themselves to our view, videre licet, number, whole, and the perfect. Hence, from the one being, number is derived, from the intelligible whole, the whole that is in these, and from infinite multitude, the perfect. For the infinite which is there was all-powerful and all-perfect, comprehending indeed all things, but being itself incomprehensible. To the all-powerful therefore and all-perfect, the perfect is analogous, possessing a perfection which is intellectual, and secondary to the first effective and intelligible perfection. The whole also, which is both intelligible and intellectual, is allied to the intelligible whole, but it differs from it so far as the latter possesses wholeness according to the one union of the one being, but the one of the former appears to be itself by itself a whole, consisting of unical parts, and being appears to consist of many beings. These wholenesses, therefore, being divided, differ from the wholeness which precedes according to union and is intelligible, for the wholenesses of this whole are parts of the intelligible wholeness. In the third place, therefore, we must consider number as analogous to the one being. For the one being is there indeed occultly, intelligibly, and paternally, but here in conjunction with difference it generates number, which constitutes the separation of forms and reasons. For difference itself first shines forth in this order, being power indeed, and the duad in intelligibles, but here it is maternal and a prolific fountain. For there power was collective of the one, and the one being, on which account also it was ineffable, as existing occultly in the one and in hyparxis. But here difference separates indeed being and the one. After this likewise it multiplies the one, proceeding generatively, and calls forth being into second and third progressions, breaking indeed being into many beings, and dividing the one into more partial unities, but according to each of these completing the decrements, the wholes remaining. Very properly therefore does Plato make the negations of the one from this. For here the many subsist through difference, which divides being and the one, since the whole also which is denied of the one is intellectual and not intelligible. The negation therefore says that the one is not a whole, so that the affirmation is, the one is a whole. This whole, however, is intellectual and not intelligible. Parmenides also denies the many as follows, quote, "The one is not many," close quote. But the opposite to this is, the one is many. The multitude of intelligibles, however, does not make the one to be many, but causes the one being to be many. And in short, every intelligible is characterized by the one being. For in the intelligible, being and the one are complicated, and are connascent with each other, and being is most unical. But when each of these proceeds into multitude, they are separated from each other, and evince a greater difference with respect to each other. Each of these also is divided into multitude through the prolific nature of difference. From these things, therefore, it is evident that the intelligible and intellectual orders, being analogous to the intelligible orders, proceed in conjunction with diminution. Chapter 28. After this, however, let us discuss each of them, beginning according to nature. First, therefore, the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual number presents itself to our view, and which is connected with multitude, for every number is multitude. But with respect to multitude, one kind subsists unitedly, and another kind with separation. Number, however, is separate multitude, for there is difference in it. For in the intelligible there was power, and not difference, and this power generated multitude, and conjoined it to the monads. Number, therefore, is in continuity with intelligible multitude, and this is necessary, for the monad was there, and also the duad, since whole also was there, and was always monadic, and becoming to be two, has no cessation. Hence the monad and the duad were there, which are the first and exempt principles of numbers, and in these multitude was unitedly, since the monad, which is the fountain of numbers, and the duad possess all multitude according to cause, the former paternally, but the latter maternally, and on this account intelligible multitude is not yet number, but is intelligibly established in the uniform principles, I mean the monad and the duad, generatively indeed in the duad, but paternally in the monad. For the third God was father and mother, since if animal itself is in it, it is also necessary that the cause of the male and the female should there primarily pre-exist, for these are in animals. Hence, according to Timaeus, and according to Parmenides, the maternal and the paternal cause are there, and in these, intelligible animals and intelligible multitudes are comprehended. From these first principles also number together with difference proceed, and they generate the monads and the duads which are in number, and all numbers. For both the generative and the paternal subsist in these in a feminine manner. All the monads likewise of this triad are paternal. Hence, prior to other things, they participate of the monadic cause, but according to the power of difference. For there indeed, I mean in the intelligible, the maternal was paternally, but here the paternal subsists maternally, just as there the intellectual subsists intelligibly, but here the intelligible intellectually. From that order, therefore, the first number subsists proximately, but being generated analogous to the first triad of intelligibles, it also evidently proceeds from it. Hence also, Parmenides, beginning his discourse about number, reminds us of the first hypothesis through which he generates the one being, asserting that the one participates of essence, and essence of the one, in consequence of this subsisting according to that triad. And this very properly, for being intelligible and intellectual, so far indeed as it is allotted an intelligible order in intellectuals, it proceeds from the summit of intelligibles, but so far as it precedes the intellectual orders, it proceeds from the intellectual of intelligibles. In that intelligible triad, however, the one was of being, and being of the one, through the ineffable and occult union of these two, and their subsistence in each other. But in the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triad, difference presenting itself to the view, which is the image of the concealed and ineffable power in the first triad of intelligibles, and luminously exerting its own energy, separates the one from being, and being from the one, leads each into divided multitude, and thus generates total number. For number, as we have frequently said, is divided and not united multitude, and subsists from the principles according to a second progression, but is not occultly established in the principles. Hence also it is simply different from multitude, and in intelligibles indeed there is multitude, but in intellectuals number. For there indeed number is according to cause, but here multitude is according to participation. For there indeed division subsists intelligibly, but here union has an intellectual subsistence. If therefore number proceeds from these, and is allotted such an order, Parmenides very properly especially mentions these triads, asserting that the One participates of essence, and essence of the One, and that through these the many become apparent. For one of these indeed is the illustrious property of the first triad, but the other of the third triad. And in the first triad indeed participation was the presubsistence of the union of the One and being. But in the third triad many intelligibles present themselves to the view. Plato all but proclaiming that the most splendid of intelligibles subsists according to intelligible multitude, though multitude is there occult and uniformly. For according to each order of divine natures, multitude is appropriately generated in the extremities. Chapter 29. The intelligible number, therefore, of the intellectual genera proceeds from these and through these, and it possesses indeed properties incomprehensible by human reasonings, but which are divided into two first effective powers, videre licet, the power generative of wholes, and the power which collects into union all progressions. For according to the monad indeed, it collects intellectual multitude and conjoins it to intelligibles, but according to the duad it produces multitude and separates it according to difference, and according to the odd number indeed it collects the many orders into indivisible union, but according to the even number it prolifically produces into light all the genera of the Gods. For being established as the middle of the intelligible and intellectual Gods, and giving completion to the one bond of them, it is carried in its summit indeed, in intellectuals as in a vehicle, but being united to intelligibles, it evolves intelligible multitude, and calls forth its occult and unical nature into separation and prolific generation. It also collects that which is intellectual into union and impartible communion, and not this only, but generating all things as far as to the last of things according to the incomprehensible cause of the duad, and the nature of the even number, it again unites the proceeding natures, and convolves them according to the monad, and the sameness of the odd number. Through unity indeed, and the duad it produces, collects and binds all things intelligibly, occultly, and in an unknown manner to the intelligible, and effects this even in the last matter and the vestiges of forms which it contains. But through the even and odd number it constitutes the two coordinations, videre licet, the vivific and the immutable, the prolific and the effective, all the impartible genera of fabricating and animal producing powers, those powers that preside over a partible life, or partible production, the more intellectual and singular mundane natures, and which belong to the better coordination, and those natures that are more irrational and multiplied, and which give completion to the subordinate series. And again, through this divided generation, we may see that each of the proceeding natures is united and at the same time multiplied, is indivisible and divided in its causes, and through diminution is separated from them. And we attribute indeed things that are more excellent and more simple to the nature of the odd number, but things that are less excellent and more various to the nature of the even number. For everywhere indeed the odd number is the leader of impartible, simple and unical goods, but the even number is the cause of divided, various and generative progressions. And thus we may see all the orders of beings woven together according to divine number, which is most ancient, intellectual, and exempt from all the dinumerated genera. For it is necessary that number should exist prior to the things that are numbered, and that prior to things which are separated, there should be the cause of all separation, according to which the genera of the Gods are divided, and are distinguished in an orderly manner by appropriate numbers. If therefore in intellectuals there are divisions, contacts, and separations of the proceeding natures, and likewise communications of coordinate natures, it is necessary that number should be prior to intellectuals, which divides and collects all things intelligibly by the powers of itself. And if all things subsist occultly, intelligibly, in an unknown manner and exemptly in this summit, there is a number of them, and a peculiarity, unical and without separation. Number therefore subsists according to the middle bond of intelligibles and intellectuals, being indeed expanded above intellectuals through intelligible goods, but subordinate to intelligibles through intellectual separations. And it is assimilated indeed to intelligibles, according to the power which is collective of many things, into union, but to intellectuals according to the power which is generative of the many from the one. But from this highest place of survey of the intellectual Gods, it constitutes the first intellectual numbers themselves, which have the nature of forms, are universal, and preside over the whole of generation and production. It likewise constitutes the second numbers, which are supermundane and vivific, and measure the Gods that are in the world. But it constitutes as the third numbers the celestial governors of the perpetual circulations, and who convolve all the orbs according to the intellectual causes of them. And it constitutes as the last numbers those powers that in the sublunary region connect and bound the infinity and unstable nature of matter by forms, and numbers and reasons, through which both the wholes and parts of all mortal natures are variegated with proper numbers. But it everywhere connects the precedaneous and more perfect genera of the Gods by the odd number, but the subordinate and secondary genera by the even number. Thus, for instance, in the intellectual orders, it produces the female and the prolific according to the even number, but the male and the paternal according to the odd number. But in the supermundane orders it characterizes similitude and the immutable according to the odd number, but dissimilitude and a progression into secondary natures according to the even number. For thus the Athenian guest also orders that in sacred worship odd things should be distributed to the celestial, but even to the terrestrial powers. And according to each of these genera, that which is of a more ruling nature must be referred to the odd number, but that which is subordinate to the even number. The nature of number therefore pervades from on high, as far as to the last of things, adorning all things and connecting them by appropriate forms. For how could a perfect number comprehend the period of the whole world, as the Muses in Plato assert that it does? Or how could numbers, some of which are productive of fertility, and others of sterility, comprehend the descents of souls? Or how could some of them define the ascents of souls in less, but others in greater periods, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus, where he delivers to us restitutions consisting of 3,000 and 10,000 years? Or how could time itself, which is uniquely comprehensive of the psychical measures, proceed according to number, as Timaeus says it does, unless divine number exists prior to all these, which imparts to all things a principal cause of order, according to numbers? Since all things therefore subsist through numbers and forms, numbers are allotted a progression from the intellectual summit, but forms have their generation from intelligible forms. For forms subsist primarily in the third triad of intelligibles, but numbers are primarily in the first triad of intellectuals. Since also in the effects of these, every number indeed is form, but not every form is number. If, however, it be requisite clearly to unfold the truth, numbers are also prior to forms. For there are indeed superessential numbers, but there are not superessential forms. And according to this reasoning, every form is number, as also the Pythagorean said. For Timaeus, being a Pythagorean, not only asserts that there are intelligible forms, but also intelligible numbers. For he says that the intelligible forms are four. There, however, number is intelligibly and monadically according to cause. For intelligible animal is a monad, occultly containing the whole of number. But in the summit of intellectuals, number subsists separately, evolving the number which pre-exists in the monad according to cause, and uniformly. For there is a difference, I think, between saying multitude in its cause, and multitude from its cause, and between saying united and saying separated multitude. And the one indeed is prior to number, but the other is number, so that according to Timaeus, there are intelligible numbers together with forms, and prior to forms. And according to Parmenides, number is after multitude. For Timaeus calls uniform and occult multitude the number of forms. But since number is primarily in the Gods, but forms participate of the divine unities, he denominates the first ideas four. For monad and triad were primarily indeed in the Gods themselves, but secondarily in intellectuals, and superessentially indeed in the former, but formally in the latter. In intelligibles, therefore, multitude was unically, but in intellectuals it subsists separately. But where there is separation, there also there is number, as we have frequently observed. Hence likewise all the genera of the Gods are from hence generated, and they are divided, the paternal indeed and generative among intelligibles and intellectuals, but the demiurgic and vivific among intellectuals. And the genera indeed that bind through similitude are divided among supermundane natures, but those that are both exempt and distributed are divided among the liberated Gods. And the celestial and sublunary genera are divided among the mundane Gods. And in short, all the coordinations of beings receive their distinction and separation from this order. From these things, therefore, it is evident what the peculiarities are which intelligible and at the same time intellectual number possesses, and of what it is the cause to the Gods. Chapter 30. In the next place, we must likewise assert that the first number is of a feminine nature. For in this, difference first shines forth, separating the one from being, and dividing the one into many unities, and being into many beings. What therefore is the difference which is the cause of these things to the Gods? For if we should call it a genus of being, in the first place indeed, how is it prior to being? For separating being and the one, it is arranged between both of them. But existing as a middle, it calls forth indeed the one into generations, but it fills being with generative cause. If therefore it is prior to being, how will it be one certain genus of being? And in the second place, after this, the different, which is a genus of being, is everywhere essential, and is by no means inherent in superessential natures. But difference itself is primarily present with the unities themselves, and separates and produces many unities from one. How therefore can superessential difference ever come to be the same with the difference which gives completion to essences? In the third place, that different, which is a genus of being, presents itself to the view in intellectuals, according to the demiurgic order. But difference itself is the intelligible summit of intellectuals, and the former indeed subsists together with sameness, but the latter has by itself a subsistence in the intelligibles of intellectuals, to which also may be added that in what follows, Plato, as he proceeds, makes mention of difference, and generates it in conjunction with sameness. How therefore does he effect the same conclusion twice? For he does not employ such a repetition as this in any one of the other conclusions. For whole, which he seems to assume twice, is not the same whole. Videre licet, the intellectual is not the same with the intelligible. But these, as we have said, differ from each other. For how could he unfold to us the different progressions of divine natures, if he collected the same conclusions? According to all these conceptions, therefore, we must separate the difference which is generative of numbers from the genus of beings. But if difference itself is not the nature of the different, but a power generative of beings, it will be collective of being and the one. For everywhere power is allotted an hyparxis of this kind. For through power the one participates of being, and being of the one. Power therefore was the cause not of division but of communion, of contact without separation, and of the habitude of the one to being, and of being to the one. Hence it is necessary that it should neither be arranged according to intelligible power, nor according to the intellectual difference of beings, but that being the middle of both, it should subsist analogous to intelligible power, but should generate in the extremities of intellectuals the portion of the different. What else therefore is it than the feminine nature of the Gods? Hence also it imitates intelligible power, and is prolific of many unities, and of many beings. And how could it otherwise separate number from itself, and the forms and powers of number, unless it was the cause of the divine progressions in a feminine manner? Multitude therefore is paternally in intelligibles, but maternally in intellectuals. Hence, in the former indeed, it subsists monadically, but in the latter according to number. Very properly therefore, in the second genera of the Gods also, union is derived from the male, but separation from the female divinities, and bound indeed proceeds from the males, but infinity from the females. For the male is analogous to bound, but the female to infinity. The female, however, differs from infinite power so far as power indeed is united to the Father, and is in him, but the female is divided from the paternal cause. For power is not only in the female divinities, but is also prior to them, since the intelligible powers are in the male divinities according to Timaeus, who says that the power of the demiurgus is the cause of the generation of perpetual natures. For the demiurgus says to the junior Gods, quote, "Imitating my power, produce and generate animals." Close quote. Power therefore is prior to the male and the female, and is in both, and posterior to both. For it pervades through all beings, and every being participates of power, as the Eliengast says. For power is everywhere, but the female participates in a greater degree of its peculiarity, and the male of union according to bound. That the first number, therefore, which presents itself to the view from intelligibles is of a feminine nature, is through these things evident. End of chapter 30. Chapters 31 to 34 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. It remains then that we should speak concerning the triadic division of it, following Parmenides. These three things, therefore, have appeared to us from the beginning, according to the separation of the One from being. Videre licet, the One, difference and being. Difference not being the same either with the One or being. For though the One and being were in intelligibles, yet difference first subsists here. Since, however, power above, id est in intelligibles, was collective, but here is the separator of the extremes, there are not only three monads, but also three duads. Videre licet, the One in conjunction with difference, difference in conjunction with being, and the One in conjunction with being. For difference also is the cause of a separation of this kind, not preserving the union of the one being with genuine purity. There are therefore three monads and three duads, but these likewise may become three triads, when we begin at one time from the One, at another time from being, and at another from difference. Hence this triad subsists monadically and triadically. But this is the same thing as to assert that difference and the first feminine nature generates in itself monads, duads, and triads. For the divided assumption generates for us different monads, but the conjoined assumption, duads and triads, some indeed being vanquished by the One, others by difference, and others by being. And thus far the first deity presents itself to the view, being prolific of the first numbers, according to the One indeed of unical numbers, but according to difference of generative, and according to being of essential numbers. Since, however, from this deity, which is intelligible, that which is posterior to it proceeds, it is evidently necessary that the monad, duad, and triad should severally have prolific power. These powers, therefore, Parmenides calls once, twice, thrice. For each of these is a power which is the cause of the above-mentioned essences that produce either separately or connectedly. For there, with respect to the generations of them, some of them are entirely peculiar, but others are common to secondary natures. The progeny, therefore, of these are the oddly odd, the evenly even, and the evenly odd. And of these, the oddly odd indeed, as we have before observed, is collective into union of the divine progressions. But the evenly even is generative of wholes, and proceeds as far as to the last of things. The evenly odd, however, is mixed, having its subsistence from both the even and the odd. Hence we must establish the first as analogous to bound, but the second as analogous to power, and the third as analogous to being. And you may see how indeed in the first order all things had a primary subsistence, videre licet, monad, duad, triad, but how in this order all things are secondarily and subordinately. And the mixture, which is the triad, subsisted there indeed in one way, but here the evenly odd subsists in another way. For there the extremes were odd because they were intelligible, but here the even is more abundant, and the intelligible summit only is odd. For the middle of the triad is analogous to power, and there indeed is the monad, which has all the forms of odd numbers according to cause, and the duad is there, which is occultly all the forms of even numbers, and also the triad, which is number primarily. But here both the odd and the even number now subsist in a twofold respect, in one place in an unmingled, and in another in a mingled manner. All things therefore are here prolifically, but there paternally and intelligibly. But that monad does not proceed from intelligibles, but subsists in them in unproceeding union. Hence after these, and from these, we may survey the whole of number subsisting according to a third progression. Quote, "For these things," says Parmenides, "pre-existing, no number will be absent." Every number therefore is generated through these in the third monad, and both the one and being become many, difference separating each of them, and every part indeed of being participates of the one, but every unity is carried, as in a vehicle, in a certain portion of being. Each of these, however, is multiplied, intellectually separated, divided into minute parts, and proceeds to infinity. For as in intelligibles we attribute infinite multitude to the third triad, so here in this triad we assign infinite number to the third part of the triad. For, in short, everywhere the infinite is the extremity, as proceeding in an all-perfect manner, and comprehending indeed all secondary natures, but being itself participated by none of them. In the first monad, therefore, there were powers, but intelligibly. In the second there were progressions and generations, but both intelligibly and intellectually. And in the third there was all-powerful number, unfolding the whole of itself into light, and which also Parmenides denominates infinite. It is likewise especially manifest that it is not proper to transfer this infinity to quantity. For how can there be an infinite number, since infinity is hostile to the nature of number? And how are the parts of the one equal to the minute parts of being? For in infinites there is not the equal, but this indeed has been thought worthy of attention by those who were prior to us. Chapter 32. The division therefore into three having been demonstrated by us, we shall briefly observe that the one appears to be many according to this order, the one itself proceeding into a multitude of unities, and being in a similar manner becoming generated in conjunction with the one. For those three monads are the intelligible comprehensions of all orders, and they at once preside over all the progressions from intelligibles, produce all of them in an exempt manner, and collect them to the intelligible causes. Since, however, Plotinus admits that number is prior to animal itself, and says that the first being produces from itself number, and that this is established as a medium between the one being and animal itself, but is the basis and place of beings, it is worth while to speak likewise concisely about this. For if he says that animal itself has intelligible and occult number, as comprehended in the monad, he speaks rightly, and accords with Plato. But if he says that animal itself comprehends number, now separated, or which has a multiform subsistence, and is the progeny of difference, intelligible multitude is not a thing of this kind. For there indeed, the one is being, and being is the one. Hence animal itself is according to all things perfect, but in number the one is separated from being, and being from the one, and each of the parts is no longer an intelligible whole, as an animal itself. For that is a whole of wholes, and everywhere the one was with being in the parts of it, and animal itself was only begotten. But number proceeded after the twofold coordinations, I mean the monad and duad, the odd and the even number. How therefore can we place in animal itself the first number? If however some one should say that number exists there, it is according to cause and intelligibly. But it is intellectually separated by difference, and farther still, in addition to these things, if animal itself is surveyed by some one in the demiurgic order, and he denominates it the plenitude of forms, and the intelligible of the demiurgic intellect, it will thus have intellectual number as being arranged near the intellectual end. But if he should call intelligible animal number, in this case there will be separation and difference in the Gods, whom we have asserted to be established above the whole of things according to supreme union. For all section and division originate from the intellectual Gods, since here difference proceeds, adorning things in conjunction with the one and being. How therefore does the division of the unities into minute parts, or the multiform nature of beings pertain to intelligibles? And how can the multitude of all forms accord with the first animal itself? For the tetrad was there, divided by the monad and triad, a division of this kind being adapted to the third order of intelligible forms. For as the one being is a monad, but eternity is a monad and duad, for to be is conjoined with the ever, so animal itself is a monad and triad. Since however it comprehends in itself the cause of all number, Timaeus denominates it the tetrad, which is comprehensive of the four first effective causes. For the tetrad itself pre-exists as the fountain of all the production of forms. But in intelligibles the monad, duad, and triad subsist unically, but in intellectuals in a divided manner. Difference, therefore, necessarily generates all these for us with separation. For everywhere the first of subordinate natures have the peculiar form of the natures that exist prior to them. Hence the first multitudes proceed indeed from the one, but they are unical, without separation and without number, imitating the one principle of the whole of things. Very properly therefore does Parmenides constitute multitude in intelligibles according to the end of the intelligible order, but number in intellectuals according to the beginning of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual order. And these are conjoined with each other. Parmenides also pre-establishes unical and intelligible multitude as the cause of intellectual numbers. And Timaeus shows that animal itself is only begotten, because it was monadically the cause of the whole of things, and not dyadically, nor according to divine difference. That number, however, is the first thing in intellectuals, we have abundantly shown. Chapter 33. But Parmenides begins to speak about it as follows. Quote, "Proceed therefore, and still farther consider this. What? We have said that the one participates of essence, so far as it is being. We have said so. And on this account, the one being appears to be many." Close quote. But he completes his discourse about the first monad thus, quote, "Are not three things odd, and two even? How should they not?" Close quote. And about the second monad as follows, quote, "Hence there will be the evenly even and the oddly odd, and the oddly even and the evenly odd." Close quote. But he completes his discourse about the third and all the succeeding triad as follows, quote, "The one being therefore is not only many, but it is likewise necessary that the one which is distributed by being should be many." Entirely so. Close quote. The first triad, therefore, of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, is through these things unfolded to us by Plato, and which possesses indeed, according to the first monad, the first powers of numbers, I mean the odd and the even, and is completed through these principles, which were in intelligibles occultly, videre licet, monad, duad, triad. But according to the second monad, it possesses the second powers of numbers, which subsist from these, i.e., from the first powers. For the section of the forms of the even number is allotted a second order, and the oddly odd is subordinate to the first odd numbers. But according to the third monad, it possesses the more partial causes of divine numbers. Hence also a separation into minute parts, infinity, all perfect division, and unical and essential number are here, receiving indeed the unical and the essential from unity and being, but the separation of number from difference. For everywhere difference is in the three monads, but it particularly unfolds the multitudes of numbers, according to the third monad, generates more partial gods, and divides being in conjunction with the gods. For neither is deity in these imparticipable, because unity is not separate from being, nor is essence destitute of deity, because neither is being deprived of the one. Since, however, all things are in each of the monads, but unically and intelligibly in the first, generatively, and according to the peculiarity of difference in the second, and intellectually, and according to being in the third. This being the case, Plato, when unfolding to us the first monad, very properly begins from the monad and proceeds as far as to the triad. But when teaching about the second, he begins from evenly even numbers, and proceeds as far as to those that are evenly odd, both which belong to the nature of the even number. And when he adds the third monad, he begins from being, and recurs through difference to the one. For having shown that being participates of number, he from hence leads us round to unical number, employing the mode of conversion in the conception of this monad. Chapter 34. If, however, it be requisite to survey the unknown peculiarity of divine numbers, and how the first order of intelligibles and intellectuals, and number, which subsists according to this order, is the most ancient of all numbers, in the first place we should consider the infinity mentioned by Parmenides, and see whether he does not say that intelligible multitude is infinite on account of this number, in consequence of its being unknown and incomprehensible by partial conceptions. For the all-perfect and all-powerful peculiarity of divine numbers is exempt from the comprehension of partible natures such as ours. They are therefore unknown, and on this account are said to be inexplicable and not to be investigated. For number also, in the last of things, and multitude, together with the known, have likewise the unknown. And we are not able to comprehend the progression of every number in consequence of being vanquished by infinity. The incomprehensibility, therefore, of this power, which is unknown according to a discursive energy, is comprehended according to cause in intelligible numbers and multitudes. For there would not be a thing of this kind in the last of numbers, unless the unknown pre-existed in intelligible numbers, and unless the former were ultimate imitations of the exempt incomprehensibility of the latter. In the second place, after this, we may also add that unical numbers are likewise of themselves unknown, for they are more ancient than beings, more single than forms, and being generative of, exist prior to the forms which we call intelligible. But the most venerable of divine operations manifest this, since they employ numbers as possessing an ineffable efficacy, and through these effect the greatest and most arcane of works. And prior to these, nature ineffably, according to sympathy, imparts different powers to different things. To some solar, but to others lunar powers, and renders the productions of these concordant with numbers. For in these monadic numbers also, the forms of numbers, such as the triad, the pentad, and the heptad, are one thing, but the unions of the forms another thing. For each of these forms is both one and multitude. Hence form is unknown according to the highest union. If therefore monadic number participates of a certain unknown power, much more must the first number possess this peculiarity unically exempt from the whole of things. And besides this, we may also assume the anagogic power of numbers, not only because they define the periods of the physical restitutions, circumscribing our indefinite lation by appropriate measures, perfecting us according to these measures, and conjoining us to our first causes, but because likewise number, in a remarkable manner, possesses a certain power of attracting to truth, as Socrates says in the Republic, leading us to intelligibles from a sensible nature. As therefore the last number is allotted this peculiarity, what ought we to say about the first number? Is it not this, that it unfolds intelligible light, especially persuades to an establishment in intelligibles, and through its own order announces to us the uniform power of principles? If therefore we rightly assert these things, we shall in a greater degree admire Timaeus, who, having placed time over the perfections of souls, and the whole world, through which it would become more similar to animal itself, says, that time proceeds according to number, and by number measures the existence of total souls; and as in intellectuals, number is established above the celestial circulation, collecting and causing it to be one, thus also in sensibles Timaeus says that time, being number, measures the celestial periods, and comprehends in itself the first causes of the perfection of the periods. If also Socrates in the Republic, in the speech of the Muses, speaks about the one and entire period of the universe, which he says a perfect number comprehends, does it not through these things appear that divine number is perfective of wholes, and restores them to their pristine state, and that it measures all periods? The power likewise of collecting things imperfect to the perfect accedes to all things from number, which elevates souls from things apparent to those that are unapparent, illuminates the whole world with the perfection of motion, and defines to all things measures and the order of periods. But if not only a perfect number contains the period of a divine generated nature, but another second number after this is the lord of better and worse generations, as the same Socrates says, number will not only restore things to their pristine state, but will also be of a generative nature. And it is evident that these things subsist in a divided manner, according to the second and third periods of numbers, but at once and contractedly in the first of numbers. The first number, therefore, is generative, mensurative, and perfective of generated natures. End of chapter 34. Chapters 35 to 39 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. The first order, therefore, of intelligibles and intellectuals is thus surveyed by Parmenides. But after this, the order which possesses the middle place of intelligibles and intellectuals, and which a little before we called connective, presents itself to the view. It is, however, denominated in a threefold respect, videre licet, one, many, whole, parts, finite, infinite. For since the separation of unities and beings from number extends to it, the one and being, which we have said difference divides, become wholes. But the things proceeding from these are the parts of these. And wholeness indeed connectedly contains parts, but these are contained by their wholeness, in one way indeed by the one, but in another by being. For there indeed, I mean in the summit of the intellectual gods, unity was the cause of multitude, at the same time being exempt from multitude and generative of the many. But here unity is coarranged with multitude. Hence also it is a whole, which has reference to many unities as to parts. Since, however, the connective order is triple, one division of it being intelligible, another intelligible and intellectual, and another intellectual, the first monad indeed subsists according to the one and the many, but the second according to whole and parts, and the third according to the finite and the infinite. For where the first triad ends, there the second has its beginning. Hence, in the triad prior to this, Parmenides infers that the One is many, and in this triad he concludes the same thing together with what remains. There, however, the One was generative of infinites, but here the One is comprehensive of many, the whole of parts, and the finite of infinites. Hence, there indeed unity is exempt from the many, but here it is co-arranged with multitude. Hence also, the first co-arrangement generates whole together with parts, but the subsistence of whole and parts produces the finite and at the same time infinite. For these are successive to each other, videre licet, the One, the whole, the finite, and the things which are as it were in an opposite arrangement to these, the many, parts, infinites, and the One itself is indeed the principle of the rest, but whole has now a habitude with respect to parts, and a representation of the duad, and proceeds into a co-arrangement with reference to the parts. The finite, however, is now multitude, participating of bound and the One, and is, as it were, a triad. For it is neither bound alone as the monad, nor infinite alone as the duad, but it participates of bound, which is primarily a triad. Everything finite, therefore, is a whole, but not every whole is finite. For the infinite is a whole, whether it is multitude or magnitude, and every whole indeed is one, but not every one is a whole. For that which is without habitude to multitude is not a whole. The One, therefore, is beyond whole, but whole is beyond the finite. After the same manner also, infinite parts are said to be the parts of that which is finite. For the infinite of itself has no subsistence, by which also it is evident that the infinite is not in quantity in energy, but in capacity. All parts, however, are not infinite. For according to bound, they are characterized by one of the parts. And again, parts indeed are many, but the many are not entirely parts. The many, therefore, are prior to parts, and parts are prior to infinites. Hence, as the many are to the One, so are parts to whole, and so are infinites to the finite. And these three connectedly containing monads give completion to the middle order of intelligibles and intellectuals. For unity indeed is the supplier of stable and intelligible connection to all the secondary orders, but wholeness connects the progressions of divine natures, and produces one habitude of the orderly distribution of wholes. And the finite monad imparts by illumination to the conversions of second natures connection with the natures prior to them. And one of these indeed is analogous to the one being, on which account also it is intelligible. But another is analogous to the third order, in which there was the one and the duad, which generates infinite multitude. Such is the connective triad which Parmenides exhibits to us through these things. The One, therefore, is one and many, whole and parts, finite and infinite multitude. Let no one, however, be disturbed that Plato calls the One, or being, infinite multitude. For he calls the One and being, when they have proceeded and are divided, infinite in multitude. For all multitude indeed is referred to the intelligible infinity, but divided multitude and which has proceeded perfectly, is most signally infinite. Since, therefore, all the primary causes of intellectuals are in this triad, and all things are disseminated in its bosoms, the first Synecdoche, indeed, comprehends these causes as multitude, being himself an intelligible unity, and the flower, as it were, of the triad. But the second comprehends indeed secondarily these causes, but co-arranged and co-multiplied with them. And the third, together with all perfect division, connects the multitude comprehended in himself. Each of them also is connective, but one as bounding, another as giving completion to a whole, and another as uniting. Plato therefore made and makes, as he proceeds, his demonstrations of the One. For the whole theory is concerning the One. But it is evident that being is co-divided with the One. For universally it has been before observed that every deity proceeding thence is participable, and that every portion of being participates of deity. It is necessary, however, not to stop in the One alone, but to consider the same peculiarity as imparted to being in a secondary degree, since Plato also produces the One itself by itself according to the differences of the divine orders, which occasions me to wonder at those who think that all the conclusions of the second hypothesis are concerning intellect, and do not perceive that Plato, omitting being, surveys the One itself by itself, as proceeding and generated, and receiving different peculiarities. For how, in discoursing concerning intellect, could he omit being, according to which intellect has its subsistence, power, and energy? For the One is beyond the nature of intellect, but being gives hyparxis to intellect, and intellect is nothing else than being. This opinion, however, of these men may be confuted by many other arguments. But if the three connective gods are divided after the above-mentioned manner, and the intelligible connective deity is one many, but the intelligible and at the same time intellectual deity is whole and parts, and the intellectual is finite and infinite, each of them is very properly called much. For each of the Synecdoches, according to his own peculiarity, is a multitude. For the first about the many receives many Synecdoches of a more partial nature, the second receives these according to parts, and the third according to infinites. If therefore there are certain partial gods who are allotted this peculiarity, they are comprehended in this first triad. Chapter 36. Moreover, it is easy for everyone to see how these things accord with what is written in the Phaedrus. For the connective one accords with the back of the heaven that comprehends these. For the One and the back are the same, comprehending according to one simplicity the whole circulation. But whole is the same with the profundity of the heaven, and with, as it were, the bulk of it. For the celestial profundity is a whole extended from the back as far as to the arch, and end is the same with the arch. This therefore is evident beyond every thing, and each of the other conclusions is to be referred to the same conceptions. Hence, from what has been said, it may be collected that these three things pertain in a remarkable degree to the Synecdoches, viz. The One, whole, and the end, or the finite. For what is so able to connect multitude as the One which is co-arranged with it? What is so connectedly comprehensive of parts as whole? And how is it possible that the end, or bound, should not be the cause of binding together things which are borne along to infinity? It terminates, therefore, their progression, and brings back their dispersed section to the one essence of connection. And thus much concerning the connective triad. Chapter 37. But the third, as they say to the Saviour, and let us also, following Plato in what remains, celebrate the perfective order of the Gods. Because, therefore, the end of the connective order was the finite, or the bounded, the perfective order has extremes. For the end, or bound, is the extremity. There, however, indeed, the One was said to be the finite. But here it is said to have an extremity, as receiving, according to participation, that which has the power of terminating many things. And there, indeed, the One was end or bound, which also connectedly contains the infinite. But here, having an extremity, it will also have a middle and beginning, and will be perfect. For that which receives its completion from all these is perfect. Here, therefore, the perfection which consists of parts is apparent. For the consummation of the parts produces the perfect. Moreover, because such a one as this has a middle and extremes, it will have the figure of a circumference, or it will be rectilinear, or it will be mixed from the right and circular line. For all these require a middle and extremes, some indeed with simplicity, but others with connection. Three peculiarities therefore again present themselves to our view. The first indeed being that which we said was to have extremes, the second being according to the perfect, and the third according to figure. And there are also three perfective leaders of wholes, one indeed being intelligible, another intelligible and intellectual, and the third intellectual. The intelligible leader, therefore, is said to have extremes, as being directly arranged under the end of the connective Gods, and in the boundaries of himself intelligibly comprehending all the intellectual orders. But the intelligible and intellectual leader is defined according to the perfect, comprehending in himself the beginnings, middles, and ends of beings, and giving completion to the middle bond of the whole perfective triad. And the intellectual leader proceeds according to triadic figure, being the cause of bound and divine perfection, and imparting termination to things indefinite, but intellectual perfection to things imperfect. And this triad indeed is produced according to the connective triad, for the end in them is the cause of the possession of the extremity, but it is also produced from itself. For that which has extremes, having become a whole, constitutes the perfect through end or bound, but the perfect, comprehending beginnings, middles, and ends, unfolds figure. And thus the perfective triad proceeds supernally as far as to the last of things, pervading to all things, and perfecting both whole and partial causes. Chapter 38. And do you not see how each of the triads conjoins the summit of itself with the ends placed above it? For the one many was the end of the collective and unknown triad, and the same is the beginning of the connective triad. The end of the connective triad was the finite, and this again is the beginning of the perfective triad. For to have extremes manifests that which consists of ends or bounds, and thus the whole middle order is connected with and united to itself, and is truly the bond of total orders, itself establishing an admirable communion with itself, but conjoining intellectuals to intelligibles, and convolving them to one impartible union, above indeed having the intelligible and unknown triad, but in the middle producing the triad which is connective of progressions, and at the end the convertive empire, through which it proximately converts the intellectual to the intelligible gods. For on what account does intellect look to itself, and is in itself? Is it not because it is on all sides finite or bounded, converges to itself and convolves its appropriate energies about itself? But why is it perfect and full of intellectual goods? Is it not because it first participates of the perfection of the above-mentioned leaders, and subsists according to them, possessing a self-perfect essence and intellectual perception? After what manner likewise is it said to be a sphere, both by Plato and other theologists? Is it not because it is the first participant of figure, and is intellectually figured according to it? All conversion therefore, all perfection, and every intellectual figure accede to the intellectual gods from the perfective triad. For the intelligible leader of perfection gives perfection to the ends and summits and hyparxes of wholes, but the intelligible and intellectual leader terminates their progressions, which extend from on high as far as to the last of things, and the intellectual leader comprehends in his own perfection the conversions of all the gods, and bounds and perfects through figures their progressions to infinity. Chapter 39. Looking therefore to this division, we may be able to survey causally many things which are to be found among other theologists. For why is one of the deities of the unknown triad carried in the first of the worlds, but another in the middle breadth, and another in the extremity? It is because the first of these was uniform, but the second proceeded according to difference, and the third according to the infinite number of beings. But why of the three connective gods is the first empyrean, the second ethereal, and the third material? It is because the first indeed subsists according to the one, and connectedly contains the one world, but the second subsists according to whole, and divides the ethereal world, and the third according to the finite, and rules over material infinity. But why again are the teletarchs co-divided with the synarches? Because the first, having extremes, governs like a charioteer the wing of fire, but the middle, comprehending beginnings, ends, and middles, perfects ether, which is also itself triple. And the third, which comprehends according to one union the orbicular, the rectilinear, and the mixed figure, perfects unfigured and formless matter, giving form indeed, morphosis, to the inerratic sphere, and the first matter by the orbicular, but to the planetary sphere, and the second matter by the mixed figure. For the spiral is there, and it gives form to the sublunary region, and the last matter by the rectilinear. For the motions according to a right line are in this region. Hence the first triad is uniformly the cause of the division of the worlds, but the second has a more abundant representation of section, and of progression into parts. It does not exhibit to us the multitude of the worlds, and the third unfolds the 7 worlds, and the monad together with 2 triads. So great is the divine conception of Plato, that from these things we may survey the causes of what after his time became apparent. For this, indeed, from what has been said, appears to be very admirable, that according to each of the triads, the middle is characteristic of the whole triad. Thus, for instance, in the unknown triad, difference is established as the middle between the one and being. But in the connective triad, whole is the characteristic which is the middle of the one and the finite. And in the perfective triad, the perfect is the characteristic which is itself established as the middle of that which has extremes and of figure. For difference is the feminine itself, and the prolific nature of the Gods, and whole is itself the form of connected comprehension, binding together many parts, and the perfect is itself the good of perfection, possessing a beginning, middle, and end, and conjoining the end to the beginning according to the peculiarity of conversion. Being also nothing else than a perfect governor, it is the cause of the peculiarity of these Gods, subsisting everywhere according to the middle centres. Hence the whole order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, may be surveyed as having its subsistence in the middle. For the intelligible Gods indeed are especially defined according to hyparxes and summits, on which account also they are called fathers and unical Gods. For the One and Father are in them the same, but the intellectual Gods are defined according to ends or extremes, and on this account all of them are denominated intellects and intellectual. The intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods, however, being middles, especially present themselves to the view according to the middles of the triads. Farther still, this also may be considered in common about all these triads, that each according to the end proceeds to infinity. For the end of the first triad is number, of the second the infinite in multitude, and of the third the rectilinear, which itself participates of the nature of the infinite. And of this the cause is, that each of the triads, according to its extremity, is carried as in a vehicle in the material worlds, and comprehends according to one cause the infinity of the natures that are generated in them. In addition likewise to what has been said, we may survey the order of the triads from the ends that are in them. For the end of the first triad is number, but of the second the finite and the infinite, and of the third the orbicular, the mixed figure, and the rectilinear. It is evident therefore that the first triad is monadic, but the second dyadic, and the third triadic. And the first of these indeed is analogous to the one being, but the second to the intelligible whole, and the third to the all-perfect whole. But that these have this order with respect to each other has been before observed. In short, therefore, every intelligible and at the same time intellectual triad is according to its summit indeed conjoined to the intelligible, but according to its middle unfolds its proper power, and according to its termination comprehends the infinity of secondary natures. And here we shall end the doctrine concerning the intelligible and intellectual Gods. End of chapter 39 and end of book 4. Chapters 1 to 3 of book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. In the next place, let us survey another order of Gods, which is called intellectual, being indeed conjoined to the orders prior to it, but terminating the total progressions of the Gods, converting them to their principle, and producing one circle of the primarily efficient and all-perfect orders. Let us also extend the intellect that is in us to the imparticipable and divine intellect, and distinguish the orders and diminutions of essence that are in it, according to the narration of Plato. This intellectual hypostasis, therefore, of the Gods is suspended indeed from more ancient causes, and is filled from them with total goodness and self-sufficiency. But after these causes, it establishes an illustrious empire over all secondary natures, binding to its dominion all the partial progressions of the Gods. And it is denominated indeed intellectual, because it generates an impartible and divine intellect. But it is filled from intelligibles, not as from those intelligibles which are co-arranged with intellect, nor as with those which are alone divided from intellect by the conception of the mind, but as establishing in itself unically all multitudes, and occultly containing the evolutions of the Gods into light, and the hyparxes of intelligibles. It is likewise allotted the total intellect of intellectuals, the variety of beings, and the multiform orders of divine natures, and it convolves the end of the whole progression of the Gods to the one intelligible principle. For intellectuals are converted to intelligibles, and some intellectuals indeed are united and firmly established prior to the divided Gods, but others are multiplied, and through conversion are conjoined to primarily efficient causes. The intellectual Gods, however, proceed from all the Gods prior to them, receiving indeed unions from the one that is prior to intelligibles, but essences from intelligibles, and being allotted lives all perfect, connective and generative of divine natures, from the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods, but the intellectual peculiarity from themselves. They likewise convert to themselves all the divided orders, but establish themselves in intelligibles, existing wholly through the whole, pure and unknown knowledges and fervid lives. Besides these things also, they are all perfect essences, producing all secondary natures through subsisting from themselves, and being neither diminished by their progression, nor receiving an addition by their progeny, but through their own never-failing and infinite powers, being the fathers, causes, and leaders of all things. Nor are they co-divided with their progeny, nor do they depart from themselves in their progressions, but at once, and according to union, they govern total multitudes, and all orders, and convolve them to the intelligible and to occult good. Whether therefore I may speak of life, it is not proper to think that it is such a life as we surveyed a little before. For that was imparticipable, but this is participated, and that indeed was generative, but this is vivific. But it is not immanifest that these differ from each other, for the vivific cause indeed is also evidently generative, but the generative cause is not entirely vivific, for it imparts figure to things unfigured, bound to things indefinite, and perfection to things imperfect. Or whether I may denominate the cause in intellectuals intelligible, it must not immediately be conceived to be such an intelligible as that of which we have before spoken. For that was imparticipable and prior to intellectuals, itself pre-existing by itself, and exempt from wholes, not being denominated intelligible as the plenitude of intellect, but as the prior cause of it, and the object of desire and love to it, subsisting uniformly uncoordinated with it. The intelligible, however, which is now the subject of consideration, is participated and co-arranged with intellect, is multiform, and contains in itself the divided causes of all things. Or whether we may call the Gods in this order fathers and fabricators, it must be admitted that this paternal and fabricative characteristic is different from the hyparxis of the intelligible fathers. For they indeed were generative of whole essences, but these pre-exist as the causes of divisible emanations, and of definite productions of form. And they indeed contained in themselves powers fabricative of the divine progressions, but these separate from themselves prolific causes, and are not conjoined to them according to union, but according to a communion subordinate to union. For the marriages which are celebrated by fables, and the concordant conjunction of divine natures, are in the intellectual Gods. But the demiurgic being mingled with the vivific effluxions, every genus of the Gods is unfolded into light, both the supermundane and the mundane. This, however, will be hereafter discussed. Chapter 2. Since, however, we have, in short, surveyed the peculiarity of the intellectual Gods, it remains that we should deliver an appropriate theory concerning the division of them. For the intellectual order is not one and indivisible, but is allotted progressions more various than those of the more elevated genera. There will, therefore, be here also three fathers who divide the whole intellectual essence, one indeed being arranged according to the intelligible, but another according to life, and another according to intellect. They also imitate the intelligible fathers, who divide the intelligible breadth in a threefold manner, and who are allotted a difference of this kind with respect to each other. For one of these intellectual fathers proceeds analogous to the first intelligible father, and is intelligible. But another proceeds analogous to the second intelligible father, and binds to himself the whole of intellectual life. And another proceeds analogous to the third father, and closes the whole intellectual, in the same manner as he closes the intelligible order. But these fathers being three, and the first indeed abiding in himself, but the second proceeding and vivifying all things, and the third glittering with fabricative productions, it is evidently necessary that other triple Gods should be conjoined with them, of which one indeed will be the source to the first intellectual God of stable purity, but another of undefiled progression to the second God, and another of exempt fabrication to the third. For in the Gods prior to these, the undefiled deities were according to cause, through union without separation, and a sameness collective of powers which are not in want of the communion of these. But in the intellectual Gods, where there is an all-perfect separation, as in total orders, and a greater habitude to secondary natures, unpolluted deity or power is necessary, which has the ratio of sameness, and undeviating subsistence, to the paternal cause, and which is co-divided with the fathers, so that each of the undefiled gods is conjoined with a peculiar father. These two triads, therefore, have presented themselves to our view. One, indeed, of the intellectual fathers, but the other of the undefiled gods. There is, however, besides these two, a third other triadic monad, which is the cause of separation to intellectuals, and which subsists together with the above-mentioned triads. For the fathers, indeed, are the suppliers of all essence, but the inflexible gods of sameness. But it is evidently fit that there should be also the cause of separation, and that this should be one and at the same time triple, separating the intellectual gods from the above-mentioned orders, from themselves and from inferior natures. For why are they the leaders of another order, if they are not divided from the first orders? Why are they multiplied, and why do they differ from each other in their kingdoms, unless they are separated? Why also do they transcend the partial gods, unless they are also separated from these? The cause of separation, therefore, will be for us one and a triple monad, but the paternal and undefiled causes will be each of them a uniform triad. And what is most paradoxical of all, the separative cause is more monadic, but the paternal and also the undefiled cause are each of them more triadic. For the separative monad indeed is the cause of separation to the other monads, but the others are the sources of communion and union to it. Hence each of these, being separated, becomes triadic, but the separative monad is monadic, in consequence of being united by these. For all intellectuals pervade through each other, and are in each other according to a certain admirable communion, imitating the union of intelligibles, through being present and mingled with each other. The sphere also which is there is the intellectual order, energizing in and about itself, and proceeding into itself hebdomadically, being a monad and a hebdomad, the image, if it be lawful so to speak, of the all-perfect intelligible monad, and unfolding its occult union through progression and separation. This first progression, therefore, of the intellectual gods, which is separated by us into a heptad, we have perfectly celebrated. Other secondary 7 hebdomads, however, are to be considered under this, which produce as far as to the last of things the monads of this heptad. For each monad is the leader of an intellectual hebdomad conjoined with it, and extends this hebdomad from on high, from the summit of Olympus, as far as to the last and terrestrial orders. I say, for instance, the first paternal monad, indeed, constitutes 7 such monads, but the second again constitutes 7 vivific monads, and the third 7 demiurgic monads. Each likewise of the undefiled monads constitutes a number equal to that produced by the fathers, and the monad of separation constitutes 7 separative monads. For all these causes proceed in conjunction with each other, and as the first triad of the fathers subsists together with the undefiled triad and the divisive monad, after the same manner also, the second triads are allotted 7 coordinate undefiled triads and separative monads. Whence, therefore, does so great a number of intellectual gods present itself to our view. It is evident indeed from what has been said. For the first hebdomad, indeed, the cause of the second hebdomads, and which has the relation of a monad to them, and which a little before we denominated an intellectual sphere, subsists according to the intelligible breadth, imitating the paternal nature of it through the paternal triad, but the eternity of its power through undefiled sameness, and the multitude shining forth in its extremities through the monad which is divisive of wholes. The remaining hebdomads, however, which are derived from this, proceed according to the intelligible and intellectual genera. For each monad, conformably to the summits of those genera, constitutes a monad co-arranged with the multitude proceeding from it. Since every summit is uniform, id est has the form of the one, as we have before demonstrated. But according to the middle and third progressions of those genera, each monad generates two triads. For the separation of them was apparent in the middle and ultimate progressions, as we have before observed. As therefore the intelligible and at the same time intellectual genera produced the intelligible breadth, which is of a unical nature, into a triadic multitude, after the same manner also the intellectual monads call forth the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads, into intellectual hebdomads, and they constitute indeed the monads, which are co-arranged with the hebdomads according to the summits of the triads, but the two triads according to the second and third decrements of those triads. Hence every hebdomad has the first monad indeed intelligible, but the second after this, and which is triadic, intelligible, and intellectual, and the third triad, which is the next in order, intellectual. All these likewise subsist as in intellectuals, for they are characterized according to the peculiarity of the constitutive monad. In short, the intellectual powers proceed according to the intelligible orders, but they constitute these 7 hebdomads according to the first intellectual orders. For it is indeed necessary that exempt causes should be assimilated to the intelligible gods, but that co-arranged causes, and which proceed everywhere, should be assimilated to the intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods, since these also are the first that divide the worlds triadically, and pervade as far as to the last of things, connectedly containing and perfecting all things. But the intelligible gods contain the causes of wholes uniformly and occultly. You may also say that the intelligible gods produce all things uniformly, for numbers subsist in them monadically. But the intelligible and intellectual gods produce all things triadically. For the monads in these are divided according to number, and what the monad was in the former, that number is in the latter. And the intellectual gods produce all things hebdomadically, for they evolve the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads into intellectual hebdomads, and expand their contracted powers into intellectual variety, since they define multitude itself and variety by numbers which are nearest to the monad. For the numbers of the partial are different from the numbers of the total orders in the gods, and the whole of this intellectual number is indeed more expanded than the natures prior to it, and is divided into more various progressions, yet it does not desert its alliance with the monad. For hebdomadic multitude has an abundant affinity with the nature of the monad, since it is measured according to it, and primarily subsists from it. And the Pythagoreans, when they denominate the heptad light according to intellect, evidently admit its hyparxis to be intellectual, and on this account suspended from the monad. For the unical, which light manifests, is inherent from this in all the divine numbers. And thus much concerning the division of these intellectual gods. Chapter 3. It follows, in the next place, that we should adapt the theory of Plato to this order, and show that he does not dissent from any of the theological dogmas concerning it. Since, therefore, we have demonstrated that the celestial order, which we find in the Crotylus perfectly celebrated, possesses the middle bond of the intellectual, and at the same time intelligible gods, but that under this another order of gods is immediately arranged, as Socrates shows in the Phaedrus, called the sub-celestial arch, and which we have considered as not divided from the heaven. This being the case, what order is it which divides itself from the kingdom of the heaven, but is the leader of the intellectual order of the gods, and is primarily the supplier of intellect, according to the doctrine of Plato, as Socrates says in the Crotylus, except that which the mighty Saturn comprehends. For he calls this god the first and most pure intellect. This god, therefore, is the summit of a divine intellect, and, as he says, the purest part of it, separating himself indeed from the celestial order, but reigning over all the intellectual gods, because he is full of intellect, but of a pure intellect, and is a god, extended to the summit of the intellectual hypostasis. Hence also he is the father of the mighty Jupiter, and is simply father. For he who is the father of all things is evidently allotted in a much greater degree the paternal dignity. Saturn, therefore, is the first intellect, but the mighty Jupiter is also an intellect, containing, as Socrates says in the Philebus, a royal soul, and a royal intellect. And these gods are two intellects, and intellectual fathers, the one indeed being intellectual, but the other intelligible in intellectuals. For the Saturnian bonds, which Socrates mentions in the Crotylus, are unific of the intelligence of Jupiter about the intelligible of his father, and fill the Jovian intellect with the all-perfect intelligence of the Saturnian intellect. And this, I think, is likewise evident from the analogy of souls to Pluto. For as he binds souls about himself, filling them with wisdom and intelligence, thus also Saturn, being the object of desire and love to Jupiter, contains him in himself by indissoluble bonds. And these things Socrates indicates in the Crotylus, jesting, and at the same time being serious in what he says. The object of desire, therefore, and the intelligible to Jupiter, is Saturn. But the mighty Jupiter himself is a divine and demiurgic intellect. Hence it is necessary that there should be a third other intellectual cause generative of life. For Jupiter indeed is the cause of life, as Socrates says, but intellectually and secondarily. But we say that life is everywhere arranged prior to intellect. Hence we must say that the queen Rhea, being the mother of Jupiter, but subordinate to the father Saturn, gives completion to this middle, existing as a vivific world, and establishing in herself the causes of the whole of life. These three paternal orders, therefore, have appeared to us in intellectuals, one of them indeed subsisting according to the intelligible power of intellectuals, but another according to divine and intellectual life, and another according to intellectual intellect. For we celebrate the middle deity, herself by herself, as the mother of the demiurgus and of wholes. When, however, we survey her together with the extremes, we denominate her a paternal cause, as being comprehended in the fathers, and as generating some things together with Saturn, but others in conjunction with Jupiter. Moreover, Plato, following Orpheus, calls the inflexible and undefiled triad of the intellectual gods curetic, as is evident from what the Athenian guest says in the Laws, celebrating the armed sports of the Curetes and their rhythmical dance. For Orpheus represents the Curetes, who are three, as the guards of Jupiter, and the sacred laws of the Cretans, and all the Grecian theology refer a pure and undefiled life and energy to this order. For ta charon indicates nothing else than the pure and incorruptible. Hence, we have before said that the mighty Saturn, as being essentially united to the cause of undefiled purity, is a pure intellect. The paternal gods therefore are three, and the undefiled gods also are three. Hence it remains that we should survey the seventh monad. If therefore we consider the fabulous exactions, both the Saturnian and the celestial, of which Plato makes mention, and thinks that such like narrations should always be concealed in silence, that the arcane truth of them should be surveyed, and that they are indicative of mystic conceptions, because these things are not fit for young men to hear. If we consider these, we may obtain from them what the separative deity is who accomplishes the divisions, and segregates the Saturnian genera indeed from the celestial, and the Jovian from the Saturnian, and who separates the whole intellectual order from the natures prior and posterior to it. This joins the different causes in it from each other, and always imparts to secondary natures secondary measures of dominion. And let not any one be disturbed, or oppose me on hearing these things. How therefore does Plato reject exections, bonds, and the tragical apparatus of fables? For he thinks that all such particulars will be condemned by the multitude and the stupid, through ignorance of the arcana they contain, but that they will exhibit to the wise certain admirable opinions. Hence he indeed does not admit such a mode of fiction, but thinks it proper to be persuaded by the ancients, who were the offspring of the gods, and to investigate their arcane conceptions. As therefore he rejects the Saturnian fables, when they are narrated to Euthyphron and the auditors of the Republic, yet at the same time admits them in the Cratylus, placing about the mighty Saturn and Pluto other secondary bonds. Thus also, I think he forbids exections to be introduced to those who know only the apparent meaning of what is said, and does not admit that there is illegal conduct in the gods, and nefarious aggressions of children against their parents. But he opposes and confutes as much as possible such like opinions. He assents, however, to their being narrated to those who are able to penetrate into the mystic truth, and investigate the concealed meaning of fables, and admits the separation of wholes, whether mythologists are willing to denominate them exections for the purpose of concealment, or in whatever other way they may think fit to call them. For bonds and exections are symbols of communion and separation, and each is the progeny of the same divine mythology. Nor is there any occasion to wonder if from these things we endeavor to confirm the opinion of Plato. But it is requisite to know how the philosophy of Plato admits all such particulars, and how it rejects them, and in what manner he apprehends they may be the causes of the greatest evils, and of an impious life to those that hear them. The seven intellectual gods, therefore, will, through these conceptions, appear to have been thought worthy of being mentioned by Plato. End of chapter 3. Chapters 4 to 7 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. It is, however, I think, necessary, syllogistically, to collect the progression of them according to hebdomads from images. The Demiurgus, therefore, in the Timaeus, fabricates the soul of the universe an image, or all the divine orders, in the same manner as he fabricates this sensible world an image of intelligibles. And in the first place, indeed, he constitutes the whole essence of the soul, and afterwards divides it into numbers, binds it by harmonies, and adorns it with figures. I mean the rectilinear and the circular. After this also, he divides it into one circle and 7 circles. Whence, therefore, are this monad and hebdomad derived, except from the intellectual gods? For figure, number, and true being are prior to them. And, as in the fabrication of the soul, after the subsistence of the psychical figure, the division of the circles according to the monad and hebdomad follows. Thus also in the gods, after intellectual and intelligible figure, the intellectual breadth, and that sphere of the gods succeed. The multitude, therefore, of the 7 hebdomads subsist from the divine intellectual hebdomad entering into itself. And on this account, the Demiurgus thus divides the circles in the soul, because he, and every intellectual order, produce an intellectual hebdomad from each monad. I do not, however, assert, and now contend, that the 7 circles are allotted an hyparxis similar to the 7 gods that proceed from the Demiurgus, but that the Demiurgus, dividing the soul according to circles, introduces number to the sections from the intellectual gods. I mean the monadic and the hebdomadic number. For the monad indeed subsists according to the circle of sameness, but the division according to the circle of difference. Shortly after, however, it will appear that same and different belong to the demiurgic order. Farther still, after the division of the circles, the Demiurgus assumes some things which are symbols of the assimilative, and others which are symbols of the liberated gods, and through these he refers the soul to these orders of the Gods. If therefore figure is prior to the intellectual Gods, but the similar and dissimilar are posterior to them, it is evidently necessary that the monadic, and at the same time hebdomadic, should be referred to this order, and that the progression from the monad to the hebdomad should pertain to this order. Each therefore of the 7 intellectual Gods is the leader of an intellectual hebdomad, as we may learn from images. There, however, indeed, the hebdomad is one, and allied to itself. But in souls, the circles differ from each other according to the divine peculiarities. For they receive number in such a manner as to preserve the proper nature which they are allotted, connectedly containing mundane natures, and convolving the apparent by their own circles. And thus much concerning these particulars, which afford arguments that are not obscure of the arrangement of them by Plato. Chapter 5. Again, however, making another beginning, let us speak about each of the intellectual Gods, as much as is sufficient to the present theology. Let Saturn, therefore, the first king of the intellectual Gods, be now celebrated by us, who, according to Socrates in the Cratylus, illuminates the pure and incorruptible nature of intellect, and establishing his own all-perfect power in his own summit of intellectuals, abides in, and at the same time proceeds from, his Father, heaven. He likewise divides the intellectual government from the connective, and establishes the transcendency of the other intellectual Gods in connection with his own, but comprehends in himself the intelligible of the demiurgic intellect, and the plenitude of beings. Hence the Saturnian bonds, mystically and obscurely, signify the comprehension of this intelligible, and a union with it. For the intelligible is comprehended in intellect. As therefore the intelligible is indeed exempt from intellect, but intellect is said to comprehend it, thus also Jupiter is said to bind his father, and in placing bonds about his father, he at the same time binds himself to him. For a bond is the comprehension of the things that are bound. But the truth is as follows. Saturn is indeed an all-perfect intellect, and the mighty Jupiter is likewise an intellect. Each therefore being an intellect, each is also evidently an intelligible. For every intellect is converted to itself, but being converted to, it energizes towards itself. Energizing, however, towards itself, and not towards externals, it is intelligible, and at the same time intellectual, being indeed intellectual, so far as it intellectually perceives, but intelligible so far as it is intellectually perceived. Hence also the Jovian intellect is to itself intellect, and to itself intelligible, and in a similar manner the Saturnian intellect is to itself intelligible, and to itself intellect. But Jupiter indeed is more intellect, and Saturn is more intelligible, for the latter is established according to the intellectual summit, but the former according to the intellectual end. And the one indeed is the object of desire, but the other desires, and the one fills, but the other is filled. Saturn therefore, being intellect and intelligible, Jupiter also is in the second place intellect and intelligible. The intellectual, however, of Saturn is intelligible, but the intelligible of Jupiter is intellectual. Jupiter, therefore, being at the same time intellectual and intelligible, intellectually perceives and comprehends himself, and binds the intelligible in himself. But binding this in himself, he is said to bind the intelligible prior to himself, and to comprehend it on all sides. For entering into himself, he proceeds into the intelligible prior to himself, and by the intelligible which is in himself, intellectually perceives that which is prior to himself. And thus the intelligible is not external to intellect, for every intellect possesses that which is in itself without any difference with respect to itself. But again, it intellectually perceives in itself that which is prior to itself. For everything which is external to intellect is foreign and adventitious, and pertains to an inferior nature. But that which is pre-established in the order of cause, and which pre-exists as the object of desire, is in the desiring natures themselves. For being converted to, and verging to themselves, they discover the causes of themselves, and all more ancient natures. And by how much more perfect and uniform the conversion of the desiring natures is about the objects of desire, by so much the more are they present with their own desirables. Hence every intellect, by intellectually perceiving itself, intellectually perceives likewise all the natures prior to itself. And by how much the more it is united to itself, in a so much greater degree it is established in the intelligibles prior to itself. For the cause of any being, and which is the source of essence, or of perfection to it, is not external to that being, but that which is subordinate to any being is external to it, and is not the intelligible. On this account also, each of the divine natures is unconverted to that which is inferior to itself, but is converted to itself, and through itself reverts to that which is more excellent. And the intelligible indeed is not inferior to any intellect, but every intellect energizing towards itself, and comprehending the intelligibles prior to itself, intellectually perceives them. Some intelligibles likewise are such as are conjoined with intellect, but others are such as are proximately participated by it, and others are such as it sees more remotely, and which are more exempt from its nature. On this account, the demiurgic intellect is indeed at the same time intelligible and intellect, but has the intelligible of his father, which he binds, as the fable says. He sees, however, animal itself, which is, according to Timaeus, the most beautiful of all intelligibles. And if the illustrious Amelius, forming such conceptions as these, said that intellect is threefold, one being that which is, another that which has, and another that which sees, he rightly apprehends the conception of Plato according to my opinion. For it is necessary that the second intellect should not only have the intelligible, but that it should be and have the intelligible, that it should be indeed the intelligible coordinate with itself, but have the intelligible prior to itself, so far as it participates of it. And it is necessary that the third intellect should see the intelligible, and should also be and have it. that it should see indeed the first intelligible, but have that which is proximately beyond itself, and that it should be the intelligible which is in itself, and which is conjoined with its own intelligence, and should be inseparable from it. If therefore, as we said from the beginning, Jupiter intellectually perceives his father Saturn, Saturn is indeed intelligible, but Jupiter is intellect, being one intelligible himself, but participating of another. Hence also Plato does not simply call Saturn intellect, but a pure and incorruptible intellect. For he in the intellectual is intelligible. Since, however, he is not simply intelligible, but as in intellectuals he is intellect, and is himself paternally so, being both father and intellect, and having the paternal intellectually. In intelligibles, therefore, intellect is also father, but in intellectuals father is intellect. Hence Saturn is a pure, immaterial, and perfect intellect, established above fabrication in the order of the desirable, but possessing such a peculiarity as this, he is full of all intelligibles intellectually, is as it were exuberant with intellections, and establishes twofold genera of Gods, some indeed in himself, but others posterior to himself, and he leads forth indeed the prolific powers of his father, Heaven, as far as to the last of things, but fills the demiurgic order with generative goods. Chapter 6. Saturn, however, is the only one of the Gods who is said both to receive and give the royal dignity with a certain necessity, and as it were violence, cutting off the genitals of his father, and being himself castrated by the mighty Jupiter. For he bounds the kingdom of his father, and is bounded by the God posterior to himself. He is also filled from the natures placed above him, but fills the whole fabrication of the universe with prolific perfection. But separating himself from his father, he is exempt from his progeny. Being, however, one all-perfect intellect, he contains in himself the multitude of total intelligibles, and as he deifies the intellectual summit, he illuminates all things with intelligible light. Chapter 7. Very properly, therefore, has this universe twofold lives, periods, and convolutions, the one being Saturnian, but the other Jovian, as the fable in the Politicus says. And according to one of the periods indeed, it produces all goods spontaneously, and possesses an innoxious and unwearied life. But according to the other, it participates of material error, and a very mutable nature. For the life in the world being twofold, the one unapparent and more intellectual, but the other more physical and apparent, and the one being defined according to providence, but the other proceeding in a disorderly manner according to fate. This being the case, the second life indeed, which is multiform and perfected through nature, is suspended from the Jovian order, but the more simple, intellectual, and unapparent life is suspended from the Saturnian order. And these things the Elean guest clearly teaches, calling one of the circulations Jovian, but the other Saturnian, though Jupiter also is the cause of the unapparent life of the universe, is the supplier of intellect, and the leader of intellectual perfection. But he elevates all things to the kingdom of Saturn, and being a leader in conjunction with his father, constitutes the whole mundane intellect, and, if it be requisite to speak the truth clearly, each of the periods indeed, I mean the apparent and the unapparent, participates of both these Gods, but the one indeed is more Saturnian, and the other is perfected under the kingdom of Jupiter. That the mighty Saturn, therefore, is allotted a kingdom different from that of the Gods prior to him, the Elean guest clearly manifests in what he asserts prior to the fable. For he says, quote, "We have heard from many respecting the kingdom of which Saturn was the founder." Close quote. According to this wise man, therefore, Saturn is one of the royal Gods. Hence, also, he presides over a kingdom different from that of his father. And while his father connectedly contains the middle centers of the intelligible and intellectual Gods, he is the leader of the intellectual orders, and supplies all intellectual life, first indeed to the Gods, but secondarily to the natures more excellent than ours, and in the last place to partial souls, when they are able to be extended to the Saturnian place of survey. For this universe, and all the mundane Gods, always possess this twofold life, and imitate the Saturnian intelligence indeed, through unapparent and intellectual energy, but the demiurgic intellect of Jupiter through a providential attention to secondary natures, and in short, through the visible fabrication. But partial souls at one time energize intellectually, and consecrate themselves to Saturn, but at another time after a Jovian manner, and pay a providential attention to secondary natures without restraint. When, however, they revolve analogous to those deities, Saturn and Jupiter, they intellectually perceive intelligibles, and dispose sensibles in an orderly manner, and live both these lives in the same manner as the Gods, and the more excellent genera. For their periods are twofold, one being intellectual, but the other providential. Their paradigms also are twofold, the Saturnian intellect being the paradigm of the one, but the Jovian intellect of the other. For the mighty Jupiter himself has a twofold energy, containing indeed intelligibles in intellect, but adorning sensibles by demiurgic production. Since, however, the circulations are twofold, not only in wholes, but also in partial souls, the Elean guest says that in the Saturnian period, the generation of these souls is not from each other, as in men, which are the objects of sensible inspection, nor as the first man with us is alone earth-begotten. So in partial souls, one first soul is the offspring of man, but all of them are earth-begotten. For they are elevated from ultimate and terrestrial bodies, and embrace an unapparent, relinquishing a sensible life. He also says that neither do they verge to old age, and change from being younger to becoming older, but on the contrary, they are rendered more vigorous, proceed intellectually in a way contrary to generation, and, as it were, divest themselves of the variety of life with which, in descending, they become invested. Hence, likewise, all the symbols which are adapted to youth are present with these souls when they pass into this condition, such as a privation of hair, and a smoothness of the cheek, instead of hoariness and beards. For they lay aside everything which adheres to them from generation, but being situated there with Saturn, and living the life which is there, he says that there are abundance of fruits from trees, and many other vegetable substances, which the earth spontaneously produces. Being likewise naked and without coverlets, they are for the most part fed in the open air, for they have a temperament of the seasons which is always the same. But they make use of soft beds, grass in abundance being produced for them from the earth. Souls therefore derive these and such like goods from this mighty God in the Saturnian period. For they are thence filled indeed with vivific goods, and gather intellectual fruits from wholes, but do not procure for themselves perfection and blessedness from partial energies. For doxastic nutriment indeed has divisible and material conceptions, but intellectual nutriment has pure, impartible, and native conceptions, which the spontaneous obscurely signifies. The production from the earth also signifies the prolific intellect of the gods, which imparts to souls, by illumination, perfection and self-sufficiency. For on account of the exuberant abundance of good, they are able to impart an influx of it according to the measure of felicity adapted to them. Hence they are neither covered with garments, as when they proceeded into generation, nor have they superabundant additions of life, but they are purified themselves by themselves from all composition and variety, and extending their intellect to total good, they participate of it from the intellectual Father, being guarded by the intellectual gods, and receiving from them the measures of a happy life. They likewise pass through the whole of their existence with facility, lead a sleepless and pure life, being established in the generative powers of intelligibles, and being filled with intellectual goods, and nourished with immaterial and divine forms, they are said to live a life under Saturn. End of chapter 7. Chapters 8 to 11 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Because therefore this God is the leader of all intellectual life, and every intellect, as well that which is imparticipable, as that which is participable, proceeds from this cause. Hence it belongs to this mighty God to feed in a distributed manner, and to nourish souls. For because indeed he is intelligible in intellectuals, he nourishes souls, and souls are called the nurslings of Saturn. But because he does not fill them with first and unical intelligibles, but with those that are multiplied by his own cause of separation, he is said to feed them distributedly, and as it were in a divided manner. And do you not see how through these things this God appears to be coordinate to the first triad of the intelligible and intellectual gods? For as Socrates in the Phaedrus says that souls are nourished in the supercelestial place and in the intelligible meadow, so the Elean guest asserts that the souls that are fed under Saturn are filled with intelligible goods. And it is not at all wonderful if souls are perfected by both these, intellectually indeed under the kingdom of Saturn, but intelligibly under the order of the first intellectual gods. For this God himself is nourished by that order, and on this account he is allotted a leading and primary transcendency in intellectuals, because they are filled from that order through him with occult and unapparent powers. And he is that among the intellectual fathers, which the order of the first intellectual Gods is in the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual orders. Hence the intelligible everywhere becomes nutriment to ascending souls, but the connection with it is effected through the second and third Gods. As therefore the demiurgic order elevates souls to the Saturnian place of survey, thus also the Saturnian order elevates them to the subcelestial arch. For, having made many and blessed discursive energies in the kingdom of Saturn, they are again extended from hence to the perfective, and from thence to the celestial triad, from which, contemplating the supercelestial place, they are now ineffably conjoined with the supreme goods of intelligibles. And after this manner, the second orders always connect souls with the orders prior to them. Hence also the theurgic art, imitating the unapparent periods of souls, arranges initiations in the mysteries of the second Gods, prior to the more sublime mysteries, and through these it causes us to pass to the intelligible place of survey. These things therefore Plato indicates concerning the Saturnian life, and the polity of souls under Saturn, not in the Politicus only, but also in the discourses of the Athenian guest. For in the fourth book of the Laws he celebrates the life under Saturn, obscurely signifying the undefiled nature, the facility, plenitude, and self-sufficiency of that energy through fabulous fictions. Chapter 9. If, however, it be requisite from these things, and from all the mystic discipline concerning this God, to consider and discuss the orders which he constitutes in wholes, in the first place we must direct our attention to the three kings mentioned in the Gorgias, who, distributing the kingdom of Saturn, were produced by him, as being allotted in a divided manner a uniform and impartible dominion, and over whom he places the divine law, which is the cause of distribution according to intellect, both to the Gods themselves and to all the natures posterior to the Gods. In the second place, we must consider the rulers and kings mentioned in the Laws, who are said to preside over the different allotments of souls, and who are not men, but demons of a more divine and excellent genus, who distribute to souls the measures of good, cut off their generation producing lives, restrain their disorderly lation, retain them in the intelligible, and comprehend them in the kingdom of Saturn. In the third place, therefore, we must direct our attention to the demon Gods, who preside over the parts of the world, and the herds of souls that are in it, as the Elean guest says in the Politicus, and who at one time come into contact with the objects of their government, and distribute to them intellectual and all unapparent goods, but at another time withdraw themselves from the physical life of the world, recur to their own place of survey, and imitate the exempt transcendency of the Demiurgus and Father of the universe. But after these things we must survey the twofold circulations of the mundane Gods, videre licet, the Saturnian and the Jovian. For these Gods always have each of these, as the fable says in the Politicus. For it is evident that the mutation of the stars and the sun takes place in each of the revolutions. This period, therefore, being twofold, it is obvious to every one that the periods are full of Saturnian goods, and participate of the Saturnian series, and not only the mundane gods, but likewise all the more excellent genera that follow the gods, energize according to both these energies, and revolve according to the twofold circulations, through which souls also sometimes participate of an intellectual life, and proceed in this path, exchanging for sense intellect as the leader of their motion and circulation. Saturn, therefore, extends his kingdom supernally from the first gods as far as to partial souls, perfects all things, and fills them with intellectual goods, distributing to different natures different measures of good. For on account of this, law also subsists with him, as Socrates says in the Gorgias, quote, "This law therefore was in the time of Saturn, and always was, and now is, among the gods." Close quote. For law is the distribution of intellect, but this God is the first, most pure and incorruptible intellect. If, however, this God is the primary leader of all division, and is the origin of intellectual separation, it is necessary on this account that law should be with him, which distinguishes the orders of beings, divides the intellectual genera, and separates all forms according to a well-ordered progression, but imparts to all things by illumination the measure of hyparxis, connecting the order which is in them, preserving the boundaries of divine distribution immutable, and possessing the same dignity in the kingdom of Saturn and in intellectuals as Adrastia in the supercelestial place, and in the intelligible and at the same time intellectual orders. For from each of them an immutable guard and the progression of order to all things are generated. But they differ from each other because law indeed divides the one into multitude, defines the measures of intellectual subsistence, and distributes to every thing an appropriate good, producing the different measures of beings from the one Saturnian intellect. But Adrastia, abiding in the intelligible, guards all things uniformly, and preserves total order in a firm, undeviating manner, exempt from all division. Law, therefore, is a certain God, which divides divine forms, and definitely imparts to everything that which is adapted to it according to the plenitude proceeding from one uniform cause. And it is also coexistent with the Saturnian order, in which the separations of beings and the all-perfect progression of forms first subsist. Hence the Demiurgus likewise, looking to this, conducts all things according to law, and constitutes mundane providence an image of the union of the Father, but fate and the fatal laws an image of the division according to law. Souls therefore live according to law, in the Jovian period indeed, being governed conformably to the laws of fate, but in the Saturnian period, living according to divine law, they are subservient to the multitude of divine forms, and are extended to the one cause of all, and ascending to the intelligible place of survey, they are subjected to the sacred law of Adrastia. For this law extends from on high as far as to the last of things, and defines to souls the measures of whole periods, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus. Who therefore this greatest God is, and what the goods are of which he is the cause to souls, and prior to these to gods and demons, the leaders of souls, let it from these things be manifest. Chapter 10. Since, however, theologists assert that an exemption from old age pertains to this order, as the barbarians say, and Orpheus, the theologist of the Greeks, for he mystically says that the hairs of the face of Saturn are always black and never become hoary, I admire the divinely inspired intellect of Plato, which unfolds the same things concerning this God to those who proceed in his steps. For he says that souls in the Saturnian period abandon old age, but return to youth, and remove from themselves hoariness, but have black hair. For he says that the white hairs of the more elderly become black, but the cheeks of those that have beards being rendered smooth, they are restored to the past season of youth. These things indeed are asserted by the Elean guest, similar to which are the assertions of Orpheus concerning this God. Quote, under Saturnian Jove men lived immortal, moist and fragrant hair from the pure chin then sprouted, nor was mixed with the white flower that marks infirm old age, but in its stead a florid down appeared. Close quote. In these verses he delivers the similitude of Saturnian souls to this God. For he says that they remove from the view the old age which they had acquired from generation, and abandon material imbecility, and that they exert the juvenile and vigorous life of intellect, for it is no otherwise lawful for them to be assimilated to the God who is exempt from old age, than through intellectual puberty and undefiled power. But the cause of this is, that King Saturn himself is the source of the unallured gods, and the inflexible triad. Hence he is, as Socrates says, a pure intellect, for he is at the same time the intellect of the undefiled order, ranking as a summit, and riding as in a vehicle in the flourishing and vigorous gods that govern wholes. The souls also, which are sent to him, wonderfully advance in conjunction with intellectual energy, in vigor, and in a power undeviating and free from any tendency to matter. Partial souls, therefore, when they change their periods, at one time proceed to a more juvenile, and at another to a more aged condition. But whole souls always live according to both these periods, and are conversant with Saturn according to the unapparent period, but govern the universe in conjunction with Jupiter, according to visible providence, at once receiving an increase according to both these periods, and becoming at one and the same time both older and younger. And this is what Parmenides indicates when he says that the one, proceeding according to time, becomes at once younger and older. These things, however, will hereafter be more manifest. Chapter 11. Having therefore brought to an end the information concerning the king of the intellectual gods, it evidently follows that we should in the next place celebrate the queen Rhea. For both Plato and Orpheus assert that she is the mother of the demiurgus of wholes, but a divinity posterior to Saturn. Thus therefore, we must speak concerning her, the stable and united cause of all intellectuals, and the principal and original monad, abiding in herself, unfolding into light all intellectual multitude, and again convolving it into herself, and embosoming her progeny, and the causes of wholes that emerge from her, analyzing as it were after division the natures that are divided, and being paternally allotted the highest kingdom in intellectuals. This being the case, the vivific Rhea proceeds as the second from her proper principle, being allotted a maternal order in the whole paternal orders, and producing the demiurgus of wholes prior to other gods, and the immutable guard of the gods. For this goddess is the middle centre of the paternal intellectual triad, and the receiving bosom of the generative power which is in Saturn, calling forth indeed to the generation of wholes the causes which abide in him, but unfolding definitely all the genera of the gods, and being filled indeed from the Father prior to her with intelligible and prolific power, but filling the demiurgus and Father subsisting from her with vivific abundance. Whence also the demiurgus is the cause of life to all things, as containing in himself the plenitude of intellectual life, and extending to all things the prolific cause of his mother. For as the middle goddess multiplies the uniform powers of Saturn, and produces and causes them to preside over secondary natures, so the third Father at one and the same time unfolds, divides, and produces as far as to the last of things the all-perfect abundance of the Saturnian monad, and the dyadic generation of the mother Rhea, so as not to leave the most material and disorderly part of the universe destitute of the power of Saturn. This goddess therefore being the middle of the two fathers, one of which collects, but the other divides intellectual multitude, and the one through transcendency desiring to abide and to be established in himself, but the other hastening to produce, generate, and fabricate all things, she adduces indeed into herself the demiurgic causes of wholes, but imparts her own proper power to secondary natures in unenvying abundance. Hence also Plato assimilates her prolific exuberance to streams, as Socrates says in the Cratylus, evinces that this goddess is a certain flux, and in what he asserts of her obscurely shows nothing else than her fontal nature, and a power unically comprehensive of the divisible rivers of life. For the first effective flux is fontal, which also Socrates, indicating in this goddess, shortly after clearly says that the name of Tethys is the name of a fountain. Why therefore is it any longer necessary to doubt about these things, and to say, where does Plato make mention of fontal gods? For he himself denominates the causes of the subsistence of all the gods fontal fluxions, and besides this, if he admits that the mundane soul is the fountain and principle of life, because it proceeds both from an impartible and partible vivification, how is it possible that he should not in a much greater degree, and more truly, call the goddess who comprehends in herself all life, fontal? Concerning names, however, it is not, I think, at all proper to contend, but we should survey the orders themselves of the first effect of gods, and see how Plato, following theologists, copiously unfolds them to us, celebrating after the Saturnian monad the kingdom of Rhea, constituting from these the demiurgus of wholes, and all the multitude of gods, which is woven together with him. For this goddess, binding together the breadth of intellectuals, and embosoming total life, emits all the intellectual powers in herself of the rivers of life, and by the summit of herself indeed is conjoined to the first Father, and together with him generates wholes, and the genera of gods that abide in him, but by her extremity is connascent with fabrication, and according to a kindred conjunction with fabrication, constitutes all the orders of gods that are prior to the world, and that are in the world. Hence there also the causes of the demiurgi of wholes primarily subsist, and the more partial genera of life, and the union and total deity of all these is at once exempt from the plenitudes of herself, and is at once co-arranged with them. Thus therefore she is both uniform and multiform, one and simple, though being self-perfect, she is a vivific world, proceeding from on high as far as to the last of things, and as far as to the extremities of the universe, giving subsistence to the vivific powers of the breadth of life. Hence also Plato refers the vivific cause of wholes to this goddess, and through the last gifts of this divinity indicates her total energy, which primarily indeed fills the whole demiurgus with intellectual and prolific power, but secondarily perfects all the genera of the gods with the intellectual fruits of herself. According to a third order also, her total energy nourishes the souls that are the attendants of the gods with the rivers of divine perfection, and in the last orders it imparts to mortal animals the gift of nature. This therefore is, I think, more known than everything to those who admit that things divine are beyond the works of nature. That, however, which it is more fit the lovers of the contemplation of truth should consider, I say, is this, that Plato divides Ceres from the whole vivific deity, and co-arranges her at one time with Proserpine, at another with Juno, and at another with the progeny of Jupiter, as we may learn in the Cratylus, in which dialogue indeed he co-arranges Rhea with Saturn, but connects a certain common investigation and theory about Ceres, Jupiter, and Juno. In the laws likewise, celebrating the legislative goddesses, he refers the whole of a legitimate life to the union of Ceres and Proserpine, since according to Orpheus this middle goddess, being conjoined with Saturn by her summit, is called Rhea, but producing Jupiter, and together with Jupiter unfolding the whole and partial orders of the gods, she is called Ceres. And all the order of middle life is comprehensive of the other Titanidae, and likewise of Ceres, for it pre-established this monad as a middle collective of all the orders in it, both those that are occult and those that are divided about the generative powers of the goddess. Each of these powers, however, are triple, and this monad indeed conjoins the superior triad to Saturn, but weaves the inferior together with the demiurgic order. It also evinces that the Cerilian monad, being the middle, is co-arranged with, and is at the same time exempt from the demiurgus of wholes. For in conjunction with the whole order it constitutes, and together with Jupiter generates Proserpine. And thus we have celebrated the primogenial goddess, who is the middle of the fathers. End of chapter 11. Chapters 12 to 15 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Now, however, after this goddess, the demiurgus of wholes is in the third place to be celebrated according to the order which he is allotted in the intellectual gods, peculiarly unfolding for this purpose all the truth concerning him. And in the first place, we must remember that it is necessary the peculiarity of this third father should be demiurgic, and thus, in the next place following Plato, we must direct our attention to other particulars respecting this god. The first of the intellectual gods, therefore, who is parturient with multitude, who is the leader and source of all separation, and who separates himself from the uniform and first gods, but generates the divided principles of wholes. This god again converts his progeny to himself, and weaves together these parts with his own sameness, and exhibits himself as one intelligible world in intellectuals, bringing forth in himself and retaining with himself his own offspring. But the second of the intellectual deities is the vivific goddess, who brings forth indeed in conjunction with the first intellectual god, occult multitude, for she is conjoined to him according to supreme transcendency, but cannot endure to remain in this mode of generating, and in collecting the separation of wholes into unseparated union. Hence she separates the third intellect from the first father, but produces the multitude of the gods, and of intellectual reasons, and fills the demiurgus with generative power. If, therefore, the first intellectual god is parturient with the generation of wholes, but the prolific vivification of the intellectual orders causes this generation to shine forth, it is evident that the intellect of the intellectual fathers, according to his own order, produces and adorns all things, and calls forth indeed the occult nature of his father into separation and progression, but prepares total vivification to send forth the rivers of itself as far as to the last of things. For it is everywhere the peculiarity of intellect to divide and unfold multitude, the plenitudes of life, and the unions of intelligibles. Intelligible intellect, however, contains multitude uniformly, or according to the form of one, for multitude pre-exists in the intelligible according to cause. But the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual intellect, has indeed secondary measures of union, but is exempt from all perfect separation, abiding in the first principles of wholes. And intellectual intellect is the source of all division, and of the subsistence of partial natures, since it pre-establishes in itself all the multitude of forms, and this not tetratically only, as intelligible intellect, but it possesses one all-perfect intellectual cause of all forms. It is necessary, therefore, that the whole demiurgic principles should pertain to this intellect, that all the demiurgic gods should proceed from this one third father, and that this should be the demiurgus of wholes. For as the first of paradigms co-subsists in intelligible intellect, and in the third triad, and the first father, so likewise we must place the first demiurgic monad in intellectual intellect, and the third father of the intellectual gods. For on this account also the demiurgic is conjoined with the paradigmatic cause, according to the analogy which each is allotted among the fathers, one indeed in intelligibles, but the other in intellectuals. For one is the boundary of the intelligible, but the other of the intellectual order. But this is evident from what has been before said. Farther still, fabrication being fourfold, and one indeed adorning wholes totally, another adorning wholes but partially, another adorning parts but totally, and another weaving parts together with wholes partially. This being the case, it is evident that the cause of wholes, which is the cause of them uniformly and indivisibly, is the most ancient of all the causes. It is necessary, however, that this cause should either be prior to, or in, or posterior to the intellectual gods. Where therefore shall we place it? For all the parts which are constituted by intellectuals are more partial than the one and total fabrication. For the division of wholes into three, and the leaders of divisible production, present themselves to the view in these orders. The natures, therefore, that are prior to intellectuals are defined according to other peculiarities of the gods, as was before shown, and in short, they subsist according to union, and are expanded above the separation of intellectual forms. Chapter 13. It remains therefore that the one demiurgus of wholes must be arranged in intellectuals, but if indeed he is the first father, he will be intelligible, will contain his progeny in himself, and will be the collector of separation. How therefore does he divide the worlds? How does he generate the multitudes of mundane natures? How does he speak to all the junior demiurgi at once? For the first father is uncoordinated with the whole number of mundane natures, and also converts his first progeny to himself, flying as it were from multitude to union, and hastily withdrawing himself from all various separation into intelligible transcendency. But if the one demiurgus of wholes is the vivific order, all things indeed will be full of life on account of the whole demiurgus, and the cause of souls, according to a probable reason, will here become apparent, subsisting prior to multitude. But how will he convert all things to himself? How is he called demiurgus and father? For the vivific deity herself, by herself, has a maternal dignity among the gods, and is the supplier of progression to all things. But to produce forms and to convert are the illustrious and peculiar good of intellect. Neither therefore is the demiurgus of wholes in the supermundane order. For all the natures there are partial, and either partially preside over wholes, or comprehend the productions of parts totally. Nor is he in intelligibles, for all the gods there are fathers, and no one there is called demiurgus and father. But the divine orders antecedently comprehend all things in a manner perfectly occult and unical. Nor is he in the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual order. For to collect, connect, and perfect multitudes is not the province of the demiurgic peculiarity. For this is the source of separation, and the production of forms, glittering with intellectual sections. But the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, extend intellectual multitudes to the union of intelligibles. Nor again is it possible to admit that the demiurgic cause is in the first or second order of intellectuals. For the summit of intellectuals is imparticipable by mundane natures, and is rather proposed to them in the order of the desirable, but is not productive of them. Hence all the gods in the world are elevated to the Saturnian place of survey, but proceed from another secondary principle, and through it are converted and conjoined to the exempt kingdom. And the middle centre, being vivific, is not defined according to the paternal characteristic, for the generative very much differs from the paternal, and the vivific from the demiurgic genus. So far, I think, as the principles of the whole orders, I mean bound and infinity, differ from each other. For the demiurgic and paternal order is referred to bound, but all vivific and generative power to infinity. Chapter 14. I wonder therefore at those interpreters of Plato, who do not make one fabrication but many, who assert that there are three demiurgi of wholes, and pass at one time to the second, and at another to the third demiurgus, and who divide what is said in the Timaeus, and think fit to refer some of the assertions to one, but others to another cause. For that there is a demiurgic triad, and another multitude of gods characterized according to the producing cause, I also admit, and think it will be granted by Plato. It is necessary, however, in each order prior to the triad, and prior to every multitude, that there should be a pre-existent monad. For all the orders of the gods originate from a monad, because each of the whole orders is assimilated to the whole progression of the gods. As therefore the subsistence of the gods has the cause of its generation from the imparticipable one, thus also it is necessary that the perfect orders in the gods should have a pre-existent monad, and a first effective principle. According to the same reasoning, all the vivific progressions are suspended from one vivification, and the demiurgic orders are extended to one fabrication. And it is not proper that there should be multitude without the monad, for there will neither be co-arrangement, nor a division of multitude according to intellect, unless the one and whole pre-exist. For on this account, prior to all the divine progressions, the order of wholeness subsists, in order that it may comprehend parts, and may define them in and about itself. How therefore, neglecting whole in fabrication, can we survey demiurgi divided according to parts? Though Plato himself thinks, with respect to the paradigm of the universe, that the world should not be assimilated to anything which naturally subsists in the form of a part, but to all perfect animal. And on this account he demonstrates that the world is only begotten because its paradigm is one. For if it were not one, but many paradigms, again it would be necessary that there should be another animal about it, of which it would be a part, and it would be more right to assert that the world is no longer similar to the many paradigms, but to that which comprehends them. For it is necessary that the one paradigm should precede the many, in the same manner as the one good subsists prior to participated goods, and that the whole world should be the image of one paradigm prior to many. For whether it is alone the image of many paradigms, whence will the world be one and a whole, And how is it possible it should not be more dishonorable than its parts? For these indeed are assimilated to intelligibles, but the whole world is similar to no one of real beings. Or whether all the world subsists from a certain intelligible paradigm, if indeed there are many paradigms of one world, these also will be similar to each other if they are the causes of the same image. It is necessary therefore that sameness should be communicated to these from one form, or again the world will be more venerable than its paradigms according to union. But if the paradigm is one, after the same manner also the demiurgic cause is one. For as there is one image from one paradigm, thus also the progeny being one, derives its subsistence from one demiurgus and father. For it is necessary that the paradigmatic cause should either be the same with the demiurgus, and should be established in him, or that it should be prior to the demiurgus, as we say it is, or that it should be posterior to the demiurgus, as some think proper to assert. If, however, the paradigm and the demiurgus are the same, the demiurgus will be one according to Plato, for the paradigm is only begotten as he demonstrates. But if the demiurgus exists prior to the paradigm, which it is not lawful to assert, but the paradigm is one, much more will the demiurgus be one. For the causes which are more elevated are allotted a more uniform hypostasis, since also the first cause of wholes is one. And if the paradigmatic cause has indeed the first order in beings, but the demiurgic cause the second order, and this universe the last order, being the resemblance of the former, and the progeny of the latter, how is it possible, since the extremes are monadic, the middle multitude should be without the monad? For it is necessary that the paradigm, being intelligible, should impart by illumination a greater degree of union to the universe than the demiurgic cause. And as the paradigm, being only begotten, comprehends in itself the first paradigms, after the same manner it is necessary that the demiurgic monad should be comprehensive of many demiurgi. For if the world derives its only begotten subsistence from the paradigm, but through the demiurgus also is indeed entirely one. Farther still, I think that those who are the patrons of this opinion should direct their attention to that assertion of Socrates, that it is everywhere fit the many should be comprehended in the one. For on account of this we admit the hypothesis of forms or ideas, and prior to other things we pre-establish intellectual monads. How therefore are intellectual forms extended to one principle? And how do each of them proceed from one demiurgic cause? But the whole demiurgic form is multiplied and divided prior to the indivisible monad. For it is necessary that as all equals, whether they are intellectual or psychical, or sensible, should be suspended from one first equality, all beautiful things from beauty itself, and the many everywhere from primary beings, thus also it is necessary that the multitude of demiurgi should be suspended from one fabrication, and should subsist about one demiurgic monad. For how can it be lawful to leave the one in forms rather than in the Gods? For forms indeed have their hypostasis mingled with multitude, but the Gods are defined according to union itself. If therefore all the multitudes of forms are the progeny of monads, much more are the orders of the Gods allotted peculiarities which originate from monads, and which through monads are inherent in multitudes. But if this be the case, it is necessary that the whole demiurgos should subsist prior to the multitude of demiurgi, and that the three demiurgi should distribute the one cause of the generation of the universe. Again, therefore, we assert from the beginning that it is necessary the demiurgic principle should either be one or many, or one and many. But if indeed it is one alone, and the multitude in the world, and the different order which it contains subsist similarly from one demiurgic principle, how are mortal and immortal natures the progeny of the same cause without a medium? For all the natures that proceed from the one fabrication are immortal. But if the demiurgic principle is many only, whence is the common form of hyparxis communicated to the multitude if it does not originate from one? For as the final cause is one, videre licet, the good, as the paradigmatic cause is one, videre licet, animal itself, and as the world is a generated one, thus also after the same manner the demiurgic cause is one. But if there are one and many demiurgic principles, whether does the one principle belong to partial or to total genera? If however it belongs indeed to partial genera, how is it extended to the first and intelligible paradigm? For the supermundane genera subsist about the intellectual gods, and according to intellectual paradigms. For being partial, they entirely assimilate the natures posterior to themselves to intellectuals, coordinately to themselves. Or how will it any longer preserve the union of total fabrication, which produces wholes totally? For a thing of this kind pertains to no partial nature, but it belongs to a partial principle, to produce parts either totally or partially, as we before observed. But if the demiurgic principle belongs to the total orders, it is necessary that it should either be intelligible, or intellectual, or intelligible and intellectual. If, however, it is of an intelligible nature, how is it divisive of wholes? How is it co-arranged with mundane natures? How is it said to fashion the universe? How from the genera of being does it produce soul, and the natures posterior to soul? For on this hypothesis we must admit that all these are in intelligibles, videre licet, figure, the genera of being, and these divided, the similar and the dissimilar, and other things through which the demiurgic principle constitutes the whole world. But if the demiurgic principle is of an intelligible and at the same time intellectual nature, how does he produce participated intellect? How does he separate the multiform orders of souls? How does he divide the parts, or the circles that are in them? For that which is generative of participated intellect is imparticipable intellect, and that which has the power of dividing multitude will not, on this hypothesis, differ from that which connects the total genera of the gods. And in short, the demiurgus of wholes is called by Timaeus intellect, and is frequently said to see, to discover, and to reason. But he is nowhere denominated by him intelligible, and at the same time intellectual. For the intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods divide all things triadically. But the demiurgus at one time indeed divides the world into 5 parts, and at another divides the circles of the soul into hebdomads, that he may generate either the celestial spheres or the 7 parts of the soul. We must say therefore that he is entirely secondary to the intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods, and he is the cause of secondary goods to the world. But we must refer to those gods the cause of united forms and reasons. That the demiurgic intellect, however, is an intellectual god is, I think, through these things sufficiently apparent at present. Chapter 15. But Plato appears to me to have indicated the peculiarity of this god in a remarkable manner, by calling him intellect, and asserting that he sees intelligibles, but admitting that they are visible to him according to nature. For that which is truly intellect, and which establishes itself according to this hyparxis, is intellectual intellect. For intelligible intellect also is indeed simply intelligible, and is of that allotment, but is said to be intellect, as being the cause of every intellectual nature. And the intellect of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, has not its own nature unmingled with the intelligible. But intellectual intellect alone is peculiarly intellect, being allotted the intellectual itself in intellectuals, just as the most principal of intelligibles is primarily the first, and the highest intelligible, which we denominate the one being, and that which is occultly being. This therefore is that which is simply intelligible, but that which is simply intellect is intellectual intellect. For the intelligible indeed possesses the summit, but intellect the end of wholes. And the intermediate natures partly pertain to the intelligible, and partly to intellect, and the intellectual nature. And the intelligibles indeed that are primarily so, possess intellect according to cause. But the first of intellectuals have the intelligible according to participation. And the natures that are collective of these conjoin the intelligible and intellectual peculiarity together. Since therefore Timaeus also calls the demiurgus intellect indefinitely, and neither denominates him life nor intelligible, in consequence of his peculiarity being alone intellectual, it is certainly necessary that he should be established at the end of the intellectual gods. For their intellect is intellect itself, and is not such an intellect as the Saturnian is. For Saturn also is intellect, but he is a pure and incorruptible intellect, which manifests his supreme empire in intellectuals, transcending the whole intellectual gods. But the demiurgus is simply intellect. As therefore the simply intelligible is the first of intelligibles, so that which is simply intellect is the last of intellectuals. For all things are in each of the orders. For in intelligibles, life and intellect pre-exist, and in the breadth of life there are similarly life and intellect, and in intellectuals there is each of the rest. But in intelligibles indeed, being is according to essence, but life and intellect are according to cause. In intellectuals, intellect indeed is according to essence, but being and life are according to participation. And in the intermediate natures, intellect is according to cause, but being is according to participation, and life according to essence. As therefore that which is most vital in life is the middle, and as that which is especially intelligible is the summit in being, so in intellectuals the extremity is that which is most intellectual. Hence, if there is a certain intellect which is simply intellect, and a perceiving intellect, this is intellectual intellect, which Plato denominating the demiurgus unfolds to us the most manifest order, which it is allotted in intellectuals. On this account also, prior to all other things, the demiurgus constitutes participated intellect, as Timaeus says. For placing intellect in soul, and soul in body, he fashioned the universe, energizing therefore according to his own essence, and producing by his very being, he constituted the intellect of the universe prior to all other things. For every participated proceeds from imparticipable intellect. Hence, as if Plato had said that the generative cause which gives subsistence to participated intelligible is that which is primarily being, so since the demiurgus first produces intellect from himself, he will be imparticipable and intellectual intellect. From these things, therefore, it is evident what the hyparxis of the demiurgus and father is, and what order it is allotted in intellectuals according to Timaeus. End of chapter 15. Chapters 16 to 17 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Let us, however, after another manner, syllogistically collect the peculiarity of the demiurgus, receiving from the Timaeus the principles of the arguments on this subject. This therefore is known to everyone, that Timaeus calls the whole demiurgus fabricator and father in the beginning of what he says concerning him. For he says, quote, "It is difficult to discover the fabricator and father of this universe, and when found, it is impossible to speak of him to all men." Close quote. Hence, he does not think fit to call him either father alone, or fabricator alone, nor again connecting the two, father and fabricator, but on the contrary, he places the fabricative prior to the paternal. Now, therefore, we must show in the first place in what respect fabricator and father differ from each other, and in the next place, in addition to this, who the fabricator alone is, and who father and fabricator is, and how the fabricative and at the same time paternal peculiarity is considered by Plato as adapted to the demiurgus. If, therefore, we divide all things into the gods, and the progeny of the gods, and this is the same thing as to divide them into superessential monads, and the progressions of beings, father indeed will be generative of the gods, and superessential unities, but fabricator will give subsistence to essences and beings. For again, according to this reason, Timaeus says that the natures which are generated by the demiurgus are equal to the gods. For the demiurgus is not only fabricator, but also father, but that those which are produced by the junior gods are allotted a mortal nature. For these gods are alone producers and fabricators of things which participate of existence alone, and not of the superessential peculiarity. Hence, through that by which they suffer a diminution with respect to the demiurgic monad, through this they are not allotted a power generative of things equal to the gods, and through that by which the intellectual demiurgus is expanded above the junior gods, through this he binds to himself the generations of all mundane natures. But if again we divide beings into the total and partial, father indeed will appear to us to be the hypostatic cause of wholes, but fabricator of partial natures. For the former is the cause exemptly of things that are generated, but the latter proximately. And the former produces indeed by his very being energy, giving perfection to his hyparxis, but the latter produces by energizing his hypostasis, being fixed according to energy. If also we again separately divide the generations of perpetual and mortal natures, we must refer the generation of perpetual natures to the paternal cause, but the generation of mortal natures to the fabricative cause. For the fabricator indeed produces that which is generated from non-being to being. For the Elian Gist defines the effective art to be this: but the Father constitutes things posterior to himself, consubsistent with himself, for he is Father by his very being, and has the power of generating united with himself. Each therefore, I mean the paternal and the effective or fabricative, is assimilated to the principle of bound, and the former indeed is the cause of union, but the latter of the production of forms, and the former is the cause of wholes, but the latter of an extension as far as to parts. And the one indeed is the primary leader of simple, but the other of composite natures. Again, however, in these, the generative cause and the cause which is productive of life are opposed to each other, because the paternal cause indeed is connascent with generative powers, but the effective with vivific powers. And as the paternal and the effective causes pertain to the coordination of bound, so everything prolific and vivific pertains to vivification and the first infinity. These things, however, being thus divided by us, it is evident that the paternal indeed is itself by itself primarily in the intelligible Gods. For they are the fathers of wholes, being fixed according to supreme intelligible union. And on this account, Plato also calls the first God Father, from the natures which are proximately established after him, transferring to him the appellation of Father. For everywhere indeed it is usual with Plato to introduce names to the ineffable from secondary causes, and the causes which are posterior to it. But at one time indeed he introduces the names from all beings, and at another from the first beings. For it neither was nor is lawful to refer names to him who is exempt from all beings, from subordinate natures, and which are placed in an order very remote from him. If therefore all beings participate of the paternal peculiarity, we must say that Plato gives this name to the One from all beings, for there is not among all beings such a cause as this. Hence it is evident that Plato introduces to the One an appellation of this kind, from that which is the first and highest in the Gods. The intelligible Gods, however, are more ancient than all the divine orders, and subsist immediately after the One. The paternal cause therefore of beings is in the intelligible Gods, and the intelligible Gods are the fathers of all the divine genera, being established in the highest essences, and occultly producing wholes. And the first God indeed is beyond the appellation of Father, as he is likewise beyond all other names, and he is neither properly called the Good or the One, through his ineffable and unknown transcendency. But the intelligible Gods are primarily superessential unities and goodnesses, and are the exempt fathers of beings. The paternal peculiarity therefore originates supernally from the first intelligible triad, but the fabricative first presents itself to the view in the third triad, For that which generates all forms, and adorns all things with forms, is the third triad of intelligibles. For there, as we have said, all perfect animal subsists, which is comprehensive of the first and intelligible paradigms. Here therefore the effective also, or fabricative, at the same time subsists. For animal itself constitutes the Gods, and produces the forms of all beings. Hence it is allotted the paternal peculiarity according to the divine cause, but according to the formal cause it unfolds into light the effective principle of wholes. But again, on the contrary, the effective and at the same time paternal peculiarity is allotted its hypostasis in the demiurgic monad. Hence also the demiurgus of wholes is the hypostatic cause of Gods. In a particular manner, however, he fabricates the world, energizing with forms and demiurgic reasons, for he constitutes intellect, souls and bodies, adorning all things with forms, some indeed with first, others with middle, and others with last forms. Do you not see therefore how the end of intelligibles indeed was paternal, and at the same time effective, but the end of intellectuals is effective and at the same time paternal? There, however, the paternal peculiarity is more predominant, but here the effective. For in both indeed, both causes pre-exist. Nevertheless, in the paradigm, i.e. in animal itself, the paternal is more prevalent, but in the demiurgus the effective. For the former produces by his very being, but the latter by energizing, and in the former indeed fabrication or effective energy is essential, but in the latter essence is effective. Forms also are with both, but in the former intelligibly, and in the latter intellectually. From these things therefore it is evident that the demiurgic cause subsists analogous to the paradigmatic cause, and that it has the same order with respect to intellectuals as that has with respect to intelligibles. And on this account, Timaeus also says that the demiurgus of wholes was extended to that paradigm. For he says, quote, "Whatever ideas intellect perceived by the dianoetic energy in animal itself, such and so many he conceived it necessary for the universe to contain." Close quote. And together with this analogy, there is a diminution of the intellectual with reference to the intelligible. For the latter is more united, but the former is more separated, and the one indeed is pre-established in the order of the desirable, but the other is moved about the desirable, and the one fills with paternal power, but the other absorbs, as it were, and embosoms the whole prolific abundance of the desirable. And after this manner the demiurgus of the universe is all perfect, receiving whole intelligible powers from all perfect animal. For the universe is threefold, one indeed being intelligibly all, another intellectually, and another sensibly. For the world is perfect from perfect natures, as Timaeus says, and animal itself is perfect according to all things, as the same Timaeus asserts. The demiurgus likewise, being the best of causes, is all perfect. Again therefore, resuming what we have said, we repeat that the paternal cause commences from the supreme union of intelligibles, but the paternal and at the same time effective cause is consubsistent in the intelligible paradigm, and the effective and at the same time paternal cause is defined according to the whole demiurgus. But the cause, which is alone effective and fabricative, pertains to the junior Gods, who give subsistence to partial and mortal things. The peculiarity therefore of the demiurgic cause is effective and paternal. And this Timaeus asserts not only in the beginning of the discourse about it, in which he says, quote, "To discover therefore the artificer and father of this universe," etc. But also in the speech to the junior gods he does the same thing, for the demiurgus in a similar manner says to them, quote, "Gods, of whom I am the demiurgus and father. Whatever is generated by me is indissoluble, I being willing that it should be so." For he does not call himself father and demiurgus, but demiurgus and father, just as there Timaeus calls him fabricator and father. And not in the Timaeus only is this mode of the arrangement of the names defined, but in the Politicus also, the Elean guest, speaking about the world, says that it imitates the instruction of its demiurgus and father, and in the beginning indeed he uses these names more accurately, but in the end more negligently. Since Plato therefore everywhere preserves this order of names unchanged, it is evident to those who are not entirely unskilled in things of this kind, that he defines the demiurgic monad according to this peculiarity, and that he considers it to be effective and at the same time paternal. For because indeed it is the end of the intellectual triad, it is allotted a paternal transcendency with respect to all the second genera of gods, but because it produces from itself all the partial genera and species of beings, it possesses an effective cause of the natures to which it gives subsistence. And because indeed it is father, power is in it, and at the same time intellect. For the demiurgus himself says, quote, "Imitating the power which I employed in your generation," And again Timaeus says concerning the demiurgus, quote, "Whatever ideas intellect perceived in animal itself, such and so many he conceived by the dianoetic energy it necessary for this universe to contain." Hence he is father, and the power of the father is in him, and intellect. All these, however, are in him intellectually and not intelligibly. Hence I think he is called father indeed, not simply, but together with effector and demiurgus, and power, not by itself, but the power of the demiurgus and father. For he who calls himself demiurgus and father says that it is the power of himself, but he is immediately called intellect without the addition of power, and the other appellations. "Whatever ideas therefore intellect perceived," etc. For all things are in him intellectually, and both power and father by which he imitates the intelligible paradigm. For in him all things were intelligibly, videre licet, bound, infinity, and that which is mixed from both these. These, however, are father, power, and intellect. But the intellectual of the paradigm indeed was intelligible in the intelligible gods, subsisting prior to an intellectual cause. The intellectual, however, of the demiurgos is of itself intellectual, being intellectual in intellectuals, as was before observed. Because indeed, as we have said, he is father, power is in him, and also intellect. But because these are defined according to the effective and demiurgic, he is co-arranged with the vivific order, and together with it constitutes the genera of life, and vivifies the whole world. What this order is, however, and where it is arranged, we shall shortly survey. But thus much is evident from what has been said, that so far as he is the demiurgus, he requires contact with the vivific order, together with it generates total lives, and conjoins it to himself. disseminating, however, all the measures of life in it, and together with it adorning and producing them, he again converts them to himself. For it belongs to him to generate all things, and to recall all things to himself, no less than to generate them, because he is established at the end of the intellectual order, and is the demiurgic intellect. As he is therefore demiurgic, he gives subsistence to all things, but as intellect he convolves multitude to union, and converts it to himself. He also accomplishes both these by the words which he delivers to the junior gods, for he fills them with demiurgic and prolific power, collects them to himself, constitutes himself the object of desire, as it were, to the multitude of gods, and extends about himself all the demiurgi in the world. Chapter 17. In the third place, therefore, let us purify our conceptions about the demiurgic cause according to other projecting energies of intellect, following for this purpose Timaeus. In the first place then, Timaeus, in the beginning of the theory concerning the demiurgus, sufficiently exhibits his goodness, and his unenvying and abundant communication of demiurgic reasons, being impelled to this from the seed of goodness, which is inherent in him, and from his exuberant deity. For his goodness and his unenvying abundance are not, as it were, a certain habit of good, and a power or a form itself by itself existing prior to many goods, but it is one ineffable participation of good, and the one of the demiurgic order, according to which the demiurgus also is a god, and fills all things with their proper good. For because there is deity in him, which desires to adorn and arrange all things, and an hyparxis which is extended to the providence of the whole of things, on this account he establishes the principle of fabrication. His goodness, therefore, is nothing else than demiurgic deity, but his will is the progeny of the energy of his goodness, bounding the end of his power. For since in the demiurgus of wholes there are, as we have said, father, power, and intellect, and these subsist in him intellectually, according to each of these he is filled with the participation of the One, and through goodness indeed, that which is paternal in him, and which is, as it were, the intelligible of intellect, is illuminated. But through will his power is governed, and is extended to one intelligible good. And through providence his intellect is perfect, and gives subsistence to all things. All these likewise are the progeny of the one deity in the demiurgus. In the first place, therefore, as I have said, Timaeus unfolds through these things the divine peculiarity of the demiurgus. But in the second place, he presents to our view the intelligible cause which is in him, and also the united paradigmatic cause of wholes, which he contains. For to make all things similar to himself evinces that he is the intelligible paradigm of everything beautiful and good in the world. For because he gives subsistence to all things by his very being, that to which he gives subsistence is the image of himself. And according to this reasoning, the demiurgus is not only a god, but he contains in himself the intelligible and true being, and antecedently comprehends not only the final cause of mundane natures, but also the paradigmatic cause. But again, in the third place, Timaeus celebrates the demiurgic power, and the principle which abolishes everything disorderly and indefinite, and prepares the beautiful alone and the good to have dominion in wholes. For the assertion that the demiurgos, to the utmost of his power, suffered nothing evil and vile to exist, indicates his unconquerable power, which adorns things material in an unpolluted manner, and imparts by illumination bound to indefinite, and order to disorderly natures. In which part of the Timaeus, likewise, this dogma of Plato will appear to you to be admirable, that matter is generated from some one of the gods situated above the demiurgos, for the demiurgos receiving matter occupied by the vestiges of forms, thus himself introduces into it all the perfection of ornament and arrangement. Matter therefore, and the whole of that which is the subject of bodies, proceed supernally from the first principles, which, on account of their exuberance of power, are able to generate even the last of beings. But the demiurgus of the universe imparts by illumination, order, bound, and ornament, and the whole world is fabricated an image of intelligibles through the communication of forms. In the fourth place, therefore, let us survey how Timaeus unfolds to us the demiurgic intellect, "by a reasoning process," says he, "the demiurgus discovered from the things which are visible according to nature, that no work which is destitute of intelligence can ever become more beautiful than that which possesses intellect." What therefore is this reasoning? What is the discovery, and whence does it originate? Reasoning therefore is indeed distributed intellection, looking to itself, and in itself investigating good. For every one who reasons passes from one thing to another, and being converted to himself, searches after good. The demiurgic intellect, therefore, in adorning and arranging the universe, subsists analogously to him who reasons. For he emits the divided causes of mundane natures, which pre-exist unitedly in intelligibles. For those things which intelligible intellect constitutes uniformly and exemptly, these intellectual intellect separating, distributing into parts, and as it were fabricating by itself, generates. Reasoning therefore is the being filled with the intelligible, and an all-perfect union with it. By which also it is evident that it is not fit to think this reasoning of the demiurgus is either investigation or doubt, or a wandering of divine intellect, but that it is stable intelligence, intellectually perceiving the multiform causes of beings. For intellect is always united to the intelligible, and is filled with its own intelligibles. And in a similar manner, it is intellect in energy and intelligible. For at one and the same time it intellectually perceives and is perceived, discovers itself, entering into itself, and the reasoning also finds what this intelligence is, but not according to transition. For the intelligence of the gods is eternal, and invention with them is not the discovery of that which is absent, for all things are always present to the intellect of the gods. The intelligible likewise, there, is not separated from intellect. The conversion therefore of intellect to itself may be called reasoning, but the being filled from intelligibles, invention. And intelligibles themselves may be denominated things visible according to nature. For because Timaeus had denominated the unadorned subject of bodies, when it was vanquished by the obscure vestiges of forms, visible, hence I think he calls intelligibles visible according to nature. For it is according to nature, to intellect to look to these, and not to things subordinate to these. As therefore he says, that intellect itself sees intelligibles, after the same manner also he calls intelligibles things naturally visible, and converts intellect to the intelligible, as that which sees to that which is seen. If therefore intellect sees animal itself, and assimilates to it the whole world, it may be said that animal itself is visible to the demiurgos of the universe. For there the most splendid of intelligibles subsists, and this is that which we before demonstrated, when we said that there the fountain of beauty shines forth, which Socrates in the Phaedrus denominates splendid and fulgid. End of chapter 17. Chapters 18 to 20 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Such therefore are the conceptions which are to be assumed of the demiurgic cause, and from these things they are to be derived. We shall, however, obtain one perfection of the summit of the dogmas concerning it, if we are able to survey the words which this cause extends to the junior demiurgi, and to unfold the concealed meaning of them. This therefore we shall also do, establishing the following principle of the explanation of them. The energies and powers of the gods are twofold, and some indeed abide in and energize about them, and have for their end one hypostasis, and which is united to essence. But others proceed from them, exhibit an efficacious power about secondary natures, and coexist with the multitude of their recipients, and with the peculiarity of essence. These, however, being twofold, the secondary are suspended from those that are prior to them, are defined about them, and receive their proper hyparxis according to them. For it is everywhere necessary that externally proceeding should be the images of internal energies, evolving the at once collected nature of their indivisibility, multiplying that in them which is united, and dividing their impartibility. According to this reasoning, therefore, the energy of nature is also twofold, one being that which abides in it, according to which it connects itself, and the reasons it contains, but the other proceeding from it, through which also bodies are filled with these physical powers, which, being moved by nature, act on each other, and physically suffer by each other. Again, the motion of the soul likewise is twofold, and the one indeed is self-motive, is converted to itself, is of itself, concurs with the life of the soul, and is without any difference with respect to it. But the other is incumbent on alter motive natures, moves these, and about these extends the power of itself. The energy of intellect, therefore, is likewise twofold, and one indeed is intellectual, is united to true beings, and is impartible, being coexistent with the intelligible itself of intellect, or rather being the intelligible itself and intellect. For intellect is not of itself incapacity, and afterwards receiving energy, intellectually perceives the intelligible, but it is one simple energy. For the multitude of it is unical, and its energy is directed to itself. But the other energy of intellect is directed to externals, and to things which are able to participate of intellect. For these intellect causes to be intellectual through itself, splendidly, as it were, emitting the light of its own intelligence, and imparting it to others. It is necessary, therefore, that the divine and demiurgic intellect itself should always indeed be united to the intelligible, and that it should have the plenitude and self-sufficiency of demiurgic intelligence eternally established according to a union exempt from wholes, to which, as it appears to me, Timaeus also looking says, that the Father of the universe abides in his accustomed manner, and withdraws himself to his own place of survey, delivering the fabrication of mortal natures to the mundane Gods. For so far as he is exempt from the beings posterior to himself, and is uncoordinated with the more partial multitude of Gods, so far he is converted to himself, and surveys and intellectually perceives the natures prior to himself, according to one uniform union. But in consequence of the more ruling and leading Gods being extended towards him, he emits from himself secondary energies to all the partial orders. Timaeus, therefore, fashions through words these powers and efficacious energies which proceed from the whole and one fabrication to the demiurgic multitude of Gods. For words are the images of intellections, because indeed they evolve that which is contracted in intelligibles, but lead forth that which is impartible into a partible hypostasis. They likewise transfer that which abides in itself into habitude to another thing. And it is evident that the reasons which are impelled from nature are certain natural powers, and render that which receives them physical. But the reasons which are generated from soul are indeed vivific, but render the inanimate nature which participates of them animated, and moved from itself through the power of soul, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus, and communicate to it the resemblance of self-motion. And the reasons which are generated from intellect, illuminating the natures posterior to it, distribute all intellectual goods to their recipients, being the suppliers of true knowledge, of purity, and a more simple life. After the same manner also, the demiurgic words produce in the junior Gods whole, impartible, and united measures of exempt fabrication, and fill their essences with demiurgic providence. They likewise render them second demiurgi, and emulous of their Father. For he indeed gives subsistence to the whole plenitudes of the world. But they, imitating him, fabricate all partial natures in conjunction with wholes, and he produces the essence of perpetual natures. But they, fashioning mortal natures according to one generation-producing circle, likewise transmute these. And as the one demiurgus governs the whole periods of the universe, thus also the many demiurgi convolve the divisible circles of the natures that are borne along in generation. If therefore we assert these things rightly concerning the words proceeding from the demiurgus to the multitude of mundane Gods, and they are efficacious, fabricative, and convertive of their recipients to a union with him, and are also perfective of the beneficent reasons which they contain, we shall no longer seem to speak paradoxically, if we say that these words extend to the Gods in the world the participation of all the powers that are firmly established in the Father, and of the causes prior to and subsisting after him. And as he convolving the end of the intellectual gods is the plenitude of all things, so likewise the demiurgic words proceeding from him produce in the junior gods the peculiarities, as I may say, of all the divine genera that are above the world, through which they are suspended from all the orders prior to them. Just, I think, as the whole of this world is suspended from the mundane gods, who fabricate all mortal natures, and impart to different things a different power, and an efflux of divine powers. What, therefore, in short, is it which Plato indicates the gods derive through these words from the first demiurgos and the all-perfect fabrication? In the first place, indeed, they derive this, that they are gods of gods. For the vocal address proceeding to them from the Father is the supplier of divine power, and is allotted an efficacious presence in its participant, as we before observed. But in the next place, these words impart to them an indissoluble power. The demiurgus of wholes, however, comprehends in himself the cause of dissolution, in order that they may indeed be essentially indissoluble, but according to the cause of binding, not indissoluble. In the third place, therefore, the demiurgus produces in them from on high, through these words, a renovated immortality. For the assertion that they are neither immortal, nor shall be subject to the fatality of death, establishes them in this form of immortality, which the fable in the Politicus denominates renovated. In addition to this also, the words testify that they derive from the Father a power perfective of wholes. For if the world is imperfect without the subsistence of mortal animals, it is doubtless necessary that those who preside over the generation of them should be the causes of perfection to the universe. And in the last place, these words impart to the junior gods a paternal and generative empire derived from the exempt and intellectual cause of wholes, and insert in them the proximate powers of regeneration. For through these words the junior gods again receive in themselves the natures that are corrupted, fabricate parts from wholes, and again effect the dissolution of parts into their wholes. And universally, the words of the demiurgus subject the perpetually generated course of nature to the fabrication of the junior gods. In short, therefore, the demiurgus fills the junior gods with divine union, fills them with a firm establishment, and fills them with a perpetuity adapted to their nature. But he pours into them the all various causes of perfective powers, of vivific rivers, and demiurgic measures. Hence also the many demiurgi refer the fabrication of particulars to the one and whole providence of the Father, and the principles of demiurgic works which they received from him to his efficacious production. And all of them indeed are filled with all powers, because all of them participate of the demiurgic words, which proceed into them from the Father. But some of them are more characterized by one peculiarity than another. And some of them indeed are the suppliers of union to their progeny, others of indissoluble permanency, others of perfection, and others of life. But others preside over regeneration, and being allotted in a distributed manner in the universe the powers which subsist unitedly in the one demiurgus, they are subservient to the providence of the Father. And everything which is generated by the many demiurgi is in a much greater degree produced by the one fabrication, which governs mortal natures indeed eternally, things that are moved immovably, and partible natures impartibly. It is not, however, necessary that the progeny of that one Demiurgus should be suspended from the motion of the junior Gods. For everywhere the one fabrication is more comprehensive than that which is multiplied, and the more causal of divine natures energize prior to their own offspring, and together with them constitute the progeny that proceed from them. The first demiurgic God, therefore, produces from and through himself the divine genera of the universe according to his beneficent will. But he governs mortal natures through the junior Gods, generating indeed these also from himself, but other Gods producing them as it were with their own hands. For he says, quote, "These being generated through me will become equal to the Gods." The cause, therefore, through which is to be attributed to the junior Gods, but the cause from which, even in the production of mortal natures, is to be referred to the whole Demiurgus. For always the first of those things that are constituted produce in conjunction with their monad the generation of secondary natures. And all things indeed proceed from that monad, but some things immediately and through it, but some things through other media receive the providence that emanates from it. For these middle genera of causes are allotted the providential inspection of secondary natures from the first effective monad. Chapter 19. Concerning the words, therefore, in the Timaeus, which the Demiurgus delivers to the Gods in the world, thus much may suffice at present. But after these it is fit to survey the second measures of total demiurgic providence, which the Demiurgus extends from himself to the many and divisible souls. For having constituted these, divided them equal in number to divine animals, and disseminated them about the world, he inserts in them fabricative boundaries, defines the whole periods of them, inscribes in them the laws of fate, proposes the apparent measures of their generation producing life, legally institutes and adorns in a becoming manner all the rewards of virtue and the works of vice, intellectually comprehends in one the end of every period, and co-arranges with a view to this the whole polity of partial souls. All souls, therefore, of an immortal condition, being allotted a progression from the Demiurgus, are filled from him with an united and intellectual providence. Because, however, progeny which are suspended from their causes participate of the perfective efficacy which proceeds from them, divine souls indeed primarily subsisting from thence become auditors of the words of their Father immediately. But partial souls participate of the uniform providence of the Demiurgus secondarily, and with greater partibility. Hence also the Demiurgus, as a legislator, defining to these all the measures of their life, he thus extends demiurgic words, unitedly comprehending the divided nature of the whole of their life, convolving in sameness without time their temporal mutability, and collecting uniformly, according to one simplicity, the multiform and diversified nature of the energy which exists about them. But to divine souls he immediately unfolds the providence of himself, and exhorts them to join with him in a providential inspection of the whole world, to fabricate, adorn, and dispose in conjunction with him mortal natures, to govern generated beings according to the measures of justice, and to lead and convolve all things following demiurgic providence. Very far, therefore, are those interpreters of Plato from according with the fabrication of the universe, who admit that partial are the same with whole souls, and who attribute the same essence to all souls, because all of them are allotted their generation from one demiurgus. For, in the first place, the Father, in the course of his fabrication, adorning, and disposing in an orderly manner partial souls, poured, mingling, the remainder of the former mixture, says Timaeus, and produced the second and third genera. But in a progression of this kind, the words effective of conversion, which he extends to divine souls, are intellectual and demiurgic, and impart to them generative powers and perfective goods. But those which he extends to partial souls are the definite sources of generation, of the laws of fate, of justice, and all various periods. If therefore everything which proceeds from the demiurgus is essentially imparted to souls, it is indeed necessary that different measures of words should be the causes of different powers, and that to some among the number of divisible souls, the demiurgus should distribute a polity exempt from mundane affairs, but to others a polity arranged under these souls, and supernally governed by them. These things, however, may elsewhere be more copiously demonstrated. Chapter 20. After the demiurgic words, therefore, again, returning to the demiurgic intellect, let us survey, following Plato, who the demiurgus is, who convolves the end itself of the intellectual triad to the beginning, and after what manner it is fit to denominate him according to the Grecian theology. Or rather, prior to this, let us summarily show what we may assume concerning him according to the narration of Timaeus. For we shall more easily learn those particulars if we assent to these. For directly, in the beginning of the theology concerning him, he is celebrated as the fabricator and father of the world. And he is neither called fabricator alone, nor father and fabricator, but at one and the same time manifestly possessing both peculiarities, he is rather characterized by the fabricative than by the paternal cause. But he is denominated the demiurgus of wholes according to his goodness, unenvying and exuberant will, and his power which is able to adorn and arrange all things, and even such as are of a disorderly nature. He is, however, particularly unfolded to us as the supplier of beauty, symmetry, and order, and as the best of causes, and this because he is allotted the uniform and first effective power of the whole demiurgic series. But he gives subsistence to intellect and soul, and at the same time to all the life in the world, since he fabricated the whole world an animal animated, and endued with intellect, being likewise full of every intelligible, and extending himself to intelligible and all perfect animal, and conjoining this to himself through similitude, he fabricates the sensible universe only begotten, in the same manner as the separate paradigm, animal itself, transcending wholes, unitedly constitutes the intelligible universe. Moreover, he is likewise the fabricator of bodies, and the perfecter of works, binding all things by the most excellent analogies, and co-adapting their powers, bulks, and numbers by the most beautiful bonds. Farther still, he constituted the universe a whole from wholes, and perfect from perfect parts, that it might be free from old age and disease, and might contain in itself all the genera of the elements. He likewise adorned it with the first figure, and with the most simple and most comprehensive of all figures. Besides these things, he is also the cause of self-sufficiency to the universe, and of a circulation into itself, in order that suffering all things from, and affecting all things in itself, it might not be in want of anything externally situated. And he is indeed the supplier of intellectual motion, and of a life which is evolved according to time, and which effects a mutation always according to the same, and similarly, and about the same things. Farther still, he is the father of soul, and of all the genera in soul, of the division in it, and all the harmonic reasons it contains, constituting it in the world as a self-moved and immortal lyre. And he is also the divider of the one, and the seven circles in it, and in short is the maker and fabricator of figure and morphe. In addition to these things likewise, he generates from himself the whole of time, according to the imitation of eternity, together with all the measures of time, and the gods that unfold these measures into light. But he especially constitutes the whole sun, enkindling its light from his own intellectual essence, in order that possessing a transcendency exempt from the other gods, it might be the king of the universe. Moreover, he fabricates all the multitudes of mundane gods and demons, and all celestial and sublunary natures, in order that he may evince this only begotten and self-sufficient God, the world, to be the image of the intelligible and all-perfect God, fixing the earth indeed as a firm seat or vesta in it, but distributing by lot the other elements to divine souls and demons. Besides all this likewise, he converts to himself the genera of gods that have proceeded from him, and fills all things with undefiled generation, with perpetual life, demiurgic perfection, and generative abundance. He also constitutes divisible souls together with their vehicles, divides them about their leading gods, arranges different souls under different gods, unfolds to them the laws of fate, measures their descents into generation, establishes rewards to their contests in their periodic revolutions, and institutes, as I may say, the whole of their polity in the world. But after all these things, he introduces a boundary to the providence of wholes, and returning to his own place of survey, delivering to the junior gods the superintendence of mortal natures, and abiding in his own accustomed manner, is the paradigm to the demiurgi in the world of providential attention to beings of a second order. And as in the fabrication of wholes, the paradigm is intelligible animal, so in the arrangement of partial natures, the paradigm is intellectual animal, in which all forms shine forth in a divided manner according to their own nature. For Timaeus says, quote, "The children, understanding the order of their father, were obedient to it," close quote. And he, abiding, and paternally, and eternally producing all things, they adorn and arrange the mortal genera demiurgically, and according to time. Hence the providence of the demiurgos presents itself to the view, extending from on high as far as to the production of these. And what is here said by Plato is as it were a hymn to the demiurgos and father of this universe, celebrating his productions and the benefits which he confers on the world. And it is requisite that, being persuaded by what is here clearly written, we should investigate all the other inquiries about the demiurgos. My meaning is, that we should investigate what we mentioned a little before, who the Demiurgus is, and how we ought to denominate him according to the sentiments of the Greeks, and on what account Timaeus neither delivers the name of him, nor unfolds to us who he is, but says, "that it is difficult to discover him, and that when discovered it is impossible to speak of him to all men." Now therefore, I think, from what has been already said, it is evident, even to those who are but in a small degree intelligent, that according to the decision of Plato, it is the great Jupiter who is now celebrated by us as the Demiurgus. For if, as we have observed, the kingdom of Saturn is the summit of the whole intellectual triad, and the intelligible transcendency of intellectuals, but the maternal and vivific fountain of Rhea is the middle centre, and the receiving bosom of the generative power in Saturn, it is manifest to every one that the mighty Jupiter is allotted to the end of this triad. For from the before mentioned causes, one of which indeed is paternal, but the other generative, he is the God having a paternal subsistence, who is said to reign, receiving the intellectual dominion of his father. If therefore it is necessary that the Demiurgus should convolve the end of this intellectual triad as was before demonstrated, and to effect this is the province of the royal power of Jupiter, we must evidently acknowledge that the Jovian empire is the same as that of the Demiurgus, and that Jupiter is the Demiurgus celebrated in the Timaeus. End of chapter 20. Chapters 21 to 23 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. If, however, it be necessary to consider this as worthy of further discussion, and to demonstrate that the theology in the Timaeus about the Demiurgus accords with what is elsewhere written by Plato concerning this god, let us in the first place assume what is delivered in the Critias, because this dialogue proximately follows the Timaeus, and is composed according to an analogy to it, delivering the hypostasis of the same things in images, the primary paradigms of which Timaeus celebrates through the fabrication of the world. Here therefore Plato, that I may derive what I say from the beginning, relating the warlike preparations of the Athenians in former times, and the insolence and usurpation of the Atlantics, who were the progeny of Neptune, but destroyed the divine seed through the mixture of human and mortal pursuits, and conducted themselves insolently to all men, collects indeed the gods to a consultation concerning them, in the same manner as poets inspired by Phoebus, and forms a common assembly of the gods. But Jupiter is the author of the whole polity of them, and converts the multitude of them to himself. And as in the Timaeus, the Demiurgus convolves all the mundane gods to himself, so Jupiter in the Critias, providentially attending to the whole of things, collects the gods to himself. In the next place, therefore, let us consider what Plato says concerning this god, and how it accords with what was before said by Timaeus. But Jupiter, the god of gods, who reigns legitimately, and who is able to perceive everything of this kind, when he saw that an equitable race was in a miserable condition, and was desirous of punishing them, in order that by being chastised they might possess more elegant manners, collected all the Gods into their most honourable habitation, whence, being seated as in the middle of the whole world, he beholds all such things as participate of generation. Here, directly, in the beginning, King Jupiter, being celebrated as the God of Gods, does it not accord with what is written in the Timaeus, where he is said to be the father and cause of all the mundane gods? For what other God is it who reigns over all the gods, except the cause of their subsistence and essence? Who is it also that calls the mundane deities gods of gods? Is it not him who binds to himself the principle of all fabrication? If, therefore, he imparts to his progeny to be gods of gods, in a much greater degree it pertains to him to be celebrated as the God of all the mundane gods. To which, therefore, of the gods, prior to the world, does it particularly belong to punish offenders, except to him who defines to souls all their measures, unfolds to them the laws of the universe, and legally institutes such things as are fit concerning justice and injustice, in order that afterwards he may not be accused of the vices of each of them. Moreover, to congregate all the gods into their most honourable habitation, from which the whole of generation may be seen, and which possesses the middle of the universe, is to attribute to him a providence exempt from multitude, but extending equally to the whole world, which things indeed are the illustrious goods of the demiurgic monad. For to convert all the gods to himself, and to survey the whole world, pertains exemptly to the demiurgus of the universe. For what else is multitude able to participate proximately, except the monad from which it derives its subsistence? And who can convert all the gods in the world to himself, but the fabricator of their essence and of their allotment in the universe? Chapter 22. We must establish this, therefore, as one and the first argument in proof of the thing investigated. But if you are willing, we will derive a second argument from what is said by Socrates in the Cratylus, in which he discusses the meaning of the names, from which he may represent to us the essence of Jupiter. For he is not led to the nature of this God from one name, as he is in the names of other gods, such as Saturn, Rhea, Neptune, and Pluto, but from two names, which tend to one thing, and which divisibly indicate the one and united essence of Jupiter. He unfolds the power of this God, and the peculiarity of his hyparxis. For the common rumour concerning him denominates him in a twofold respect, and at one time calling him Dia, we worship him in our prayers and hymns, but at another time we celebrate him as Zdena, a word derived from life, being therefore at the same time called Zeus, Zeus, and delighting in the appellation of Dia, he is similarly denominated from both names by the Greeks. And these names manifest the essence and order which he is allotted among divine natures. And neither of these names indeed is by itself sufficiently able to make known the peculiarity of the God. But when conjoined with each other and forming a sentence, they have the power of unfolding the truth concerning him. How therefore, from both the names the power of this king is signified, and the precedaneous order of his hypostasis in the gods, we may hear Socrates himself saying, quote, "that the name of his father, who is called Jupiter, is beautifully posited, but that it is not easy to apprehend the meaning of it, because in reality the name of Jupiter is, as it were, a sentence. Dividing it, however, into two parts, some of us use one part and some another. For some indeed call him Zena, but others Dia, and these parts collected into one evince the nature of the God, which we say a name ought to affect. For there is not any other who is more the author of life to us, and to all other things, than he who is the ruler and king of all things. It happens therefore that this God is rightly denominated, on account of whom life is present to all living beings. But it is divided into two parts, as if I should say that there is one name from Dia and Zena." Close quote. The mode, therefore, of collecting the names into one, and of rendering the hyparxis of this God apparent through both, is manifest to every one. If, however, he is the supplier of life to all things, as he is said to be, and is the ruler and king of all such things as are said to live, to whom can we assert this peculiarity pertains, if we omit the demiurgos? And is it not necessary that, according with what is said in the Timaeus, we should refer to him the principle of vivification? For the demiurgos renders the whole world animated, endued with intellect, and an animal, and constitutes the triple life which is in it, one indeed being impartible and intellectual, another partible and corporeal, and another between these, impartible and at the same time partible. It is he, likewise, who conjoins each of the celestial spheres to the circulations of the soul, inserts in each of the stars a psychical and intellectual life, and produces in the sublunary elements leading gods and souls, and in addition to all these things constitutes the divisible genera of life, and imparts to the junior gods the principle of mortal animals. All things therefore in the world are full of life, through the power of the demiurgus and father, and this world is one animal, deriving its completion from containing all animals, through the never failing cause of the power by which it was generated. And there is no other who is the supplier of life to all things, and through whom all things live, some indeed more clearly, but others more obscurely, than the demiurgus of wholes. For he also is intellectual animal, in the same manner as the all-perfect paradigm is intelligible animal. Hence, likewise, these are conjoined to each other, and the one indeed is paternally the cause of wholes, but the other demiurgically. And as animal itself constitutes intelligibly all intelligible and sensible animals according to one cause, thus also the demiurgus fabricates intellectually according to a second order the animals in the world. As animal itself likewise proximately subsists from intelligible life, so the demiurgus is generated from intellectual life, and is the first that is filled with the rivers of vivification. Hence he illuminates all things with life, unfolding the depths of the animal producing deity, and calling forth the prolific power of the intellectual gods. If therefore all things live through the demiurgic cause, they also participate of soul and intellect, and, as I may say, of all vivification, through the providence of this God. But he who pours the rivers of life on all things in the world from himself, and is the ruler and king of wholes, is the mighty Jupiter, as Socrates says in the Cratylus, and evidently appears to be the same with the demiurgus. And the divinely inspired intellectual conception of Timaeus concerning the Demiurgus accords with the theology of Socrates about Jupiter. If likewise each of them denominates the knowledge of this God difficult to be apprehended, and one of them says that it is difficult to discover him, and when discovered, that it is impossible to speak of him to all men, but the other asserts that it is not easy to understand the name of Jupiter, do they not in this respect accord with each other in what they say concerning this God? Besides this also, the composition of the names, and the coalition of the two names into one hyparxis appear in a remarkable degree to be adapted to the Demiurgus. For a biformed essence and generative power are attributed to him according to other theologists. For the duad sits with him, according to which he generates all things, concerning which Timaeus also introduces him, speaking to the demiurgi in the world, and saying, quote, "Imitating my power," and through this he produces and vivifies all things. Hence it is necessary through names also to consecrate the duad to him according to ancient rumour. For he glitters with intellectual sections, divides and collects wholes, and constitutes one indissoluble order from many things. And this the power of the names indicates, extending us from divided intellection to one self-perfect and uniform theory. All these particulars, therefore, clearly demonstrate to us that Plato considers the demiurgus of wholes to be the same with Jupiter. For he, who alone is the cause of life to all things, and who is the king of all things, is the demiurgus of the universe. And he, who in a remarkable manner rejoices in a duad of names, is he who arranges and adorns the whole world. And it appears to me, as I have frequently said, that in consequence of being allotted the end of the intellectual triad, converting this to the beginning, and being full of the middle fountains of life, but uniting himself to the watchtower of his father, and producing into himself the simplicity of an intelligible subsistence according to the peculiarity of first effective causes, he is also allotted a duad of names. And as he received his essence from both, id est from Saturn and Rhea, and possesses indeed bound from his father, but infinite power from the generative deity of his mother, thus also he possesses one of the names from his father, and from the uniform perfection which is in him, but the other from total vivification. And through both, as he is allotted an essence, so likewise an appellation. For it is obvious to every one that the term dia, on account of which, is a sign of a total essence. Quote, "Let us declare," says Timaeus, "on account of what cause the composing artificer constituted generation and the universe. He was good." But the name of life pertains of itself to the middle order of beings. The demiurgus, therefore, obtains one of these names, videre licet, dia, from the intellectual summit and the paternal union. For, according to the participation of it, he is one, bound, and intelligible. But he obtains the other name from the middle order of intellectuals. For there, life and the vivific bosoms are allotted their hypostasis. The demiurgic intellect, however, shining forth from both, participates also of the names through composition. For we call him dia and zena, because life proceeds to all things on account of him, and to live is inherent in all vital natures on account of him. And thus, after a manner, the position of the names indicates the progression of the demiurgus from both the precedaneous causes. Chapter 23. Again, therefore, let us direct our attention to what is written in the Philebus, and survey how, in what is there said, Socrates refers the fabrication of the universe to Jupiter. For admitting that intellect adorns and arranges all things in the same manner as the wise men prior to him, and that it governs the sun and moon and all the circulation of the heavens, he demonstrates that the whole world participates of soul, and intellectual inspection, and that we also derive the participation of these from wholes, but that the universe is not and was not from chance, and likewise the most divine of visible natures, as many physiologists assert, while the natures which the universe contains participate of soul and intellect. Having therefore, as we have said, demonstrated these things, and shown that what the whole world contains is greater and more perfect than what we contain, and that wholes have a greater authority and a more ruling essence than partial natures, and having placed intellect over wholes, as that which adorns and arranges the universe, and likewise assigned this province to souls through the inspection of intellect, for intellect is not present to the world without soul, he afterwards recurs to imparticipable intellect, to the author of participated intellect and soul, and the fabricator of the whole world, and he denominates and celebrates this fabricator, who contains the causes of the plenitudes in the world, as no other than Jupiter, the great king and ruler of wholes, conformably to the rumour of the Greeks. He likewise extends about him all the providence of the world, and places in him the whole cause of the arrangement and ornament of the universe. It is better, however, in the next place to hear the words themselves of Plato. He gives therefore to the world an intellectual superintendence, and adds this to the before mentioned demonstrations, that there is, as we have frequently observed, an abundance of infinity in the world, and a sufficiency of bound, and that there is a certain cause in them, by no means vile and contemptible, which adorns and co-arranges the years, the seasons, and the months, and which may most justly be called wisdom and intellect. But again, because it is necessary that participated intellect should govern the world through soul as a medium, for it is impossible that intellect should be present to anything without soul, as Timaeus also asserts, hence it is requisite that soul also should preside over the universe, and that proximately having dominion over the natures it contains, it should govern the world according to intellect. This therefore Socrates, having in the next place added, he subjoins as follows, quote, "Moreover, wisdom and intellect could never be without soul." For how could the impartible and eternal essence of intellect be immediately conjoined with a corporeal nature? It is necessary therefore that intellect should preside over wholes, that it may connect the order in the world, well-being, and all things. For order and well-being are the progeny of an intellectual essence. But it is necessary that soul, primarily participating of intellect, should illuminate body with the light proceeding from thence, and fill all things with intellectual arrangement. It must be admitted, therefore, that the world is animated and endued with intellect. Hence from this, Socrates ascends to the cause itself of the whole world, which produced intellect and soul, and generated the total order of the universe. Quote, "Hence Socrates adds, you may say that in the nature of Jupiter there are a royal soul and a royal intellect through the power of cause, and that in the other gods there are other beautiful things, whatever they are, by which their deities love to be distinguished, and from which they delight in taking their respective denominations. One of these two things, therefore, is necessary, either that what is here said is said concerning the world, or concerning the demiurgus of wholes. For if the world is Jupiter, the participated intellect in the world is royal, and the soul also is royal which governs the universe, and arranges and adorns it according to intellect. And these things are evidently present to the world through the power of the cause by which it was constituted, and which rendered it a partaker of intellect and animated. And thus Jupiter will be that which is adorned and fabricated, and not the adorner and fabricator of all things. If, however, it is necessary that the power of cause should be comprehensive in an exempt manner of a royal intellect and a royal soul, we must admit that the nature of Jupiter is in the demiurgic order and power, and intellect and soul will be in him according to cause, since he imparts both these to his progeny. Of these two opinions, therefore, every one may adopt that which he pleases. But to me, when I consider what is here said, and every other assertion of Plato concerning this God, it by no means appears to be necessary to refer the nature of Jupiter to the whole world. For neither does the only begotten subsistence of the world accord with the kingdom of Jupiter, since the Saturnian triad, and which distributes the dominion of the Father, is manifestly celebrated by Plato himself. Nor can that which is cause to all things, as it is said in the Cratylus, refer to the world. For the world is among the number of things which participate of life from another. As I have said, therefore, we must leave this opinion as by no means adapted to Plato, though it is adopted by some of his interpreters. But considering cause to be the same as Jupiter, we must say that soul and intellect are established in him exemptly, and that Jupiter participates of both these, from the gods that are prior to him; of intellect indeed from his father, but of soul from the queen Rhea, who is the deity of vivification. For there the fountain of soul subsists, just as in Saturn there is intellect according to essence. For everywhere the intelligible unically comprehends the intellect which is coordinate with it. And thus much concerning these particulars. End of chapter 23.